Hello everyone and welcome to a very exciting project. This is going to be a first for the channel because we're going to build this full stack application using NextJs, Convex for our backend, or rather for our database, TailwindCSS for our styling, ShadCN for our UI components, and Kinde for authentication. So this is one of the pages that you're seeing, which is the home page. This is the page that you're going to be greeted with when you first log in. And it contains all the recipes that have been created in the application, but only up to a maximum of 12 because we have a discover page. And on the discover page, you can search for foods using this input, and it is going to show all the recipes that are available on the website. So if I search for something like chicken, then you can see that it is going to return all the recipes that have chicken either in the name or in the description. And then of course we have this recipe card which you can click and it will take you into the recipe page for that particular food with the title, with the entire description, and with more details about that particular recipe, the category of that recipe, and the difficulty in making it. And then of course it gives you the ingredients and then the instructions. And then finally on the bottom, it shows you who created that recipe and when they created it. And when you click on this, it will take you into their profile page. And on the profile page, it is very standard. You can see that you have the avatar, you have the username of that person, you have their email, but the email is only visible if you're viewing your own profile. So if you're viewing another person's profile, you're not going to be able to see their email. And then it shows when you joined and then the number of recipes that you've created. And then of course, if you're not happy with any one of these, you can go ahead and delete them. And if I say delete recipe, then it deletes it from your recipes list. It gives you this nice toast notification, and then it decrements the number of recipes that you currently have. And we also have a my recipes page, which just shows the recipes that you have created. And of course, this is specific to every user. So in a few moments, I'm going to log in with another account so that I can show you that this is specific to the user. And then of course, we have the favorites page. So if you have a food that you like, you can go into its page, and when you go into its page, you have a heart icon here which you can click on, and when you click on it, if it is not liked, then it is going to be unliked, or that if it is not liked, then it is going to be liked and added to the favorites, and then vice versa is true as well. And then we have the profile page, which I've already taken a look at, and then we have the settings page, and the settings page right here, the notifications part and the privacy and security part are just for aesthetics. They don't really do anything, but you can go ahead and change the email address that is associated with the account right here. And then for the danger zone, you can also delete your account, and it gives you this nice looking model where you have to type the word delete before this button becomes active so that you can delete your account. Okay, seem to have messed up the cancel button right here. And then finally on the bottom, we have the sign out part where when you sign out, it is going to sign you out of the application, and you are met with this homepage, which we are going to create. So this is the homepage of the application. Very nice looking homepage, very generic, gives you a features section and then a call to action section as well. And then when you click on join recipe hub, I'm now going to go ahead and log in with a different account. So right here, we are met with Kinde authentication where I've set up email authentication. So when you enter your email, it's going to send a code to your email, which you have to enter here. And if you don't have an account, you can simply click on create one, and it gives you this nice looking form. So I already have an account. So I'm just going to enter my email, and then you can see that it sends a code to my email address. So let me go ahead and get it. And I have my code right here. So I'm going to copy it. And then back inside here, I can enter it and then continue, and it is going to redirect me into the application. And after a successful login, you can see that now I'm redirected into the application, and it even changes the name that is shown right here because we're getting it from the database, or rather from the authentication. And now I'm just going to go ahead and create a new recipe, but just to demonstrate what I explained, if I go into a recipe here, now look, I don't have any favorites yet. So I don't have any favorites yet because this is a different account. But if I go back and add a new favorite, so I can add a new favorite right here. And now if I visit my favorites tab right here, I should have the favorites now being listed right there. Now, another thing that I wanted to demonstrate is that if I go ahead and take a look at the profile of the person who added it, I can visit their profile, but now I can't change their username, and then I also can't see their email address, and I don't have the create recipe button as well because this is not my profile. But then now if I go ahead and create a new recipe, let me attach an image here, and you can attach multiple images. So I'm just going to select, like, let me select 4 of them, and they're going to be uploaded, and the file upload service that we're using is also Convex, so we are not adding anything else. So you can see that for every image that is uploaded, we get this DOS notification that image is uploaded. And then for the recipe name, let me just say a popular food that we have. And then let me just get some text which is going to act as the description. So paste it here from random text generator. And then for the ingredients, I'm just going to say flour and eggs and sugar and water. You can just do that. For the servings, we can do 4. Prep time, you can do 30 minutes. Cook time, you can do 2 hours. Difficulty, we can set the difficulty into medium. And then the category we can do is going to be dinner. And then for the instructions, you can type out each of the instructions, but I have some copy pasted text right here, which I'm just going to copy and paste multiple times. And by the way, you can rearrange this, so if you grab it and then drag and drop, it rearranges the list as well as for the instructions part right here. And so for this, we're going to be using the D&D kit, which is very nice. And then I can click on publish, which is going to now publish my recipe. You can see that now it redirects me to the home page. It publishes my recipe because you can see that this is a different profile than this one. And then I have this recipe. I can view other people's recipes. And then when I click on my recipe right here, I can also add it to my favorites. And then when I go to the bottom, I can click on this to visit my profile. And on my profile, you can see that I've only created 1 recipe, which I can delete. And then I can also update my username right here. So if I change this into just my second name, I can save it, and it is going to update my name everywhere where my name is going to appear. So that's very, very nice. And this obviously just takes you into the create recipe page. And then once again on the discover page, we have all the recipes appearing. Of course, it loads in first of all using that nice loading animation. And then we have all the recipes that appear. And then if I go ahead and search for a recipe by its name, and I can also search for a recipe using its category. So if I'm looking for recipes that are for breakfast, I can filter them out, for lunch, for dinner, for dessert. And if there are no recipes, you can see that we have this default state where we can clear all the filters, which just basically means we turn this into the all category. And then if there's some text inside here, then it just clears the text. As well as for the difficulty, if we were to set some difficulty here, it will just return it into the all part right here. So if I say clear filters, you can see that now we have all the recipes appearing again. This is reset, and then we can close down the filters tab right there. So that is the demo of the application that we're going to be building, and this is going to be a very long project, and we're going to be writing a lot of code. So I hope you're ready for that. Now, something else that I forgot to mention is that because we are writing a lot of code, then I do make some mistakes in the video, but later on I am able to catch them. So whenever you see that I've made a mistake, just correct it immediately, because chances are that later in the video I'm also going to correct it. And then another thing that I did not mention, or rather that I forgot to do, is that in the project I forgot to change the title and the description of the application. But that is just as simple as going into your layout file, and then inside your layout file you have the metadata right here, which can change the title into whatever you want, and then the description as well, you can set it into whatever you want. And now we are officially ready to begin. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create our Next.js application. And right here I've just opened up my code editor, Visual Studio Code, and inside my integrated terminal I'm going to cd into my desktop, and inside my desktop I'm going to cd into a folder that I have that is called projects. And then inside projects, I'm going to say pnpx create-next-app, and I'm going to give it a -e flag because I want to use a template that I have created So https github.com/santhomas/next15-starter, and this template just contains a prettier plugin for TailwindCSS, which helps to sort out TailwindCSS classes, and then it also contains ShadCN, which I have already initialized. Now the name of application, I'm going to call it recipe hub -yt, and then enter, and then we're going to wait for this to finish, and then once it finishes we can begin typing away. So once it finishes running, I'm going to say cd recipe hub -yt, and then I'm going to say code dot, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code, and I'm actually going to say code dot -r, so that it restarts this instance of Visual Studio Code as well. And there we go. So this is our Next.js application. And like I said, this template already has ShadCN initialized, and you can verify that by taking a look at the components.json file, where you can see that the style that I'm using is called New York, and the icon library that I'm using is called Lucid React. And then of course the base color that I'm using is the neutral base color. And then another thing that you can take a look at is the .prettier.rc file, which just takes the prettier plugin TailwindCSS plugin. And the way that you need to install this, if you're going to use this, by the way, this is all if you're going to use it. If you don't want to use it, then it's still okay. So if you want to use this, then you need to go ahead and install the prettier plugin TailwindCSS right here as a dev dependency, and then add it into the .prettier.rc file. So you need to create this file and then add it in as well, and then you should be ready to go. And then another change that I made to this template is that the page.jsx is just a bit different from the default layout that we get from Next.js. And now that we have that out of the way, what we need to do is now set up our authentication using Kinde, as well as set up our backend using Convex. So I'm going to go ahead and say pnpm add, so pnpm add convex, and this is dependent on the package manager that you're using. So if you're using npm, then go ahead and say npm install convex, and then I'm going to install the Kinde auth package. So I'm going to say @kinde-oss/kinde-auth-next.js. So just take note of the spelling, and then you can say enter to install them. And then as they're installing, we can go ahead into Kinde, so kinde.com. So if you go into kinde.com, it's going to ask you to log in, but you can see that I'm already logged in. So simply go ahead and log in, and then if it is your first time, it's going to ask you to give a name to your organization, and I called mine TsbSankara, as you can see right there. Now once you get to this homepage, you can simply scroll down a little, and then you can say add application right here. I have a bunch of them, but I can say add application. And then we are adding a back-end web application because we're building in Next.js. And for the name of the application, I'm just going to call it Recipe Hub. And what they call it, Recipe Hub, that should exist. So save. And then we're going to select Next.js as our SDK, and then we're going to say save. And now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and set up our environment variables, but we're not starting from the beginning. We already have an existing code base because we already have a Next.js application. So simply select existing code base, and then for the callback URLs, you can say set, and then you can say set for the logout URL as well. And this will help you just to get the environment variables so that you don't have to add them yourself. And then when you scroll down just a bit, this is what we have done. So I used pnpm, but you can see that they are using npm right here. So pnpm card, and then this is the package that we have just installed. And then when you scroll down a bit, you get the environment variables that we need. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and take note that this is going to be different for you, and don't use this one because at the end of this video I'm going to delete this application. So simply copy this, and then back inside our workspace, inside the root, we can create a new file called .env.local, and then simply paste everything in. As you can see right there, now we have our client ID and our client secret, the issue URL, and so on and so forth. And for the issue URL right here, you are the one who provides it when you're creating your account on Kinde for the first time. So even if you forgot about this, don't worry about it, because when you copy it, you're going to see it right there. So save it. And then now what we need to do is we need to set up this API route so that Kinde can handle the authentication. So let's just go ahead and copy this, and then we need to create the source app. So we're in the app folder, we're not using the source folder. So inside the app folder, API auth, and then inside square brackets, kind auth, and then / route.js, and then we can paste this in. So just copy that, and then inside our application, look at this handy trick that I learned about VS Code. If you go ahead into the app folder, because this is where we want to create the file, you can say create new file instead of new folder, and then you can add in API / and then auth / and then square brackets, kind auth / route.js, and this is going to create the file inside the kind out and then create the other ones as folders. So it's pretty handy. I do like that a lot. And then we can paste that in, and that is going to handle our authentication. Save that. And then what you can do next is we can now begin to create our sign up and sign in buttons. But we're not going to do this just yet, because what we need to do first is we need to go ahead into the NextJs documentation, because inside the NextJs documentation, we need to go ahead and set up what is called the auth provider. Now, the auth provider will ensure that tokens are going to be refreshed. So whenever we need a new access token for our application, it is going to be refreshed so that we're not going to be logged out of the application. So this is very handy. And you can see that we need to create a file called auth provider and then paste this in. You can name this anything different. Just make sure that this is the code that is inside. So copy this. And the way that I'm going to structure this is that I'm going to close all these folders. And then in my workspace, I'm going to create a new folder called providers. And using the trick that I've just shown you, by the way, I can simply create a new file here, call it providers. So providers / auth provider.jsx, enter, and then that creates the providers folder and then the auth provider file, and then paste that in for our auth provider and then save it. And then the way that we use it is we go into the app folder, into the layout, and then we can wrap the entire children right here in the auth provider, like so, and then enter to auto import it, like so. Fantastic. So we have the auth provider right there. So we can save that. And then has this finished? It has not yet finished. It should be faster for you. I think my computer just has some issues. But what you need to go ahead and do next is configure Convex. And I'm just realizing now that we need this to install. So I have to wait for this to finish. So let's just wait. Okay, there we go. So it's finished. You can see that it took quite a bit of time. But now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and run a command from Convex. And the command is pnpx convex dev. And if you're using npx, then the command is npx. And then if you're using burn, then the command is burnx. So enter, and take note that from now on, this terminal is always going to be open and it is always going to be running this command. Take note of that, because now I'm going to add a second terminal here, and I'm going to rename this terminal into localhost. So localhost. So just press F2 to rename it. So right here, F2, rename this to Convex. And then you can see that it asks us some questions here. So we want to create a new project. So enter. The name of the project can be Recipe Hub, so that's okay. And then we want to use the cloud deployment. And then let that configure. And what it will do is that it is going to create a Convex folder in our workspace, as you can see right here. And inside the Convex folder, this is where all our API functions to the backend are going to live. And you're going to see that in a few moments, because we're also going to configure the backend. And apart from that, if you take a look at the env local file again, you can see that now we have the Convex public URL as well as the cloud deployment. So this is created when you run pnpx convex dev. So let's just go ahead and save that. And then now what we need to do is we need to go into the Convex docs. We can now close this safely, and this one as well. But if you go into Convex docs, so docs.convex.dev, you can go into the quick starts right here and then select NextJs. And then we are building using JavaScript, so just change this to JavaScript. And then we've already done this, and we have done this, and we have just done this right now. We don't need any sample data, so I'm not going to do this. And then this is just an example API function, so we're not going to do this. But we need to create the Convex client provider. So just go ahead and copy this, and then inside the providers, create a new file called Convex client provider.jsx, enter, and then just paste that code in. And you can see that it takes the process.env.nextPublicConvexURL from our env local. So you can save that, and then once we save that, the way that we use it once again is inside our layout. We can go ahead and select the children right here, and we want to wrap the children into Convex client provider. As you can see, Copilot is telling me right there, but then just Control Spacebar and then enter to auto import it like so. So save that. And then once we do that, and this is the step that we've just done, we can now go ahead and go into our dashboard for our application. So you can see how I have quite a bit of them, and I need to delete this so that it doesn't confuse me. So recipe hub -yt, because the one that I've just created is this one. So select that, and we should be having a blank slate for our database. So if we go into the data tab right here, we don't have any tables. If you go into the files, we don't have any files stored, and inside the settings we don't have any environment variables either. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead and set up our database schema. So the way that we do that is by doing the following. We can close all that down. We can close this as well, and we need to go into the Convex folder right here, and we need to create a new file called schema.js. So inside the schema.js, and if you're using TypeScript, it is schema.ts. And inside here, what we need to do is just write what our database structure is going to look like. And so because we have installed Convex, we can say import define schema from Convex server, and then define table as well. So define table. And then inside here, we can also import v from Convex values, because this is going to act as our validator. And then we're going to say export default define schema. I wish I could disable Copilot because it's confusing me a bit. Okay, so right here, I want to go ahead and uninstall this. Don't want the code completions, it's a bit annoying. And then we should restart extensions. There we go. That should now remove it. Fantastic, better, much better. So let's go ahead and define our table. So we're going to define a table that is called users, and we're going to say define table. So define table, and this table is going to have the following values. It's going to have the kind ID, which is going to be coming from kind once we log in. This is going to be a validator of v.string, and then email is going to be v.string, and then name is going to be v.string, and then the picture is going to be optional, so v.optional, and then it is going to be v.string, and then we're going to have created at, which is going to be v.number, because it is going to be holding a date. And then when you're searching for data in this table, we're going to be having an index. So we're going to index this table by _kind_id, and then we're going to pass in inside square brackets the kind ID, like so, so that we can index it. Now, if you open up your terminal right here, and then you go ahead and save this, you will notice that it says checking, and then it is going to deploy the Convex functions. So if you take a look at the database, now we have a table that is called users. Now, if you were to go ahead and try to add a new document here, you would notice that the fields that we have inside here are created at email, kind ID, and email, which we have just created right there. And then picture is optional, that's why it doesn't appear right there. So now this is one table that we need, but we also need to go ahead and create a recipes table as well as a favorites table. So next, right below this, we're going to create another table that is called recipes. So recipes define table. And then inside here, we're going to define the title, which is v.string, and then description, which is v.optional. So the recipes are going to be optional in description, and then it is going to be v.string. And then we're going to have ingredients. Now, ingredients is going to be an array, so v.array. And then inside here, it's going to be an object, so v.object. So it's going to be an array of objects, like so. And then it's going to have an ID of v.string. And then the text for the ingredient is going to be v.string, and then the order is going to be v.string, and using the order, that's how we're going to be able to rearrange them. And then below this, we're going to have instructions as well, which is going to be an array of objects just similar to this. So you can just copy this, copy and paste it here, because it is basically the same thing. And then below, where does this end? Right here. Below this, we're going to have servings, which is going to be v.optional. So how many people are you serving? So v.optional, and then v.number. And then below this, we're going to have the cook time, which is v.optional, and then it is going to be v.string. and then let's just copy this down. So copy 1, 2, 3. This is going to say prep time. So prep time. It is v.optional and then v.string. And what am I doing? It is cook time first of all, and then prep time. Sorry about that. So prep time, v.optional, v.string, and then we're going to have the difficulty, and then v.optional, v.string, and then we're going to have the category as well. Category optional, and it is also a string. And then next we're going to have images, which is going to be an array. So v.array, and then inside here we're going to pass in v.string. So it's going to be an array of strings, and these are going to be the storage IDs that are coming from Convex, and we're going to learn about that once we reach that point. And then we're going to have the author ID, and the author ID is going to be a unique ID which is coming from the users table. So anytime that a user creates a new recipe, we're going to get the ID of that particular user because we are getting the users right here. And then the author ID, below the author ID, we're going to have the created art. So created art, this is going to be a v.number. And then below this, we're going to have the updated art as well. So v.number. And then the index for this, we're going to be indexing this by the author. So whenever we want to search into this database, we're going to be searching by the author, and then we're going to pass in the author ID. And then finally, we're going to have the favorites table, which we're going to say define schema. So not define schema, but define table. And this is going to be fairly simple. So we're going to take the user ID, which is coming from v.id, and then users. And then we're going to get the recipe ID as well, which is coming from v.id, so recipes. So we are basically linking a certain recipe to a certain user. And then we're going to have created art, and this is going to be v.number. And then this is going to have 3 indices. So we're going to index the first one by the user, so by _user, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, and then we're going to index another one by the recipe, and we're going to pass in the recipe ID, and then we're going to index the third one by the user and recipe. So index, index by _user _recipe. And then we're going to pass in the user ID, and then comma, and then pass in the recipe ID like so. So once we save that, that is going to be all about our tables. So you can go ahead and you can see that Convex functions are ready. And if we go back to our database, you can see that now we have the recipes table as well as the favorites table. And I can zoom in just so that it's a bit clearer. Fantastic. Now that we have that, we can go into localhost into our tab right here, and we can say pnpm dev, which is going to start our dev server on localhost 3000. And I'm going to add a third terminal here. And inside this third terminal, I'm going to rename this into installs because we're going to need quite a few things. And the first thing that I want to do is pnpx ShadCN add, and then enter, because I want to add all the components from ShadCN. And that is simply because we're using quite a lot of components in this project, and I don't want to keep on installing one component at a time. So I'm just going to say install all of them at once. And then as this is installing, we want to go ahead and still within the Convex folder right here, we want to create a function which is going to create the user because we're dealing with authentication. So inside Convex, we're going to create a new file called users.js. Now inside users, this is going to be a huge file, and not very huge, but it's going to have a bit more functions. But I just want to go ahead and create the first function because that is the one that we need as we're logging into our application. So inside here, we're going to import a mutation because whenever we are writing data into the Convex database, we are calling a mutation, and then when we need to get data, we're going to be calling a query. So import mutation from /_ generated /server, and this is auto generated for you. And if you take a look at the generator folder right here, it has a bunch of code as well. So this is generated when you run npx convex dev. And then we're also going to import v from convex values, and then we're going to create our function here. So export const create user is going to be a mutation, and then inside this mutation we're going to have some arguments. So these arguments are going to be the kind ID, which we have just created in our database, which is a type of v.string, and then the email is v.string, and then the name is v.string, and then the picture is optional, so v.optional, and then v.string. And then we're going to call our handler here. So handler is going to be an asynchronous function that is calling the context as well as the arguments. And then we're going to say we want to check whether a user is already created. So if there's an existing user, so const existing user, this is going to be equal to await context.db.query, and we want to query the users table. So query the users table, and we're going to query this with the index of by kind ID because we want to search for the user using the kind ID. And then this is going to take in a callback function where we're going to say q.equals, and we want to check whether it equals the kind ID, and then pass in arguments.kind ID like so. And then we want to get the first user that matches, so first like so. And then if there's an existing user, so if existing user, then we're going to say return existing user dot underscore ID, because in Convex the documents are stored using a unique ID which we can access using underscore ID. And then if there's no user, then you want to go ahead and return await context.db.insert. So you want to create a new user into the users table, and the properties that we're going to have is everything inside the arguments, and then add the created at key here and set it into date.now. So you can save that, and then you can close that, and then you can close that, because now our functions should be ready. Now I want to go ahead and say A, which is going to select everything, and then enter, which is going to install all the components from ShadCN. And then as that is running, this should also be opening up. So you can open up localhost 3000, just reload that, and we should be able to see our default application. And there we go. So you can see that this is the default application that is running. And if we were to run it before we run our server, before installing every component from ShadCN, it would be on the dark mode if you're on dark mode. So just take note of that in case you see something different. So now what we need to do is we're going to go ahead and create a component that is going to wrap our entire application. So what we're going to do is inside our workspace, once again, create a new file called components/app-content.jsx, and this is going to wrap our entire application. So I'm going to say this is going to be a client component, so use client, and then export default function app content. And then this is going to take in the children prop because we're going to be wrapping our application with it. And then inside here, we're going to be doing a few things. This is also going to be the home page. So it's going to be the home page, and then it's going to be rendering the authentication page as well. So inside you're going to say const user, we can destructure user and is authenticated from a hook from kind, which is called use kind browser client like so. So using this hook, we can destructure these two values, and then we can use them to display the state that we want. Now, before we can use this, we're going to create a function here called create user, which we have just created in Convex, and this is going to be equal to use mutation, which is a hook that is coming from Convex React, as you can see right there. And using this mutation, we can access the Convex API using Control Spacebar so that it gives me the drop down. Give me the drop down, come on. And it's not giving the drop down, so let me just import it. So we can import the Convex API. We can say import API from @convex_generated/API, and this file exists inside the Convex generated and then inside the API right here. So whenever you create a new function, this API file is going to be updated, or rather, which file is it? Is it the server? Which one? It is going to be updated so that your functions are going to exist inside the API so that you can access them using API dot, and then we have a users.js right here. So you can say API.users, and then inside the users we have a function that is called create user, like so. So that's how we can access this function that we have just created. So API.users.create user. And then using this function, whenever a user logs in, we're going to create them inside Convex. So how do we do that? We're going to call use effect, which is a hook that is coming from React. And for some reason, my drop downs are not working. So let me go ahead and say import use effect from React. And then inside use effect, you want to check whether the person has been authenticated, and then we want to check as well whether the user exists, the user object, because user right here is an object. As you can see right there, it is an object containing the ID, email, given name, family name, and then the picture. So if the user has been authenticated and the user object also exists, then it means that the user has been logged in, and therefore you want to create the user in Convex. So create user, and remember that our create user takes in the kind ID. And where are we getting the kind ID? We're getting it from the user.id when the user logs in, and then the email is going to be user.email, also from kind, and then the name is going to be as follows. We're going to place it inside backticks and then $ curly brackets. We're going to say user.given name and then space and then curly brackets again, user.family name, so that it gives the two names of the user. And then after this, we're going to call the trim method right here, so that it trims out, it takes away any additional space in case the user has typed in an additional space after the end of their name. And then the picture here is going to be user.picture, like so. And then once we do that, the use effect is going to be dependent on the is authenticated right here. It's going to be dependent on the user as well as the create user function. So whenever any of these three change, then this is going to rerun to create a new user. And then we're going to show a state here called if not is authenticated. So if the user has not been authenticated, then we're going to be returning some UI here, which is going to be basically the home page that you saw at the beginning. And then when the user is authenticated, then we're also going to return some kind of state inside here, and this is going to be easier. So let's build this out first. We're going to return a div with a class name of main height dash screen, and then bg gray dash 50. And I think I mentioned that we're using Tailwind in this project, so that should be okay. And then we're going to return a component that is called Sidebar, which we don't yet have. And then below the Sidebar, we're going to return a div with a class name of large screens padding on the left of 24. And actually, is it 24? It should be what's it, 24? I think. Was it really? Can't remember. And then we're going to have a header here, a header component, and then below the header we're going to have a main element with the class name of padding all round of 4, padding all round of 4, and then on large screens we're going to say padding on the left of 64. And what am I doing? Padding on the left of 6. And then inside the main here, now we're going to render out the children, which we got right on the top right here. So that looks okay. But if you save our application, it's going to break because we don't have these two components. So let's just return a div here that says not authenticated, so that now before we save everything, let's go into the components. Let's create a new file called header.jsx, and then let's also just say export default function header, and then let's return a header element here that says header, and then we can save that. And then let's also create a sidebar, so sidebar.jsx. And then let's say export default function sidebar. Let's go ahead and return a side, and then let's call it sidebar. Save that, and then now we can import this. So right here, control spacebar, and then enter to auto import it. And right here, control spacebar, and then just make sure that you're importing the correct one. So save that, and then now if we take a look at our application, once it reloads, then we should see not this. And you know what, we're not going to see anything because we need to go inside the app and then inside the layout, and then we need to wrap the children right here into the app content. So app content, and then wrap the children inside. Make sure that it is not a self-closing component, because I made that mistake and it took me hours to figure out. So app content wraps the children, so that now we should be able to see not authenticated. So the user is not authenticated, so we can't see anything on the screen. So let's go ahead and begin to build out the home page. So in order to build our home page, I'm going to place this to the right, so that now I can place the code editor to the left, like so that we can build them side by side. So back inside the app content, inside the not authenticated right here, we're going to be building this out. So you're going to give this div a class name of main height dash screen, and then bg gradient dash 2 dash bottom right, and then from dash orange dash 50 via white, this just to add a gradient, and then 2 dash red dash 50. And then inside this div, we're going to go ahead and render out. This is going to be the hero section. So let me just place a comment, hero section. And then inside here, you're going to have a div with a class name of relative, and then a class name of overflow-hidden. And the extension that I'm using here is called Emmet. It comes pre-installed with the Visual Studio Code. And then inside this div, we're going to have a class name of absolute, another div with a class name of absolute, insert-0, bg gradient -to -right, and then from orange 500. And then this orange is going to have an opacity of 10, and it is going to red 500 with an opacity of 10. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of relative, and then mx auto, and then max width -7xl, and then padding on the x of 4, then padding on the y of 12, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens padding on the x of 8, and then on large screens once again padding on the y of 20. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of text center, and then this div of class name of text center is going to have another div with a margin bottom of 8, and then flex, and then justify -center. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with a class name of relative, because we want to render out an icon here called chef hat, and we want to display it absolute. And this chef hat is coming from Lucid React, so it gives me this drop down. If you don't have this drop down, what you can do is just say at the end of this word, you can say Control spacebar, which is going to give you this drop down, and then just select that the icon that you want. So chef hat is going to have a class name here of size-20, and then text orange -500. And then below this, we're going to have a sparkles icon. So sparkles, once again, from Lucid React. So class name is going to be absolute. I can type absolute, and then minus top of 2, and then minus right of 2, and then a size of 6, and then animate -pulse, and then text yellow -500, and then close this out. And then you can save that, and we should be able to see the icons appear right there. We're getting an error here. Okay, it was loading in. Okay, so it's not showing the icons for some reason, which I can't figure out, but let's go ahead and continue building this out. So below this first div and second div, below those, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of, margin bottom of 6, and then text -4xl, and then font -bold, and then text gray -900. And then on small screens, the text is going to be 5xl. And then on large screens, the text is going to be 6xl. It is going to say welcome to, and then it's going to have a span. This span is going to have a class name of bg gradient to -right, and then from -orange -500 to red -500, and then bg clip -text, and then text -transparent, and then the text is going to say recipe hub, like so. Save that, and you should be able to see the h1. So just reload this. We have two issues. So class name on the sparkles right here, so class name should be capital, and then the other one is what? Hydration failed because blah 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 blah. So something is not right here. Something is not right. I don't know why I'm not seeing any of this. So let me see. Let me grab the h1 from here, cut it out, and then just remove this entire div. Then place in the h1. Let me see whether I see something. Okay, so it means I messed up the styling somewhere. So let me just figure out where the styling went wrong. Oh, you know what? This div ends here. So this should be a standalone div. That's the mistake that I made. So this div should be, let me just make it self-closing because it is going to be much more visible that way. So that now, once it reloads, reload, and there we go. Much better, much better. Okay, what is this issue that we have? Hydration failed because what? This is a usual for the HTML. We can disable that. So if we go into the layout.jsx file, you can simply go here and say suppress hydration warning. Suppress hydration warning, and we can no longer deal with that. So now below the H1, we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of mxAuto, and then margin bottom of 8, and then max width -3xl, and then text -xl, and then leading -relax to reduce its line height, and then text -gray -600, and then on small screens text -2xl, and then the text is going to say discover, create, and share amazing recipes with food lovers around the world. Join our community of passionate home cooks and professional chefs. So, and then below this paragraph, we're going to have a div with a class name of margin bottom of 16, with a class name of flex and flex-row, and then justify-center, and then give it a gap of 4. And then on small screens, we're going to say flex-row. And then inside here, we're going to render out a component called register link. And register link is coming from Kinde. What I've done there is just auto imported it from Kinde like so. And if you remember in the beginning, this is how we can redirect the user to the login page. And the register link here is going to have a button component from ShadCN. So we already installed every component. So just make sure that the component that you import is coming from ./UI button. So import that one because that is the one that you have in your workspace. This is going to have a size of large, and then we're simply going to say get started free, and then this is going to have, and let me not do it here, I'm going to do it inside the button. And then below the register link, we're going to have a login link as well from the same import. So what I'm doing is just auto importing them. So login link, this is going to have a button here as well. The variant for this is going to be an outline, and then the size is going to be large as well. And then once we do that, then the button is going to say sign in. So you can save that, and we should be able to see the get started and the sign in buttons right there, as well as our text. Fantastic. Now I styled this a bit differently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the button file. Oops, that's the wrong one. I'm going to go inside the components, UI, and then button, because that's where the button lives. Where is it? Right here. And then I want to go ahead and change up the default variant, because we're going to be using this button in quite a bit of places. So I don't want the BG to be primary. I want the BG to be orange -500. And then the text is going to be white. And then on hover, the BG is going to be orange -600. So save that. And then for the entire button, I want to give it a cursor of pointer, because for some reason, when they updated it to the latest version of ShadCN and TailwindCSS, the button no longer has a cursor of pointer when you hover over it. So cursor pointer right there, and then you can save it. And then now it should have a cursor of pointer once it reloads. Much better. Fantastic. Now when I click on the get started free button right here, it is going to redirect me into the Kinde authentication. So I don't want to do that just yet, because we have not yet finished building the home page. So we want to go below 1, 2, 3, 4, and then below that we're going to create the features section. So features section, and then below this we're going to have a BG white, and then padding on the Y of 16, and then another div inside here called mxAuto, and then max mxAuto, and then max width -7xl, padding on the X of 4, and then on small screens padding on the X of 6, and then on large screens padding on the X of 8. And then inside this div we're going to have a div with a margin bottom of 16, and then text-center, and then we're going to have an h2 with a class name of margin bottom of 4, text-3xl, font-bold, text gray -900, and then on small screens text-4xl, and then the text is going to say why choose recipe hub ? And then below the h2 we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of mxAuto, then max width -2xl, and then text-xl, and then text gray -600, and then this is going to say everything you need to organize, share, and discover incredible recipes and then save that, and then now we should be able to see our second section. And there you go. So below this paragraph and then below this first div, we're going to have another div with a class name of grid, and then grid dash columns dash 1, and then gap dash 3, and then on medium screens, then the grid columns are going to be 3. And then this first div is going to be a div of class name rounded dash 2xl, and then bg dash gradient dash to bottom right to br from dash orange dash 500 to dash orange dash 100, and then padding all around 8, and then text dash center, and then transition dash shadow, and then with a duration of 300, and then on hover shadow dash large. And then inside here we're going to have a div with a class name of mxauto, margin bottom of 6, and then flex, and then size of 16. So size of 16, it basically means width and height of 16, and then item dash center, and then justify dash center, and then rounded dash full, and then bg orange dash 500. And then inside here we're going to render out book open. So book open icon from Lucid React. It is going to have a class name here of text white, and then size dash 8, close it out. And then below this div, so we have the div here, then book open, then below this div we're going to have an h3 that has some class names here of margin bottom of 4, and then text dash xl, and then font dash semi bold, and then text gray, so text gray dash 900, and then the text is going to say organize recipes. And then below the h3 we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of text dash gray dash 600, and then the text is going to say keep all your recipes or the favorite recipes in one place with our intuitive organization system. And then we can save that, and that should be the first card. And then we can do some bit of copy pasting for the rest of them. You can see right there. So let's do a bit of copy pasting. So we're going to copy paste this div, so this entire div, copy, paste it down. Now this is not going to be orange, so what you can do is just simply select this and then highlight using Ctrl D, and then change this to red. And then this is not going to render the book icon, it's going to render the users. And then the h3 is going to say, right here, Ctrl spacebar and then enter to auto import it. And then the h3 is going to say share and discover, and then the paragraph is going to say connect with fellow food enthusiasts and discover new culinary adventures. And then let's go ahead and copy this div one more time, copy, paste it down. Now this is not going to say red, so Ctrl D, change it to yellow. And then the icon that is going to show is the chef hat. So chef hat, we already have that one imported. And then the text for the h3 is going to say easy creation. And then the text for the paragraph is going to say create beautiful, recipe cards with our drag and drop interface and photo uploads. That should be okay. And then when you save that, now you should be able to see the rest of the cards. So loading, there we go. So those are the cards. And now we're going to go right before the closing div. We're going to create our call to action section. So for the call to action, this is going to be fairly simple, and then we can finally get into the login and logout. So we're going to have a div here with bg gradient to dash right, and then from orange dash 500 to, what am I typing, to red dash 500, and then padding on the y of 16. And then we're going to have a div with a class name of mxauto, max width dash 4xl, text dash center, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens padding on the x of 8. And then we're going to have an issue with a class name of margin bottom of 6, text-3XL, font-bold, and then text-white, and then on small screens text-4XL. And what am I typing? So text-4XL. And then for the H2, we're going to say ready to start cooking. And then below the H2, we're going to have a paragraph here with a class name of margin bottom of 8, text-XL, and then text-orange-100. And then the text is going to say join thousands of home cooks sharing their favorite recipes. And then below the paragraph, we're going to have the login link, which is something to what we already have on top. So let me just copy the one that we have on top. Where is it? Right here. So the login link, and the, you know, it's only the login link, right? Because this is just for the, like, what's it called? Create account sort of thing. So login link is going to be this, and then the button is going to say join recipe of today. Today. Save that. The variant is not going to be the variant can be outlined, I think. Yeah, that's better. Looking fantastic. And that is finally the homepage. And if you take a look at it on larger screens, this is how it looks like. As you can see, it is automatically responsive. So now that means that we are ready to go ahead and test in our sign up. So I'm going to place this to the left because I want to show you that the user should be created in Convex in real time when we sign up. So I'm going to go ahead and say get started free, which should now take me into the sign up page. And there you go. But I already have an account. So I'm going to say sign in, and then I'm going to enter in my email. And then when I say continue, you can see that it sends a code to my email. So let me go ahead and open that up. And this is the code right here. So copy this. And then when I paste it inside here, it should now redirect me into the application. And what did I set the redirect to? I think it's going to show a 404 page. Yes, it's going to show a 404 page because we don't have that. But you can see right there, the user is now created in kind without even reloading the page. So that's very, very nice. So we have verified that that exists. So now in the next video, we're going to begin to build out our recipes page. So let's just go ahead and let me go ahead and do something here. What we need to do is inside the .env local file, we need to change this redirect because we don't want to redirect the user to the dashboard page. Instead, we're going to redirect the user to the recipes page. So save that, and that's looking better. And then now if we go into the application, we should go into recipes, but we're still going to get a 404 page because that is a page that we don't have. But can now, this needs to now be full screen because in the next video, we're going to begin to build out our sidebar. So in this video, we're going to build out our sidebar, and the sidebar is only going to be visible on large screens. So what is this error? I gave it a wrong tag. Okay, we're going to correct that in this video. So inside the components, we have a file that is called sidebar.jsx. So we're simply going to be working in that in this video. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to mark this file as use client because we're going to be having some hooks inside here. So the first hook that we're going to be getting is called the path name hook. So const path name. Oh my God. Path name is equal to use path name, which is coming from next navigation. And this is just simply going to help us to detect the current route so that we can show some styles. And then we're also going to use the use state hook. So const is open and set is open is going to be equal to use state. And by default, it is going to be false. And this is just going to help us to toggle the sidebar when we are on mobile navigation. And then once we do that, we need to go ahead and create some links for our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation. I can call it links or navigation. I call it navigation. And this is going to be an array of objects. So it's going to take a name here of home. And then the href is going to be /recipes. Come on, /recipes. And then the icon that it's going to show is called the home icon, which is coming from Lucid React. So I've auto imported it. And then place a comma right here, and then we're going to just simply copy this down. So copy and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be enough. And then this second one is going to show my recipes. It's going to go into my recipes page. And then the icon that is going to show is called book open from Lucid React. And I wonder why it doesn't import both of, or rather all of them in one line, but we're going to fix that at the end. The third one that we need is called the create recipe. This is going to go into the create recipe page, and it is going to be showing the plus icon. And then next we have the favorites. It is going to be going into the favorites page, and it is going to be showing the heart icon. And then next is discover, going into the discover page, and it is going to be showing the search icon. And then next is profile, going into the /profile page, and the icon is going to be showing the user. And then we need one more. So copy, paste it. We need the settings page. Settings, it is going to be going into /settings. The icon is going to be the settings icon. So now let's just import all of this. So book, and then heart, then user, then settings, then search, and then home. And then can delete these other ones. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to structure our return a certain way. So we're going to return a React fragment here. And then the first thing that we need to do is we're going to build out the mobile menu. So mobile menu button is going to be this one. So we're going to be rendering out the button component from ShadCN. The button is going to have a variant of ghost. The size is going to be an icon. And then the class name is going to be fixed, then top of 4, then left of 4, and then a z-index of 50 so that it appears on top of everything else. And then bg white, and then shadow bg white, and then shadow dash md, and then on large screens hidden. So it's going to be hidden on large screens. And then when we click on this, so on click, we're going to be calling a function here called setIsOpen, which is our state value, and set it to the opposite of isOpen. So when isOpen is true, then turn it to false, and then if it is false, then turn it to true. And then for the text, we're going to check whether isOpen is true. So if isOpen is true, we're going to render out an X icon here, which is coming from Lucid React with a class name of size-5. And then if it is false, then we're going to render out the menu icon coming from Lucid React, and this is going to have a class name here of size-5 as well. And we need to fix the imports because it doesn't do that. So X icon and then the menu icon, and then I think to bring this down because they're icons. And then once we do that, we're going to go below this button, and then we're going to create the sidebar. So the sidebar is going to be as follows. It's going to be a div, and then this div is going to have some class names here, which are going to be dependent on some current state, which is the isOpen. And for this one, I'm going to use the CN utility from @lib/utils, which just is used to merge TailwindCSS classes. So we can use this utility right here. And CN, we're going to pass in the following. It's going to be fixed, insert-y-0, then left-0, and then z-index of 40, width-64, transform, then border-right, and then border, what am I doing? So border-right, border-gray-200, and then bg-white, and then transition-transform, and then give it a duration of 300, and then ease in out, and then on large screens translate on the X of 0. And then we want to check right at the end of this, if isOpen is true, then we're going to say translate on the X of 0. Otherwise, we're going to say minus translate -x full, which is going to bring the sidebar into full view. And then once we do that, we're going to go inside this div, and then we're going to create another div with the class name of flex, and then flex-column, and then height-full. And then once we do that, we're going to create the logo. So this is going to be the logo. And then below the logo, we're going to go ahead and say this, that we want to create a class name of flex, and then items-center, and then gap-2, and then border-b, then border-gray-200, and then padding all around of 6. And then inside here, we're going to render out the chef hat, which is coming from Lucid React. It is going to have a class name of size-8, and then text-orange-500, close that out, and then we're going to have a span inside here with the class name of text-xl, font-bold, then text gray-900, and then this is going to say recipe hub, like so. We can save that. Let's take a look at what we have. So plus is not defined, so we need to import it right here. Control spacebar, enter, and then right here you can import the chef hat and then the plus, and then move these two imports on the bottom. Save that, and our text is there, but the color is wrong. So what color do they give it? Text. So I mistyped that. So text gray, and then there we go. So that is now our color, and it shows up very, very nicely. So now we're going to go below this div, and then we're going to build our navigation. And I'm placing in these comments because the code that we're writing is quite large, and sometimes it's very easy to get confused. So navigation here, we're going to have a nav with a class name of flex-1 space-y-2, and then padding all around of 4, and then inside we're going to say navigation.map, which is our state, and then for every item that we get back, we're going to be returning the following. So we're going to return here a link component, so the link which is coming from next link. And now take note that there's a link icon from Lucid React, and then there's a link from next link. So the link here is going to have a key of item name because they're all unique. The href is going to be item.href because that's the link that you want to redirect to. And then when you click on this link, we want to close the sidebar. So you're going to call an inline function here called setIsOpen and set it to false. And then we're going to give it some class names. So let me close this out first. And then the class names here are going to be dependent on the CN. Once again, we're going to use the CN utility. And then we're going to say flex, and then items-center, and then gap-3, rounded-large, padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 2, and then text-sm, and then font-medium, and then transition-colors. And then what we want to check is, we want to check whether the item.href is equal to the path name that we destructured right here, that we got right here. So if the path name is going to be equal to the href, when that is true, then you want to give it a class name of bg orange-100, and then the text is going to be orange-700, and then otherwise the text is going to be gray-600, and then on hover we're going to say bg gray-100, and then on hover we're going to say text gray-900, and then inside the link we're going to simply go ahead and return the item.icon, because remember that in order to render out this icon, we need to be rendering it inside some self-closing component like so. So that's why you can say item.icon, and then the text for this, and actually you need to give this a class name here, and you can say size-5, and then the text for this is going to say item.name. Now when we save that, we should be able to see our sidebar in full view. There we go. Fantastic. So you can see that the active class name is applying because of because of this right here. So if we were to go into another page, then the active class name would also apply on that page, but we don't have any of these other pages, so we're simply going to see a 404 page. Now below this nav, we're going to create our logout button. So logout button, and the logout button is going to be a div with a class name of border-top, and then border-gray-200, and then padding all around of 4, and then we're going to render out the logout link component, and the logout link is going to be a button with the variant of ghost, and then the class name here is going to say width-full justify-start text gray-600, and then on hover bg gray-100, and then on hover text gray-900. And then when you click on this as well, so on click, we want to go ahead and close the sidebar if we're on mobile view. So set is open back to false, and then inside here we're going to render out the logout icon. So logout, I already have it. Okay, do I really have it? Okay, so bring this from here, log out, then back to the bottom. So logout, this is going to have a class name of margin on the right of 2, and then size -5, and then the text is going to say sign out. So if we save that, then we should see our logout or our sign out button appear right on the bottom. And there we go. So that is our sign out button. It has an icon, but you can't really see it because of this overlay from NextJs. So what you can do is just go ahead and hide this for that session, and you can see that we have our icon right there. And then we're going to go below these 3 divs, and then we're going to create our overlay, and this overlay is only for mobile. So only when isOpen is true, and we know that isOpen is only going to be true on mobile, then we're going to return a div here, which is a self-closing div with the class name here of bg-opacity-50, and then fixed, and then insert-0, and then z-index of 30, and then bg-black, and then on large screens it's going to be hidden. And I don't need to do this here, by the way. I can do it bg-black /50 /50. That's easier. Save that. And then now when I go into the mobile view, we can see our icon right there, which is messed up. Why is it messed up? But when I click on this, it opens up the sidebar. So I think I gave the icon a wrong color. I think I gave it a wrong color. So right here, let's go ahead and say this. Let me give it text gray -600. Then copy this class name and paste it here as well. That should now fix it. There we go. And there we go. Fantastic. So our icon appears, and then we can close the sidebar as well. So that is our sidebar. So in the next video, we're going to go ahead and build out our header component. So in this video, let's go ahead and build out our header, which is going to appear on the top. So back inside components, we have a header.jsx file, and this header is also going to be a client component. So use client on the top, and we're going to be importing a few things. So import the register link, and then import use kind browser client as well, and then import the button component from ./UI button, and then we're going to import another component called avatar, and then we're going to import the avatar fallback, and then the avatar image as well from ./UI avatar, because that is the one that we have in our workspace. And then we're going to import the drop down menu. So drop down menu, when you get all of these options, just make sure that you're using the one that is coming from ./UI. Don't use the one that is coming from Radix UI. So drop down menu, and then drop down menu content, and then drop down menu item, and then drop down menu label, and then drop down menu separator, and then finally drop down menu trigger. It's the trigger right there. And then once we have that, we need to import some icons. So import user, settings, and logout from Lucid React. And then finally, we need to import the link component. So import link from next link. And then we can begin to build out our header. So once again, we want to check whether the user and then is authenticated. Once again, coming from use kind browser client. And then we're going to be returning a header here with a class name of border-bottom, then border gray-200, and then bg white, and then padding all around of 4, then large screens padding on the x of 6. And then inside here, we're going to return a div with a class name of flex and items-center, and then justify-between. And then we're going to return another div with a class name of flex-1. And then on large screens, margin on the left of 12. And this div should be self-closing because we're not using it anywhere else. So div. And then at the end of this, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then items-center, and then gap of 4. And then we want to check inside here if is authenticated is true. So if is authenticated is true, then we're going to be showing the drop-down menu, and then otherwise, we are simply going to go ahead and show a div here, and then close it out. And then this div is going to have a class name of flex, then items-center, and then gap-2. And then we're going to go ahead and render out the login link, which is coming from this, from kind out NextJs. And then the login link here is going to say, it's going to have a button inside, and this button is going to have a variant of outline, and then the text is going to say sign in, and then below the login link we're going to render out the register link, and then the register link is going to have a button here that says sign up. And then now let's go ahead and build out this part. So when you're authenticated, it is going to show a drop down menu, so open it and close it out. So drop down menu, this should be a small d instead of capital D. And then for the drop down menu, I'm going to call a drop down menu trigger. So what is what do you click in order to show the drop down menu? That is the drop down menu trigger. And because it is a button, we can pass the as child prop so that its properties are going to apply inside this button that we're adding inside, which is going to have a variant of ghost. And then the class name is going to be relative with a size of 10, and then rounded dash full, and then padding all round of 8, and then close that out. And then this button is going to show the icon of the person. So we're going to show the avatar, and then this avatar is going to have a class name here of size-10, size-10, and then below the avatar we're going to have the avatar image, which is coming from Kinde, which we should have access to. So the source is going to be user question mark whether the user exists dot picture, because sometimes this can render before the user is authenticated. So this just makes sure that if the user is not authenticated, then it is going to show the fallback instead of showing an error. So below this we're going to have the avatar fallback. So the avatar fallback for this one is going to be the following, and you know what, I forgot to give this an alt attribute. So the alt is going to be the following: user question mark dot given name. So if that is true, it is going to show the given name, or if it does not exist, then we're simply going to show guest. And then for the avatar fallback, we're going to say the following: user question mark dot given underscore name. If that is true, question mark, get the first character, so character at 0, and then otherwise just show G for guest. That is, if it doesn't exist, if this doesn't exist, then just show G for guest for that. Okay, now that's the drop down menu trigger complete. So now we need to go ahead and create the drop down menu content. So drop down menu content, and then this is going to have a class name of width dash 56, and then 56, and then we're going to align the content to the end, and then we're going to say force mount. And then below this we're going to render out the drop down menu label. So drop down menu label, this is going to have a class name here of font dash normal, and then below this we're going to have a div with a class name of flex, then flex dash column, and then space on the y of 1, and then we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of text dash small, and then leading dash none, and then font dash medium. And then the text is going to say, the text is going to say user question mark dot given underscore name, and then it's also going to say user question mark dot family name. So just show both names of the user. And then below the paragraph we're going to have another paragraph with the class name of text muted dash foreground, and then text dash extra small, and then leading dash none, which is going to show the user question mark dot email. Let me bring this down a bit, and then we can actually test this out. So you can save that and just make sure that you don't have any errors. But now the header should show up, and then once it shows up, of course it's going to check whether we are authenticated first of all, and then once we are authenticated, you can see that now it shows the image. Why is that so huge? What did I do? I've done something to this. But anyway, we want to test out the drop down. So when I click on this, you can see that it gives me the name that I've just added as well as the email. Okay, I think I messed up with the sizes somewhere, and I think I just found it. Instead of this having padding all round of 8, it should have padding all round of 0. That should do it. There we go. So now we have our button showing up exactly as we want it to show up, but then the text is all wrong. So let me just say text gray dash 600, so that it should actually show the text. There we go. Fantastic. Now we were on the email, so let's go back to the email. So below this label we're going to render out drop down menu separator. So drop down menu separator, which is just a horizontal line. And then below this, we're going to rent out drop down menu item. And this is going to be a button as well. So we can pass in as child because we want to have a link here with an href that is going into the /profile page. And then for the link, the class names for this is going to be flex and then items-center. And then inside the link, we are going to rent out the user icon with the class name here of margin right of 2 and then size of 4. Close it out. And then inside here, we're going to have a span that says profile. Save that. And then below this drop down menu, we can have another one. So let's just copy this, paste it downwards. This is going to have as child as well. Now the link for this one is going to be going into the settings page. And then the text for this, first of all, we're going to be rendering the settings icon. And then the text is going to say settings. Now when you go ahead and save that, we should be able to see the profile and settings. And then below the drop down menu item, again, we're going to render out drop down menu separator, self closing. And then we're going to render out again, just simply paste that down. We're going to have, instead of now the link, we're going to have the logout link. And then the logout link is going to have a class name of flex and then width-full and then items-center. And then close that out, and then we're going to render out the logout icon. So log out with a class name here of margin right of 2 and then size of 4, margin right of 2. What am I typing? And then size of 4, and then the text for this is going to say log out. So span is going to say log out, and then you can save that, and then that is our header complete. So you can see that when I click this, it gives me this drop down. We have the separators right there looking very, very nice. So if I click on logout, it's going to log me out. When I click on settings, it takes me to the settings page, and so on and so forth. So that is our header complete. Now we can begin to actually build this part of the UI, which is the home page. So let's begin to do that in the next video. So in order to begin to build this page, we're going to do the following. We're going to jump into our application. And then inside the app folder, we're going to create a new file here called recipes/page.jsx, which is going to create that folder and then create that file inside. And then this is going to be a client component. So use client, and then we're going to say this. We're going to say export default function recipes page. And then inside here, we're just going to return a div here that says recipes page. Save that so that you can see whether we're getting something on the screen. And actually, we're not going to be able to see it because we need to apply some styles. So let's give this a class name here of mxauto, and then max width -6xl, and then padding on the x of 4, then on small screens, padding on the x of 6, and then large screens, padding on the x of 8. Now, the reason why we are not able to see anything is because by default, without any of these styles, then this text is going to appear behind the sidebar. So by applying these styles, it just brings the text towards the front. And I'm waiting for this to authenticate. There we go. So that now you can see recipes page. So now I think we can now place this to the right and then this to the left. And then we're going to do the following. So inside here, we are going to get the user once again, which is something that I've done from use kind browser client. And then in getting the user, we also need to get the recipes. We need to get all the recipes that we have in our backend. So use query, because now that we're getting recipes from the database, we are querying the database. So you can use a hook called use query. And then this is going to be equal to api.recipes.get all recipes. Now we don't have this function yet, but you can auto import this from Convex generated API like so. So before we save this and break our application, let's go ahead into Convex folder right here. We're going to create a new file called recipes, because now these are functions that are going to be dealing with the recipes alone. So new file called recipes.js, and then inside recipes, we can begin to create our queries and mutations. So just like we did for the users, we're going to import the mutation, and then we're also going to import the query, and then we're going to say import v from convex values, and then the first function that we're going to create is the create recipe function. So export const create recipe. Now, even though we are not yet dealing with this function, it is going to be beneficial for us when we're on the create page. So the create recipe function, and you know what, we're not dealing with this function yet, so let me not just do that. Let me just comment that out, and then instead let's create the function that we need. So export const get all recipes is equal to a query, and this doesn't need any arguments, so this is going to be an asynchronous function getting the context like so, and then we'll say const recipes is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the recipes database which we created, and we want to order them in descending order, meaning the last one added is going to be the first one shown, and then dot collect because we are just showing the recipes. And then in order to get the information for all the recipes, then we need to do the following. Let's say const recipes with authors is equal to await promise dot all, and then we're going to pass in here recipes dot map, and then this is going to be an asynchronous function, and then pass in the recipe, and then we're going to say this const author is equal to await context.db.get, and then we'll get the recipe.author ID, and then once we do that, we're going to return here and spread out the details of the recipe, and then attach the author which we have just gotten on top. And then finally we can go ahead and say return recipes with author. Is that correct? This should be const. I hope that is correct. So save that, and then that's how you get all the recipes. And then back inside our page, we can now call this function because we have created it. And so therefore, let's go ahead and continue building out this part. So instead of just rendering the text, we're going to render out a welcome header. So we're going to create a div with a margin bottom of 8, and then another div with a class of margin bottom of 8, and then rounded -2xl, and then bg gradient -2 right, and then from -orange -500.2 red -500, then padding around of 6, and then text -white, and then on large screens padding all round of 8, and then this div is going to have a class name of flex, and then flex -column, and then justify -between, and then on large screens flex -row, and then on large screens items -center. And then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex -1, and then below this div of flex 1, we're going to have another div with a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then flex, and then item -center, and then give it a gap of 2 as well. And then we're going to render out the sparkles icon. So sparkles, that's the wrong one. So sparkles icon with a class name here of size -6, and then the span for this is going to have a class name of text orange -100, and the text is going to say welcome back with an exclamation. And then below this span, and rather below the div here, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of margin bottom of 2, and then text -2xl, and then font -bold, and then on small screens text -3xl, and then large screens text -4xl, and then the text is going to say hello, comma, and then we want to access the user, and then question mark dot given name like so, and then exclamation mark at the end so that it says hello and then your name. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph here with a class name equals to max width -2xl, and then text -large, and then text orange -100, and then the text is going to say discover new recipes, share your culinary creations, and connect with fellow food enthusiasts in our vibrant community. And then I can save that, and then let's see what I have on the screen. Okay, looking very, very nice. Now below this div, so below the paragraph and then below the first div, we're going to create another div with a class name of flex, and then flex -column, and then gap -3, and then on small screens, then the flex is going to go back to row, And then we're going to render out a link here with an href. We have this link imported, link from next link. The href is going to go into create recipe, and then this is going to have a button inside, so button component with a size of large, and then the variant is going to say secondary, and then the class name here is going to say width dash full bg white, and then text dash orange dash 500, and then on hover bg orange dash 50, and then on small screens the width is going to go back into auto. So on small screens it's going to show a full length button, but then on small screens and above it's going to show the normal button. And then below this we're going to render out the plus icon, so plus icon from Lucid React. The class name for this is going to be margin right of 2, and then size of 5, and then the text is going to say create recipe. And then when I save that, we should be able to see the link button right there. And then we're going to have another one, what is not imported, this one, components UI button. So the other one, this is going to be a link going into the href/discover page, and then it's going to have a button here. The button is going to have a size of large. The variant is going to be secondary, and then the class name is going to be width dash full, border dash white, text dash gray dash 900, and then on hover it's going to say bg white /10, and then on small screens we're going to say width dash auto, and then inside here we're going to say the text is going to say explore recipes. Save that, and then now it should reload everything and we should be able to see our header right there. So there we go. So create recipes and then explore recipes as well. And then on full screen, this is how it looks like. Okay, so this looks okay, but I just want to change the variant of this button into the default variant so that it appears as black instead. And you know what, we even changed the styles for the different variants. So let's just take this part to secondary, and then you can have the BG to be black over here. And then on hover it's going to be BG white, and that should be okay. So you can save that and then wait for this to reload. I mean, as we're waiting for it to reload, we can continue building up the sections. So we don't want the secondary to be a while, but we're going to go below this link and then first div, second div. And then below that, we're going to go ahead and show the recipes grid. So recipes grid. Now, the way that we're going to do this is that we're going to be showing some kind of skeleton loading before the recipes can load in from Convex. So we're going to go ahead and say if recipes is equal to undefined, and if this is true, then we're going to be showing something, and then if it is false, then we're going to be showing something as well. So let me just render a fragment so that I don't get any errors. But what you can do here is you can render out a div with a class name of grid, and then grid dash columns dash 1, and then give it a gap of 6. And then on small screens we're going to render grid columns dash 2, and then on large screens we're going to say grid columns dash 3. And then inside this div we're going to go ahead and create an array. So we're going to say array.from, and then pass in a length of the array here as 8. And then we're going to say outside of this we're going to say dot map, and then we are not interested in getting anything from the array, so we're just going to render out underscore and then I for the index, and then we're going to return here a div with the key of I, which is the index, and close it out. And then inside here we're going to give this div a class name of height-80, and then animate-pulse, and then rounded-large, and then bg-white. And then inside this div we're going to have another div with a class name of height-48, and then rounded-top-large, and then bg-gray-200. And then outside of this div we're going to have another div with a class name of space-y-3, and then padding all round of 4. And then inside this div we're going to have another div with a class name of height-4, and then width-3/4, so 3/4, and then rounded, and then bg-gray-200. And then outside of that div we're going to have another div which we can just copy this down because it has some similar styles. The width now is going to be a half, so 1/2. It's going to be rounded and then BG200 like so. And then you can copy this down one more time. We're going to have a height -3 and then width -full and then rounded BG grade 200. That should be okay. So this is going to be the loading state. And then once the recipes are loaded, then we're going to get a div here with a class name of grid, and not it is the same class names as this. So let's just copy that, then paste it here. So those are the class names for the grid, rather for the div. And then inside here we can map over the recipes. So recipes dot map. And actually I'm doing something wrong here. So let's remove this. Let's cut out this div. Instead, what we want to check is if the recipe is !.length. So the reason why we're doing a question dot here is we don't want to throw an error to the screen in case the recipes is undefined. So recipes.length is greater than, let's say, 0. If that is true, then we're going to render something, and then if it is false, we're going to render something as well. But inside the true statement here, we are going to go ahead and render out this div where we're going to say recipes.slice and then get the first recipe, which is index 0, up to the 12th recipe, and I guess that is 13. Wait, it should be, that's 12, yes. Dot map, and then for every recipe that we get back, then we are going to be returning a recipe card component, which you don't yet have. But the key for this, because we are using map, we're going to return the recipe._id, and then the recipe data is going to be the recipe, the recipe prop is going to be equal to the recipe object that we get back when we map over this. And then for our statement here, once again, we're going to say this, we're going to return a div with a class name of rounded-large, and then bg white, and then padding y of 16, and then text-center. And then inside this div, we're going to render out a chef hat. So chef hat icon from Lucid React. This is going to have a class name of mxauto, and then margin bottom of 6, and then size of 16, and then text gray -300. Now this div right here is just for the empty state. So in case recipes does not exist, then we want to go ahead and render out this div. And let's go ahead and save that, even though we have not completed building this out, but just to show you what we're going to be having on the screen. And I thought I removed that. That is in the wrong place. That is in the wrong place. This entire div, where is it? We should be outside. So grab this up to the recipes up to here. Where does this div end? We don't want this div, we want to be outside of that div. So outside of that div, and then we can render out our recipe. So save that, so that now this goes outside. And there we go. So we have our chef hat, but then they give this variable bg black. I don't want this bg black, that the button can go back to being white. And then now below the chef hat right here, we're going to have an h2 with a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then text-2xl, and then font-semi-bold, and then text-gray-900. And then the h2 is going to say no recipes yet. When you save that, we should have some text here that says no recipes yet. There we go. And then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of mxauto, margin bottom of 8, and then max width -md, and then text gray-600. And then the text is going to say be the first to share a delicious recipe with the community. Your culinary creation would inspire others. And then finally below this paragraph, we're going to have a link with an href here. Do we have the link? Control spacebar. I think we have imported it. So the link is going to be going into the create recipe page, which we have not yet created. But this link is going to have a button within it, and then this button is going to have a class name, sorry, not a class name, but a variant default. And then the text is going to say, it's going to have an icon first of all, the plus icon from Lucid React, and then the text is going to say create your first and type recipe, and then you can save that, and then that is going to be our entire empty state. So when it is empty, we should be seeing that. As you can see right now, we don't have any recipes created, so we are seeing an empty state. But then once we are going to create the recipes, then we are going to be able to see the recipe card. So the reason why it is not failing, because we don't have this component yet, the reason why it is not failing is because this is never running. But let's go ahead and create the recipe card component. So inside the components folder, create a new file called recipecard.jsx, and then inside here you can just say export default function recipe card, and then let's just go ahead and return a div here called recipe card. Save that, and then back inside the page, control spacebar, and then enter to auto import it, which is going to auto import the recipe card so that we don't have any issues right there. So now we can save that, and then let's go ahead and deal with the create recipe page. So for the create recipes page, we're going to go into the app folder. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to say create-recipes, or is it create recipe singular, and then /page.jsx, which will create that folder and then that file within it, and then we can begin to build out our new page. So let's go ahead and navigate into the create recipe page, and then inside here, this is going to be a client component because we're going to be using some hooks within it. And then we can go ahead and say import use state and use effect from React. And then we can also go ahead and say import use kind browser client from @kind OSS, like so. And then we also need to import use mutation, and then use query as well. This is coming from Convex /React. And then we're going to have a bunch of other imports, but we're going to be importing those ones as we go along. So export default function create recipe page, and then inside here we're just going to return a div that says create recipe, and then we can save that so that we no longer have this error on the screen. And then as it is saving, we can begin to build out our application. So first thing, we need to go ahead and destructure the user from use kind browser client so that we can get the user object. We need to also get the router because we need to handle some redirects here, which is coming from use router from next navigation because we're in the app router. And then const create recipe is equal to, do we have create recipe in our Convex? We don't have it, do we? Okay, so this is where we're going to now create our recipe. So const create recipe is equal to, this is going to be a mutation because we are adding something into the database where we're going to call API, which is coming from @/convex. You can see that I'm auto importing them, .recipes.create recipe, and then we need to go ahead and create this mutation before we can continue. And then we also need to create another one called generate upload URL, and this is important because when we are storing files in Convex, we are given a storage ID. So using that storage ID, we can get the URL of that particular image, and then we can now display it to the user, to the UI. This is going to be equal to use mutation, where we're going to pass in api.storage.generate upload URL, and we also don't have this, so we're going to create it as well. And then another query that we need to create is const current user, because we need to get the current logged in user from Convex and then compare the ID of that user to our Clark ID, and not Clark really, but kind ID. So this is going to be equal to a query. So use query api.users.getUser, and then inside here we want to go and check whether the user .id is true, and if it is true, then we want to send the kind ID into the user.id, because the kind ID is what we're using to query the user's database, if you remember how we created it. And then if there's no user, then we simply want to skip the query so that we don't get any errors. So let's go ahead and create this first of all. So we are going to go into our Convex and then into the recipes.js, and then we're going to build out this mutation. Now this is going to take in some arguments here, which are quite many arguments, and let's just go into the schema and then let's just copy them because we need to get all of this. So just copy all of that all the way to the bottom, copy, and then paste them in as the arguments. And then once we do that, then we can go ahead and call our handler function, which is an asynchronous function that takes in the context and the arguments that we have given above. And then what we want to do is we simply want to go ahead and say return await context.db.insert, because we want to insert into the recipes database. And what do we want to insert? We want to spread all the arguments that are already existing, which is all of this on the top. And then once we do that, we also want to add the created art, which is equal to date.now, and then want to add updated art, which is also equal to date.now, like so. And then once we do that, then that is the create recipe mutation. Now we can save that, and then we need to create the next one, which is generate upload URL, which is coming from storage. So inside Convex, we need to create a new file called storage.js, and then inside storage, we can go ahead and say import v from convex values, and then import mutation, and then import the query as well. Now I want to go ahead and create both of the functions that we need for the storage because they are very easy. So we're going to say export const generate upload URL. This is equal to a mutation, and the mutation is not going to be taking in any arguments, so you can simply call the handler, and this is going to be an asynchronous function here where we're calling the context, and then I'm going to say return await context dot storage dot generate upload URL, like so. And then once we do that, this should be a semicolon. That is our first function. Our second function is going to be export const get image URL. Now this is going to be useful when we are getting the image URLs for our recipes page. So this is going to be a query, and we're going to pass in some arguments here. So the storage ID, which is coming from v.string. And then once we do that, we need to call our handler once again, which is an asynchronous function. Pass in the context as well as the arguments, like so. And then I'm going to say return await context.storage.get URL, and then I'm going to pass in the arguments .storage ID, like so. What is this? It is saying passing a string is deprecated. We need to use ID and then storage instead. If we run into an error with that, then we're going to change it, but for now let's just save that. And then finally we need to get the get user from the users. So once again, inside Convex, we need to go ahead and say get user. So export const get user, so that we can get the actual user who is logged in. And get user is going to be a query which we need to import from generated server, like so. And then inside the query, we want to go ahead and pass in an argument here called user ID, which is coming from v.id users from the users table, so that we can get the current logged in user. And then for the handler, we're going to have an asynchronous function calling the context and then the arguments. And then I'm going to say return, and I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing the wrong thing. So once again, we're going to have some arguments here. The argument is going to be the kind ID, because that is how we can get the current logged in user. And then for the handler, it's going to be an asynchronous function, passing the context and then the arguments. And then I'm going to say return await context.db.query, and we want to query the users table with the index of by kind ID. So using the kind ID, we can pass in a callback function here. And once I get the query that equals the kind ID, like so, and then you pass in the arguments .kind ID .first, so it gets the first ID that matches. So that should be okay. And then that is the get user query. And then now once we do that, then everything should now be correct because we now have these 3 mutations. And once we have all of that, then we get into our state values, which are quite a bit of them. So const title and set title is equal to use state, and by default it is going to be an empty string. And then I'm going to copy this down a few more times because we have quite quite a number of state values. This is going to be the description, and then set description. Next is going to be the ingredients. Ingredients, then set ingredients. And then next we need to have the instructions. I do not ingredients is an array, and then the instructions is also an array. So set instructions, and then instructions. And then next we need to have the servings, and then set also what am I doing? Serving state value, and then set servings function. And then next is the cook time. So set cook time, and then the cook time as the state value. And then next we need to get the prep time, and then set prep time, not prop but prep. And then next is set difficulty, and then the difficulty state value. And then next we need to get the category. So set category, and then the category state value. And then next we need to get the images, which is an array. So set images, and then images, this is an array. And then the next one is also an array. It is called uploaded images. So set uploaded images, and then uploaded images. And then next is set submitting, and then submitting, or rather is submitting, that's what I called it. And then set is submitting. This is going to be a boolean. It is going to be false by default. Okay, now a function that we're going to create here from our use effect is to load the data from local storage, because sometimes you might be editing a recipe and then you navigate out of the page. So when you come back to the page, it is still going to populate that form, or rather populate the form with the data that you already entered. So we're going to create that function right here, but we're not creating it just yet. And then once you create the data to load from local storage, we also need to create the function here to save to local storage. So save to local storage. And the reason why this is important is because of what I've just explained, that sometimes you might be on a page and then navigate out of this page. So when you navigate back, we just want to check local storage whether you had already begun editing some items. So it just populates the form with what you already edited instead of having to type all of it all over again. So let's go ahead and begin to build our return. And then from our return, as we build it, we are going to be implementing the functionality one by one. So this div is going to have a class name of mxAuto, and then max width -6xl, then padding on the x of 4, and then on small screens, padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens, padding on the x of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of margin bottom of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h1 with the class of margin bottom of 2. This is h1 mb-2, then text-2xl, then font-bold, text gray-900, and then on small screens, text-3xl, and then the text is going to say create new recipe. Let me capitalize this. So create new recipe. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text gray-600. This should be text gray-600. The text for the paragraph is going to say share your culinary creation with the world. And then below this paragraph, and then below this div, we're going to have a form here. Now the form is going to be calling a function here. So on submit, it's going to be calling a function called handle submit, which we don't yet have, but let's go ahead and create it so that we don't get any errors. So const handle submit is going to be taking in the event parameter and then calling e.prevent default. So just very basic so that we don't get any errors on this form. And then this form is going to have a class name here of grid, and then grid-calls-1, then give it a gap of 6, and then on large screens grid-columns-3. This is gap with a P. And then inside the form, we're going to begin to build it out. So the form has a left side. So this is the left part that we're building, which is basically the upload image part, as well as the serving, the prep time, and so on and so forth. So we're going to have a div here with the class name of space on the y-6. And then we're going to write out the card. So control spacebar, and then once again, make sure that you are importing the one that is coming from components UI card. So enter to auto import it, and then card header, once again, enter to auto import it, and then card title. The title for the card is going to say recipe images. Now we can save that so that we can see what we have on the screen. So card title is not defined, so control spacebar and then enter. And there we go. So we have the recipe images showing. Now below the card header, we're going to render out the card content. Once again, enter to auto import it. The card content is going to have a class name here of space on the y of 4, and then grid, and then, sorry, what am I doing? This is space-y-4. Inside the card, we're going to have a div with a class name of grid, and grid-columns-2, and then gap of 3. And then inside here, we're going to map over our images, which is an array, because we have created a state value on top. So images.map, and then for every image that we get back, then we're going to be returning a div here with a key of image.id. So image.id. Then close out this div again. And then inside this div, we're going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to relative, and then aspect dash square, and then overflow dash hidden, then rounded dash large, then bg gray dash 100. And then inside this div, we're going to render out the image component from next image. So enter, auto import it. The source for this is going to be the image.url, and then the alt attribute is just going to say recipe, and then the class name for this is going to say size-full, so width and height of full, then object-cover, and then give it a width of 800 and a height of 600. Now we can see that we are not going to see anything on the screen, but let's just see for a moment. Okay, so you can see that nothing shows up on the screen, but below the image, we're going to have a button here. Once again, components UI button. It is going to be a type of button. And then when you click on this button, we're going to be calling a function that is called remove image, and we're going to be removing image by the image.id. And the remove image function, we don't yet have it, but we're going to be rendering an X icon, which is coming from Lucid React. And then this is going to have a class name here of size-3, so width and height of 3. And then the button is going to have some class names, so let's add them to the end. So class name for this button is going to be as follows. It's going to say absolute, because we are positioning the div as relative, so absolute. Then bring it to the top of 2, and then right of 2, and then rounded dash full, bg red dash 500, padding all round of 1, text dash white, then on hover bg red dash 600. That should be okay. Save that. We still shouldn't be able to see anything on the screen, because now we want to create our upload input. So we're going to go below this. So below that, we're going to create a label here, which is coming from components UI label. And then the label is going to have some class names here. So it's going to say flex aspect dash square, and then cursor dash pointer, then items dash center, then justify dash center, rounded dash large, border dash 2, border dash dashed like so, and then border gray dash 300, and then transition dash colors, and then on hover we're going to say border dash orange dash 500, and then on hover we're going to change the bg to orange dash 50, and then we're going to close out the label, and then inside the label we're going to have a div with the class name of text dash center, and then inside this div we're going to render the upload icon from Lucid React. This upload icon is going to have some class names here of mx auto, margin bottom of 2, size dash 6, text gray dash 400, and then below this upload icon we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have a class name of text dash small, and then text gray dash 500, which is going to say add image. Now when we save that, we're not going to see anything on the screen, because below this span, we need to render out the input with a type of file, because the input with the type of file is going to help us to open up the model to upload the images, and then we're going to give it a class name of hidden. Now why do we do that? It's because we are telling the label right here to look like an input where you can drag and drop things, but then we need to give this input type of file to be hidden, so that we don't still see the input type, like the choose files kind of UI. And just to show you what I mean, we can disable that, we can remove that, but we can give it an input type of file. We can give it the multiple prop right here, so that it allows to select multiple images, and then we only want to accept a type of image ***, so any type of image, and then on change we're going to call a function here called handle image, so handle image upload. Now let's go ahead and save that, and then you can see what I mean. Did we import this? We did not. So save that once again. Did we import this? Okay. So you can see right here that this is not defined. So let's go ahead and create that function so that we don't have any issues. So const handle image upload. This is going to be an arrow function. Then you can just leave it as empty for now, so that we don't get any errors. Okay, so this right here, see this part that says choose files and then no files chosen, that is the input with the type of file. So when you give it a class name here of hidden, then that part of the UI is not going to be shown, because we are styling the label right here to look like an input where you can click to upload files, as you can see right there, such that now if I'm to click on this, it should open up the dialog, as you can see. Fantastic. Now just so that we don't get confused, let's go ahead and create the functions that we already have. So we have the remove image, we have the handle image upload, and then we also have the handle submit. So the first function that we're going to create is the handle image upload. So let me bring this on top of the handle submit. So the handle image upload is going to be an asynchronous function, and it is also going to take in the event of e, where we're going to say const files is equal to array.from, because we're uploading, if we're uploading more than one file, then it's going to be an array. So e.target.files, and then even if we're uploading one image, it's still going to be an array, it's still going to be stored as an array. And then we're going to loop over this. So for const file of files, we're going to go ahead and do this. We want to check if the file size, so if file.size is greater than 10 times 1024 by 1024. So this means that it's going to have a limit of 10 megabytes. If that is true, we want to go ahead and show a toast notification here, and toast is a method or a function that is coming from Sonar right there. So we want to go ahead and show a toast.error, and we want to show an error that says the image exceeds file size limits. And then the description here, we're going to say images should be, what can they type, should be less than 10 megabytes. So, and then once we do that, we're going to call the continue. So continue, and then I'm going to say this. Below that, we're going to call a try catch block. So catch here, and I always build the catch part first because it is always the easier one. So we're going to get an error. So if we get an error, we're simply going to console.error the error, and then once you do that, then we're going to want to show a toast notification. So toast.error that says failed to upload image. And then for the try block, we can now begin to build up the try block. So we're going to say const upload URL. Upload URL is equal to await generate upload URL, which is the mutation that we have somewhere on the top right here. So await generate upload URL, and then we're going to say this const response is equal to await fetch, and they want to pass in the upload URL, and then comma, we want to pass in a method of post because we are posting to the database, and then the headers that is going to take is the content dash type, and then we want to pass in the file dot type, so the type of the file, because sometimes you can upload a PNG image or a JPEG image or a WebP image and so on and so forth. And then the body is going to be the file. And then once we do that, we want to check if the response is okay. So if response.okay, then we want to do something. We want to destructure the storage ID, and then this is equal to await response.json. So, and then we're going to say set uploaded images into, we want to check whether the previous images or if there are previous images, and if there are, then we want to spread out all the previous images and then attach the storage ID as well, like so. And then once you do that, then you want to go ahead and create a preview of the images. So this part is just to create the preview, and in order to create the preview, we're going to use the file reader API. So we're going to say const reader is equal to new file reader, and then we're going to call that as a function, and then we're going to say reader.onload. We're going to be calling, I can take the event of e, and then we're going to say set images, then pass in the previous images. We're going to say this should be an array dot previous, so spread them out, and then we want to get the ID, which is coming from the storage ID, and then the URL is going to be e.target.result, and then we want to pass in the file as well. And then once we do that, then we want to say reader.read data as URL, so that we can get the URL of the file, like so. So once you do that, you can go ahead and add a toast notification here, something like toast.success that says something like images uploaded. And then once you do that, in order to actually use these toast notifications, we can first of all save this file, and then back inside our layout.jsx file, we need to go ahead and pass in the toaster component here. So toaster, can't even type it. So toaster component, which is also coming from Sonar. So toaster from Sonar, and then render it right below the children or above the children, wherever you want. But then we can do something like we can add in rich colors here, and then we can also change its position. But I think the default position is on the bottom right, so I'm okay with it being there. The rich colors, what it is going to do is that if it is a success message, it's going to show you like a green type of toast notification. If it is an error message, it's going to show you a red toast notification. If it is an information, then it's going to show you like a blue thing like that. And then if it is a warning, it's going to show you like a yellow image, or rather a yellow toast notification. So now we want to go below this function right here. So below this function, we're going to create the function to remove the image. So const remove image is equal to, and we want to remove the image using the image ID. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say set images, and then check whether there are previous images, and then we're going to say prev.filter, and then for every image that we are getting, we want to get the image img.id, and then we want to return all the other images that don't match the image ID, so that we only delete the one that we click on. Then we're going to say set uploaded images. Once again, check for previous values, and then we're going to say prev.filter, and then for every ID, we're going to say ID not ID not equal to the image ID. I hope that is correct. That should be correct. Okay, and then now we can build out our handle submit. So our handle submit is going to be a bit of mundane tasks here. So we want to check if there's no title.trim, and the reason why we're calling trim here is because we want to take away any extra space in case you type in some extra space. Then we're going to say toast.error. Then we say please enter a recipe title, and then we're going to call return. Then if ingredients dot length is equal to 0, meaning the person has not added in any ingredients, we're going to call toast.error, and then the error is going to say please add at least one ingredient. And then we're going to check if the instructions dot length is equal to 0. Then we're going to say toast.error, and the message is going to say please add at least one instruction. And then we want to check if no current user. So if there is no user, then we want to say toast.error user not found, and then we can say please try refreshing the page, or you can say please try again, something like that. And you know what, I forgot to add return at the end of all of this. So at the end of this, return, and then on this one return as well, so that we don't get some infinite looping stuff here and there. And then below this we can now say set is submitting to true, because all of those conditions, they have been met. And then once again we're going to have a try catch block, and then again we're going to build the catch block first of all. So for the catch, we're going to say console.error, and then we're going to say error, am I typing error creating recipe, and then just pass the error message as well. And then for the toast notification, so toast.error, then say failed to create recipe, please try again. Now you might be wondering why we have a console error here and then a toast.error. That is simply because this is going to be beneficial to the user, but this is going to be beneficial to us as the developers. Now we're going to have a finally block here where we're going to say set is submitting to false, because we don't want it to run infinitely, otherwise we will never see our UI. And then back in the try block, we're going to call await create recipe. Now create recipe here is a mutation that we created. And why is this not asynchronous? Sorry, this should be an asynchronous function. So await create recipe, we have it in our recipes right here. It is the mutation that we created. So we want to go ahead and pass all of this data. So what we're going to do therefore is this: the title is going to be coming from the title.trim. And where is this coming from? Well, we're going to have an input for the title, and remember that we have a state value right here for the title. So when you get that input, we're going to be calling the set title, which is going to populate our state value right here. And then when we submit the form, then we're going to submit the form with the title here, which is what we type in. And then that is required because in the recipes we have the title as one of the arguments, as well as in the database. And we're going to be doing the same thing for all other inputs. So I just wanted to explain that once, and then we're going to pass in the description as well, which is going to be description.trim. And then if description is not there, then we're going to return undefined. And then ingredients is also here. It's going to be ingredients.filter. And then for every ingredient, we want to go ahead and return the ingredient.text.trim. Because remember that we are storing ingredients as a text. I mean, it is an array, but inside the array of objects, each object has a text key. And then we have instructions here, which is going to be the same thing. So instructions.filter, and then for every instruction, so inst, we want to go ahead and say instruction.text.trim, like so. And then for the servings, we're going to say if servings is true, then we want to pass int, because servings is, by default, it is a string. So parseInt is going to turn it into a number, because in the database, if you check in the schema, we are storing servings as a number. So we need to turn it into a number. So if that is not true, then we want to simply return undefined. And then we're going to say cook time. So we're going to say cook time. What am I doing here? So cook time dot trim. Otherwise, we want to return undefined. And then prep time. We want to say prep time dot trim. Otherwise, we want to return undefined. And then for the difficulty, we want to say difficulty. Otherwise, we want to return undefined. And then category, we want to return the category or undefined. I've been saying otherwise, but this actually means or. So what this or means is that it is going to check for either the left side or the right side, and then it's going to return the one that evaluates to true. So if there's a category, then it's going to show the category, and then if there's no category, then it's just going to return undefined. And now images is going to be the uploaded images, which is our state value, and then the author ID is going to be the current user dot underscore ID. Now once we have that, then we want to clear local storage. Remember, on top we should have a function that is saving to local storage. So once again, that function is simply just to help you if you navigate out of the page and then come back, so you don't have to refill the entire form because it is a huge form. So local storage dot remove item, and we're removing an item that we are storing as the recipe draft. And then we can say toast.success. So toast.success, and then we can say recipe created successfully. And then outside of this, you can say router.push, and want to push into the /recipes page so that we can see our recipe. Now we need to go ahead and create the local storage as well. So let's go ahead and handle local storage. So in order to load from local storage, we're going to use the use effect hook. So the use effect right here is going to be having an empty dependency array. So we're going to say const saved data is equal to local storage dot get item, and we want to store the item that is called recipe draft. And then we're going to say if saved data exists, then we're going to have a try catch block here, and then for the catch block we're going to say console dot error, and we're going to say error loading draft, and pass in the error as well, and then toast dot error, which is going to say error loading data, please try again. And then for the try block, we're going to do this const data is equal to json dot parse, and then we want to go ahead and pass in the saved data, and then we're going to say set title into the data dot title, and then if it does not exist, we're going to return an empty string. And then we want to do that for a bunch of other values as well. So we're going to say set description into data dot description, and then this next one should be ingredients, and then ingredients is an empty array, so just make sure to change this into an empty array. And then this should say set ingredients, and then this is instructions, and then this should be an array as well. Then set instructions, and then next is servings, so data.servings, and then this should say set servings. Next is cook time, so set cook time, then data.cook time, and then next one is prep time, so set prep time, and then next is difficulty, so data.difficulty, and then set difficulty, and then next one is category, so data.category, and then set category, and then that should be all of them. Fantastic. And then now we need to go ahead and save the data to local storage if anything should change. So once again, we're going to call our use effect, and the use effect here is going to have a bunch of dependency arrays. So we're going to say const draft data is equal to, and this is an object. So the draft data that we want to pass in is the title, so basically our state values, the description, and then the ingredients, and then instructions, and then the servings, and then the cook time, and then prep time, and then the difficulty, and then the category. And then for our dependency array, our dependency is going to be all of this, because what we are basically saying is that we want to update the data in the local storage whenever any of these values changes, so that if you navigate out of that page and then come back, then you're going to have the latest data. And then below this, we're going to say local storage dot set item, and then one set item called recipe draft, and then we want to go ahead and say JSON stringify, and then we want to stringify the draft data that we have just created right there. So now all that should be working up until now. So we can go ahead and save that, and we can try to upload our images once it reloads. So let's go ahead and try to upload an image here. We can upload one first of all. So it should upload. There we go. So images uploaded, and then you can see that the image is right there. And then if I want to remove it, I simply have to click on this icon right there, and okay, it should show a toast notification. I did not add that in even in the demo, but where's our remove image? Where's our remove image function? I can't find it. Remove image right here. We can say toast.success. So toast.success image removed. There we go. Okay, now we have seen that we can upload the images, so let's go ahead and continue building out our form. So we're going to go below this card. We're going to create another card, which is going to be the recipe information. So we're going to have a card here, and then we're going to have card content, and then inside card content, and what am I doing? It should be card header first of all. So card header, and then inside card header, we're going to have the card title, and then the card title is going to say recipe details. And then below the card header, we're going to have the card content. So card content is going to be as follows. It's going to have a class name here of space on the Y of 4. And then we're going to have a div. And then inside this div, we're going to have a label, which has an HTML4, which is going into servings, because the text is going to say servings. And then we're going to have an input here with an ID of servings, so that when you click on the label, then the input is going to be highlighted. So first of all, we should have a div with a class name of flex, and then items.center, and then gap of 2. And then inside here, we're going to show the user's icon, which is coming from Lucid React. Once again, enter to auto import it. The class name is going to be, what am I typing? Class name is going to be size-4, then text gray-400. And then finally, we're going to have the input with an ID of servings, and then the type is going to be number, the value is going to be servings, and then when we change the value, we're going to call our synthetic event of E, and then we're going to go ahead and say set servings into E.target.value, and then close that out. And then the placeholder is going to say 4, and then the minimum value is going to be 1, so that you cannot create a recipe for 0 people, because otherwise, you know, you're doing nothing. So save that, and then now we should see our input. There we go. And then now we can go ahead and copy this entire div. So we can copy this div, paste it downwards. This is now not going to say servings, this is going to say prep time. So prep time, the text is going to say prep time. And then we can copy this. This ID is going to say prep time. The value here is going to say prep time. This is going to now say set prep time. And then it should now show the clock, which is coming from Lucid React. So clock, enter to auto import it. And then the placeholder for this is going to say 15 minutes. And then it's not going to have a minimum value. Now when you save that, we should have, when you save that, we should have a second input that says prep time. There we go. And then we can copy this div one more time. Copy it. This is now going to say cook time. So cook time. And then the text is going to say cook time. And then this, we're going to copy this, paste it here, paste it here, paste it. We're going to say, oops, what am I doing? It's going to say set cook time into e.target.value. The placeholder text here is going to say 45 minutes or even 30 minutes, depending on what you want. So 30 minutes, 45 minutes is going to be okay. And then you can save that. That should be okay for the input as well. So just try to click on this. You see that the correct one is being highlighted so that you don't get any errors. And then the next one, we're going to have a div here. We're going to have a div here. The label for this div is going to be HTML4 difficulty. And the difficulty here is going to be select. So a drop down select. So difficulty. And then below this, we're going to go ahead and create a select, which is coming from components UI select. See how you can have multiple ones. Just make sure that you're getting the one from components UI. So select like so. The value for this is going to be the difficulty. And then on value change, we're going to call set difficulty. Now this is a component from ShadCN. That's why you have this prop on it. Now below this, we're going to go ahead and say select trigger. And the select trigger is coming from there. The class name is going to be with-full. And then for the select trigger, we're going to call the select value. And the placeholder is going to say select difficulty. Like so. And then it is self-closing. And then you can close, we can go below the select trigger. And then you can have the select content. So for the select content, we're going to have select item. Select item. The value for this one is going to be easy. And then the text is going to say easy. And then copy this down 2 more times. Then this is going to say medium. The text is going to say medium. And then this is going to be hard. And then the text or that the value is going to say hard. And then when you save that, we should now have a drop down select once it loads in. Oop, I've not imported something. Which one have I not imported? That one should be it. Okay. And then as that is now reloading, we need to go ahead and build out another select. So you can now copy this div, paste it downwards. This is now going to say select value is not defined. So this one, control spacebar, enter. Now this next one is going to say category. So category, then oops, and then category, and then the value here is going to say category. On value change, we're going to call set category, and then this is going to be with-full, and then say select category, and then the value here is going to be lunch. Oh, sorry, it starts from breakfast. So breakfast, and then breakfast, and then lunch, and then lunch. This should be capital because I think that's how it should be saved. Then dinner, and dinner. Copy it down a few more times. Next one should be dessert, dessert, and then the next one should be appetizer, and then appetizer. Then the next one is snack, and then snack, and then finally have the last one called beverage, and then beverage. That should be it. We can save that and see what we have in our select, and there we go. So if you take a look at this on a large screen, this is the left side that I was saying. So we have built the left side. We have our inputs working very, very nice. Now we want to go ahead and build the right side. So for the right side, we're going to go below the card and below this div, but still within the form. We're going to create a div here with the class name of space on the Y of 6. Then on large screens, we're going to say call span -2. because remember that the form is displayed as a grid. It is displayed as a grid, and then on large screens, grid columns 3. So what we're basically saying is that on large screens, then this div should take up 2 grid spaces. So let me add a comment here called main content, or the main form content, something like that. And then inside this div, we're going to have a card here. It's going to have a card header. Then it's going to have a card title called basic information. And then below the card header, we're going to have card content with class name of space -y-4. And then we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a label. HTML4 is going to be the title. And then below this, we're going to have, and not below really, but inside the label, we're going to say recipe name. And then I have an asterisk to show that it is required. And then below the label, we're going to have an input with a type of text. Then the ID is going to be title, and then the value is going to be title. And then on change, we're going to call E, and then we're going to say set title into e.target.value. Close that out, and then we're going to have a placeholder here, which is going to say enter recipe name. And then we're going to set it to required so that you can't submit the form without filling it in. You can save that. Let's see what you have. There we go. So you can see that now on large screens, now this takes up the 2 column spaces. And then we're going to go below this div. We're going to have another div. This div is going to have a label with HTML4 is going to be description. And then this is going to say something like recipe description. And then below this label, we're going to have a text area, now no longer an input. The text area is going to have an ID of description so that it links to the label. The value is going to be description. And then on change, we're going to go ahead and say call E and then say set description into e.target.value. The placeholder is going to say a brief description of your recipe, and then the number of rows that it's going to have is equal to 3. Then close that out, and then that is the description. And then we're going to go below this card. Now this is the ingredients section, so ingredients. Save that. Let's see what I have on the screen. There we go. So recipe description links to that, and that links to that as well. Fantastic. Now for the ingredients, we're going to have the card here once again, then the card content. Now we don't have the card header, but the card content here, the class name is going to say padding top of 6. And then we're going to find out a component called drag drop list. Now we don't have this component yet, but we're going to create it. The items, it is going to have an items prop, which is going to be equal to the ingredients. And then it's going to have on items change, which is going to be equal to set ingredients. And then the placeholder is going to say add an ingredient. And then the label for this is going to say ingredients. Now this drag drop list is what we're going to be using to create our drag and drop user interface. So we're going to create it as well. But before we do, we also want to create the instructions. And the instructions here, we're going to have a card once again, and then we're going to have card content. And card content is going to have a class name once again of padding top of 6. And then within the card content, we want to render the very same drag drop list component. But then now the items that it's going to take is the instructions. And then on items change, so on items change, we want to call set instructions. And then the placeholder is going to say describe this step ... And then the label is going to go ahead and say instructions. And then it's going to have another prop called is instructions, like so. Now if we save this, then we're going to break our application. So before we save it, let's just have our submit button. So submit button. Then below this, we're going to say create a div with a class name of flex, then justify -end. Then we're going to write out a button here with the type of submit so that it triggers the onSubmit event on the form. And then we want to show a disabled state, which is going to be equal to is submitting. So if is submitting is true, then it's going to show a disabled state. And then let's see, we can close that out. We're going to render out the save icon from Lucid React. It's going to have a class name here of margin right of 2 and then a size of 4. Close that out. And then we want to say if is submitting is true, then the text that you want to show for the button is publishing ... Otherwise the text should say publish, just like that. So we can save that and then watch our application break like so, and then we can begin to fix it. So the way you fix it is we go into our components, we create a new file called drag drop list.jsx, and then inside here we can begin to create it. So it's going to be a client component, and then we're going to say import use state from React, and then inside here we need to install a few things for our drag and drop interface. So inside the installs terminal right here, I'm going to say pnpm add @dnd-kit /core, and then @dnd-kit / we also need the sortable, so sortable, and then @dnd-kit / utilities. So we need those three, and then as they're installing, we can begin building. So first of all, we need to go ahead and create the sortable item component. So we're just going to build it, or rather create it inside here. So function sortable item. This is going to be taken in an ID, and then the children, and then is instructions prop is going to be false by default. And then we can just go ahead and do a bit of stuff. So I can say const, we want to destructure the attributes, we want to destructure the listeners, the set node ref, and then transform, and then transition, and then is dragging, and this is coming from a hook called use sortable, which this has not yet finished installing, but it is coming from a hook called use sortable. And then inside use sortable, we're going to be passing in the ID which we have right there. And then below this, we want to go ahead and get the style. So const style is equal to transform, and then we want to pass in CSS, which is coming from dnd-kit. So css.transform.toString, and then pass in the transform which we have on top, and then comma, we want to pass in the transition as well. And note this should be outside of this, so comma and then transition. Then we can finally go ahead and return a div here. We can return a div with a ref here of set node ref. Is this finished? Not yet. So set node ref, the style is going to be equal to the style that we've just created on top, and then the class name is going to be using the CN utility. So CN, which is coming from @lib/CN. So it's going to have classes of rounded dash large, and then border, and then bg white, then padding all round of 3, and then transition dash all with a duration of 200, and then comma, we want to check whether is dragging is true. So only when is dragging is true, that's when we want to have a z-index of 10 so that it appears over everything. And then we want to scale the item that we are dragging to 105, and then show a shadow dash large, and then close out this div. And then when we close up this div, we're going to create another div inside the class name of flex, and then items dash center, item dash start, and then give it a gap of 2. And then we're going to have a button here. So just a button from HTML. It's going to have a class name here of margin top of 2, and then cursor dash grab so that it shows the grab cursor, and then padding all round of 1, then text gray dash 400, and then on hover we're going to say text gray dash 600, and then when it is active we want to say cursor dash grabbing. And then still within this, we want to go ahead and pass in the dot attributes, and then pass in the dot listeners. So, and then for the button, we're going to show an icon called grip vertical, which is coming from Lucid React, with the class name here of size-4. Then close it out, and then below the button, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex-1, which is just going to go ahead and render out the children like so. Now we can go ahead and create the actual function that we're exporting. So export default function drag drop list, because that is our actual function. And then this is going to have some bit of props, so items, and then on items change, and then the placeholder, and then is instructions is going to be false by default, and then the label is going to say items. And then inside here you can say const new item, and then set new item. This is going to be equal to useState, and by default it is going to be an empty string. And then has this finished? Okay, it has finished. So now we need to import a few things. So this should be coming from dndkit utilities, and what was it, this one as well from dndkit sortable, and something else. I think we are going to get an error if we have not imported anything. And then we're going to say const sensors is going to be equal to use sensors, where is it, from dndkit core, like so. And then inside we're going to go ahead and call use sensor, now singular, from dndkit core once again, and then pass in pointer sensor from dndkit core. Now I'm auto importing them, so just take note of that. I'm auto importing them, comma, and then use sensor once again, and then pass in the keyboard sensor, and then comma, and then we want to go ahead and pass in the, as an object, the coordinate getter, and then set this into sortable keyboard coordinates from that. So sortable keyboard coordinates from dndkit sortable. Fantastic. And then once we do that, we're going to create a function. So below this, we're going to create a function called handle drag end. Now this is going to be taking in the synthetic event of e, so it's going to be an arrow function that takes in the e event. So let's not build it right away, because we also need to go ahead and create a function called add item, which is once again an arrow function. And then we also need to create a function called remove item, which is an arrow function again, but we text in the ID. And what we're basically doing here is just creating something like a to-do list, but with the ability to drag and drop and add and remove items. So if you know the concept of how to create a CRUD application, then this is going to be also easy to grasp. And then we also need to create const update item. So update item, this is going to take the ID and then the text as well. And then we need to have the handle key press. This is going to be taking the event of E. And then finally, we can now build out our return. So our return is going to be div with the class name of space-y-4. And then we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, then item-center, then justify-between. And then inside you're going to have an h3 with the class name of text-large, and then font-semi-bold, which is now going to be showing the label. And then below the h3, we're going to have a span with the class name of text-small, and then text-gray-500, which is going to say the items.length. So how many items do you currently have? Now we can save that, and then we need to go back into the page.jsx, and then right here you can say Control spacebar and then enter to auto import it, so that now if we save it, we should be able to see something on the screen. And there we go. So you can see that we have our first drag and drop right here, which shows that. And then we don't even need this padding top of 6, so you can just move both of those so that we don't have a lot of space right there. And then now what we can do is we can continue building this out. So we're going to go below this span, and then below this div, we're going to create another div with the class name of space-y-3. And then this div is going to be rendering the DND context, which is coming from DND kit core. It's going to have a sensors prop, which is going to be going into the sensors value, and then collision detection is going to be equal to the closest center, which is coming from DND kit core. And then on drag end, we're going to be calling a function which is called handle drag end, which we have created on top, but we have not really built out the logic for it. And then we're going to render out the sortable context, which is coming from DND kit sortable, and then it has an items prop, which is going to be items.map. And then for every item that we get back, we want to go and get the item.id. And then the strategy that is going to be using is the vertical listing, because vertical listing strategy like so, because we are sorting items in a vertical list. So all of those are being auto imported. Just take note of that once again. And then let's see, inside here we're going to go ahead and say items.map, and then for every item, then we want to go ahead and render out the sortable item, which is the component that we built first of all right on the top. So where is it? So basically this component, we want to go ahead and render it out. So the sortable item here, and this is not self-closing, it should be like so. It's going to have a key here of item.id, and then it's going to have an ID of item.id, and then is instructions is going to be equal to is instructions. So if it is a boolean, then it is going to be a boolean. What they call this is instruction. This is instructions, with it should be plural. Did I do the same thing on top? Okay, no, I did not. Okay, so is instructions is equal to is instructions like so. And then inside the sortable item, we're going to return a div here, the class name of flex, then items-start, and then gap of 2. And then inside here, we're going to return a div with the class name of flex-1. And then we want to check if is instructions is true. So if it is true, then we want to render out the text area component from UI text area. And then otherwise, we want to render out an input, because what we're basically saying is that if we want to add instructions, then instructions are going to be much more. So we want to render out the text area, and then otherwise it means that we are adding ingredients. So we just render out an input. So the text area is going to have a value here of item.text, and then on change, we're going to call our E right here. We're going to say update item, and then pass in the item.id, and then pass in the e.target.value. And then the placeholder is going to say this is going to be equal to, and then curly brackets, step number, and that should be item.order +1. And then this is going to have a class name here. So class name is equal to min dash height dash 80 pixels, and then resize none. So we're not going to be able to resize the text area. That is it for the text area. And then the input here is going to have a value of item.text, and then on change, we want to call E, and then we're going to say update item, then pass in the item.id, then e.target.value, and then the placeholder is going to be equal to the placeholder that we have destructured somewhere on the top. Where's the placeholder? It should be right here, because we're passing it in as a prop. And then once we do that, we're going to go, let's actually save that so that we can see what we're typing. So we are now going to go below this div, and then below this div, what have I not imported? We are getting an error somewhere. It says cannot read properties, blah blah blah. Don't worry about that. So below this, we're going to have a button, and then the button is going to be a type of button. The variant for this is going to be a variant of ghost. Size is going to be small, Then on click, we're going to be calling a function, an inline function here called remove item, and then pass in the item.id because that's how we remove an item. And then the class name here is going to be text red-500, and hover is going to be bgred-500 or the -50, and then on hover the text is going to be red-700. And then inside this button, we're going to render out the X icon from Lucid React, and then we're going to give it a class name of size-4. Fantastic. So we are getting an error here that says current properties and divide reading activators. So I'm not seeing where this error is coming from, but let's just go ahead and continue building out our UI first of all. So what we're going to do is we're going to go below the D&D context here, and then below this div, and then we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, and then gap-2. Then we're going to say if is instructions is true, then we want to go ahead and render out the text area. And then if it is false, then we want to render out the input. And then we're going to go below this, we're going to have a button with the type of button. And then on click, we're going to go ahead and call a function called add item. And then when the button is disabled, we're going to go ahead and say the not new item.trim, like so. And then inside the button, we need to close this out. We're going to render out the plus icon with the class name of size-4, and then close that out. Now the text area right here is going to have a value of new item, and a new item is our state value that we have on top. And then on change, we're going to call e, and we're going to say set new item into e.target value, and then the placeholder is going to be equal to the placeholder that we have destructured, Mr. closing bracket there. So placeholder, that should be okay. And then the class name is going to say min-height-80 pixels, and then resize-none. And then on key press, we're going to call handle key press. Now this function is going to be quite nice because what we're basically saying is that when we press the enter key, then we want to trigger this event to submit the form. Now for the input here, the value is going to be new item, and then on change, we're going to call e, and we're going to say set new item into e.target.value, and then the placeholder is going to be equal to the placeholder, and then on key press, handle key press, like so. So let's save that, and this is how it looks, much cleaner. And then now we can begin to deal with our functions, which we have somewhere right here. So let's begin to handle our functions. So right here it says button is not defined, so control spacebar right here, UI button. Then back on top, we need to go into the handle drag end function because that is where we are starting from. So it takes in the event of e, and then inside you can say const, we want to get the active, and then the over, this is coming from e, like so. And then if the active.id is not equal to the over.id, then we're going to say const active index is equal to items.find index, and then we want to get the item, and then we want to check whether the item.id is equal to the active.id. And then const over index is going to be the following. We're going to say items.find index, and then for every item we want to check the item.id being equal to the over.id. Then we're going to say const new items is equal to array move, and then items active index, then over index dot map. Then for every item we can also get the index. We want to go ahead and return an object here, and then spread every item that is already there, and then the order is going to be the index. Now I can save that, and then below this we're going to go ahead and say on items change, we want to go ahead and pass in the new items. Okay, now let's go ahead and create the add item right here. So for the add item, we're going to say if new item dot trim, if it exists, then we're going to say const new item object. So obj is going to be the following: the ID, first of all, is going to be template literals, then $ curly brackets date.now, and then dash, then $ curly brackets math.random, like so, and then the text is going to be new item dot trim, then the order is going to be items dot length, and then we're going to say on items change, we're going to go ahead and pass in the dot item, so pass in all the other items, and then attach the new item object which we have just created, and then set new item back to an empty string so that it resets the new item. And then let's build the remove item. So remove item right here using the ID, we're going to say const updated items is equal to items.filter, and then for every item we want to go ahead and check that we want to get the item.id, which is not equal to the ID, and then dot map, and then for every item and then the index, we can go ahead and say get at the object here and then spread all the items that are already there, and then change the order and set it into the index, because that means that we are removing one item, so we want to change the order of the item. So if there are 4, go back to 3. On items change, we want to go ahead and call updated items, and then const update item is going to be as follows: it takes in the ID and the text, so we're going to say const updated items is equal to items.map, and then for every item we want to check the item.id, which is equal to the ID, and then if it is true, then we want to spread every item and then get the text as well, like so. Otherwise, we simply want to return the item. And then on items change, we want to call updated items. What do I call this? I misspelled this, so items, so updated items. And then handle key press is going to be as follows: we're going to say if the e.key is equal to the enter key, then we want to say e.prevent default, and then we want to go ahead and call the add item function, like so. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and save that, and then let me figure out what this means. And I've just noticed something else. Array move right here, this should be a capital M, and then this should be imported from D&D kit sortable, so just take note of that as well. And I just noticed something else here, this should say border. Okay, so this error that we're getting is because of the following. Right here we need to cut this out. It needs to be inside the use sensor, so as you add it as an object inside the use sensor, like so, so that now the keyboard sensor comma and then question and then curly bracket and then coordinate getter and so on and so forth. That should now be able to fix it, so that now if our application reloads, we should be able to add items into our list and then remove them as well. So let it reload, and there we go, looking very nice. So let's try to create a new recipe. So let me get some images here. Let me get 3 images, and then when it goes to our homepage, you can see that now it uploads the images. When it redirects to the homepage, we should get a card that says recipe card. But for the servings here, let's say 4 and then 15 minutes. What did I give this? Oh, I give it a type of number. That's what happened. That should not be a type of number. The recipe name, nope, it should be on the right here. Cook time is going to be a type of text, and then prep time is also going to be a type of text, and then anything else, nope. So save that, and then now this should say 15 minutes, and and then the cook time is going to say 30 minutes. The difficulty is going to say easy. Category doesn't really matter because we are only testing this out. So let me just say something like what nyama choma, and then a brief description. Let's go into random text generator because we want to copy this and then paste it here. And then this is the spaces that I was talking about. So in case you have these spaces right here, then dot trim is going to remove them. Add ingredients, we can say goat meat, enter, and then you can see that now we can also drag and drop them. If I would add another ingredient, then I can drag and drop them to rearrange them. What is this? Item to find index. Find index is capitalized. So inside the drag, they call it drag drop list, find index. This should be capitalized. Save that. And then now as that is reloading, we can describe a step here. So add a step. Oops. Objects are not valid. Of course, it reloaded me. Okay, so objects are not found. Object ID text order. So what they have the ID text and order is instructions. This should be on the page, because on the page we have somewhere okay, so this error that we're getting is because I messed up somewhere here. I messed up on the, where is it? On the label. This label right here should not be linking to the instructions. It should instead say instructions as a string. So save that. And then let's go back and copy this. And then let's try to add a new recipe. So add images again, add 3 images, and actually let's check our database if they uploaded. They shouldn't have inside the files. Oh, they did. Okay. Okay, so this runs and uploads it to our database, so that's okay. So 4 and then 15 minutes, then 30 minutes, then the difficulty, easy, category, dinner. Brief description, we were saying nyama choma. Brief description, let's say goat meat, paprika, and then we can rearrange them as I was demonstrating. And then for the instructions, you can add multiple instructions right here just by pasting and entering. And remember, we said that when you click on the enter key, then it submits it. That's why you're able to do that. And then when I say publish, it should now redirect me. So fail to create recipe. What is the error now? It says missing required field, created at. So I did not add that in created at. So in the create recipe, where do we have the create recipe? Let me search for it. Create recipe. We need to have the created at. So created at here is going to be equal to date.now. So just set it to the current time. So save that and then let's try it again. So reload. There we go. And then let's say publish. And it says really. Okay, so we're getting another error here that says the value does not match the validator for the ingredients. And I just checked the schema and I realized that for the order here we gave it v.string, it should be v.number. And then here as well it should be v.number. So save that and then just ensure that Convex is running. And then that is also running. Okay. And then now we can publish this. And it's still saying the same thing. Oh, you know what? It's because in our recipes, we copy pasted it, right? Yeah, right here. v.number and right here v.number. Okay, so probably if we wrote it out, we could have detected it, but you know, let's now publish it. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? Let me just restart that. Let's just restart it. Let me try to submit this. Then ingredient can do that. Doesn't really matter. So publish. Please add at least one ingredient. Oh, there we go. Add and then add. Come on, go away. Publish. Failed to create recipe because required field updated that, so it needs the updated that as well. Oh my god, where did I mess this up so hard? So updated at to be date.now. I thought we added this in somewhere. This should be here. Yes, but why is it not detecting? Publish. Okay, so recipe created, and there we go. So we have recipe card. So if we create another recipe here, let's now have in some images, and then let's have the recipe name there. It doesn't have to be too long, really. Let's just do that. Some food name. For the ingredient here, you can do that. You can do something like that. Add an ingredient. For the steps, we can do some 3 steps. And then for the servings, let's say 4, not 43. And then prep time 15 minutes. Cook time 30 minutes. Difficulty, we're going to set it to hard. Category, let's say dessert. And then say publish. So recipe created, and then you can see that now we go back to the home page, so that now we just need to create the recipe card component. And so in the next video, we're going to begin to create the recipe card component. So our recipe card is going to be fairly simple, and I notice immediately that there is an issue here. So if we go into the page, into the home page, which should be inside the recipes, right here, there's somewhere where we're getting grid here. That is the problem. So it should show one grid for each one of them. And then we can jump into the components and then into the recipe card. And then you can begin to build this out. So the recipe card is also going to be a client component. So use client. And then we're going to say this. Const image URL is going to be equal to, and we're going to call use query from Convex React, then API enter to auto import it .storage .get image URL, and then inside here we're going to pass in the recipe.images, not recipe card, so recipe.images, and then if this exists, we want to get the first image, and then if that is true, we want to get the storage ID, and the storage ID is going to be equal to the recipe.images, and then pass in the first image, and then otherwise we want to skip it because it means that the query has not yet run. And then we're going to have a fallback image here, so const fallback image, and you can set this into anything that you want, but I have it set into an image from Pexels, which I can't remember the link. So let me just go into pexels.com. Let's search for food. And then let's use this one. I think this is the one that I used. So just copy the image address and then set the fallback image into that. That should be okay. Close that. And then once we do that, we're going to go ahead and return a link component here with an href, which is going to go into /recipe $$, and then we want to get the recipe._id. And the way that we get the recipe._id is because the recipe card right here is going to be taking a prop that is called the recipe. I think we have it somewhere right here. So we are getting the recipe from there. And then inside the link, we're going to render out the card component from ./UI card. Then the link is coming from next link. And then the card here is going to have a class name of group, and then cursor -pointer, and then overflow -hidden, then transition -all with a duration of 300, and then on hover want to minus translate on the y by 1, then on hover we want to show a shadow -large. So minus translate on the y it just like brings the card up just a little bit when you hover over it, And then inside this, we're going to have a div with a class name of relative with another class name of aspect video, so that it shows a 16:9 image, and then overflow hidden. And then inside here, we're going to render out the image. We're going to show the image coming from next image. The source for this is going to be the image URL, and then in case the image URL doesn't exist, then you want to show the fallback image. And then the alt attribute for this is going to be the recipe.title, and then the width for this, the width is going to be 800, and then the height is going to be 600, and then it's going to have some class names here. So size -full, so width and height of full, then object -cover, then transition -transform, transform, and then duration -300, and then group hover. So when you hover over the card, so group hover, you want to scale it up to 105. And let's see, below this image, we want to check whether the recipe contains the difficulty, because the difficulty is optional. So only when it contains the difficulty, that's when you want to show the badge component from ./UI badge, and the badge is going to have some class names here. We're going to say absolute, then top 3, right -3, and then BG white with an opacity of 90, and then text-gray -900, and then the badge is going to have a variant of secondary, and then the badge is just going to say the recipe.difficulty, like so. So save it because it looks a bit cluttered. I apologize for that. So recipe, and why has this not yet reset? Oh wait, did I not? I thought I did. Okay. So, well, what have we not imported? We have not imported something. So we're going to get an error. Let's see, where is it? Is it the image? Is it the card? Is it the link? Nothing. Okay, so let this reload. And in case you've never worked with NextJs before, it is always slow in development, but it is much faster when you now push it to production. Okay, there we go. So we need to add this into our image host names. So we need to go into next-config.js, which is right there. And then inside here, we need to get the images. And then we need to pass in an object here. We can say the remote patterns is now going to be an array of objects. Where we're going to say that the host name, we want to allow images from everywhere. So you just add in an asterisk and then add in the protocol here as HTTPS. Save that, and then that should restart our server. Oops, we're getting an error. Oh, this was the error for the recipe. So that's okay because we already passed that. But then now we can now reload our web page. So we're getting one issue here that says what? Did you mean class name? Where did I use the class name? Here. So the capital N. And you can see that we have our images right there looking fantastic. So that now if we continue to build out, we're going to go below this div. We're now going to render out the card content. The card content here is going to have an h3 with a class name of margin bottom of 2, and then line-clamp-2, and then text-large, then font-semi-bold, and then transition-colors, and then group hover. So when you hover over the card, oh my god, I can't type. When you hover over the card, then the text should go into orange-600. And then this is just going to say the recipe.title. And then below the h3, we want to check whether the recipe.description exists. So if it exists, then we want to go ahead and render out a paragraph here that says, actually, you know what? Let's render the card description, which is coming from ./UI card. And then this text is going to say recipe.description. And then below this, we're going to have a div here with a class name of margin bottom of 3, and then flex, and then items-center, then gap of 4, and then text-sm, and then text gray height-500, and then we want to check whether the recipe.cooktime exists, and then if it does, then we want to go ahead and render out a div here with a class name of flex, then items-center, and gap of 1, and then when we close out this div, we're going to go inside this div, we're going to render out the clock from Lucid React. Then this is going to have a class name of size of 4, and then we're going to have a span inside this, which is just going to say the recipe.cooktime. And then we're going to go below this, we want to check whether the recipe has servings, because remember that these are all optional. So if that is true, then we want to, once again, let's just copy this div because it's going to be faster. Copy that div, but then now we're not going to show the clock here, we're going to show the users icon. So users, which is coming from Lucid React, and then this is going to say servings. And then now we're going to go below this div, but below the card content, before the card content, we're going to create another div with a class name of flex and items-center, and then justify that's between has an n. Then inside here we're going to have a link which is going into href/profile/ $recipe.author ID. And remember that author ID is something that also exists in our database. And then the class name for this is going to be flex, then item-center, gap of 2, transition-colors, then on hover, text orange-600. And then inside the link, we're going to render the avatar component from ./UI avatar. We're going to have a class name of height-6 or the size-6. So size-6 means width and height of 6. And then the avatar image from ./UI avatar. The source for this is going to be the recipe.author?picture. So if there is no picture, then it's not going to throw an error. Instead, it's just going to show the fallback. And then the class name for this is going to be object-cover. Then that is self-closing, and then below this we're going to have the avatar fallback. And then the avatar fallback is going to be as follows. It is a component which is going to take in a class name here of text-extra small. And then inside the avatar fallback, we're going to check whether the recipe.author?name exists. Then we want to get the character at 0. We want to get the first character. Otherwise, we just want to render U or even G for guess, something like that. But U is for unknown. And then below the avatar, we're going to have a span here. So a span with the class name of text-small, and then text gray-600, and then the text is going to say the recipe, the author, ? .name, and then if that does not exist, then we're just going to render out unknown chef. Fantastic. And then now we're going to go below this link. We're going to have a span here with the class name of text of extra small, and then text-gray-400. And then inside here, we're going to call a format distance to now. And this function is coming from .fns, which we don't have installed, but we're going to pass in the recipe.created@, comma, and then we're going to add suffix and set this to true. So add suffix basically means get the time and then add something like ago, or like 10 seconds ago, or 2 days ago, or 5 years ago, things like that. So let's open up our third terminal here called installs. Let's say pnpm add date-fns, which should now install date-fns for us, and we should be able to now save this, because if we were to save this now, our application is going to break. So let this finish. So there we go. Now if we were to auto import it, it doesn't auto import it. So let's just go ahead and say import format distance for now, which is coming from date-fns. Then now we can save it, and then let's take a look at our application on full screen. Card content is not defined. Where is our card content? Right here. Control spacebar, enter, save it, reload. And there we go. So what is this issue? Link can be necessary. That's sort of like a hydration error. We can ignore that for now. But you can see that we now have, if we have the difficulty, it shows the difficulty. If there's no difficulty, it doesn't show the difficulty. And then this is our fallback image. And then this is the image that I uploaded. And then this is the cook time and so on and so forth. So if it doesn't have the cook time, then it doesn't show the cook time either. But then you can see that we have now the author, and we don't have the author page yet, but you can see that the format distance to now is showing 18 minutes ago. So I uploaded this recipe 18 minutes ago. Fantastic. So in the next video, we're going to begin to deal with our individual recipes page, because if you are to navigate to the individual recipe page currently, you would get a 404 page. So let's do that in the next video. So in this video, we want to work on our single recipe page. But before we begin, I noticed that we have a bit of an issue here, and we want to fix it because I don't want to show all this text on the home page. So right here where we have the recipe description, we can have a class name here which is called line clamp, and we can set it to something like 3. We set the heading to line clamp 2, so that when it is more than 2 lines, then we have this ellipsis at the end, and that's exactly what we have done for the description as well. And then let's also have a margin bottom of 2, so that it pushes away from this other text that we have right there. So now if you click on one of these images, then it should go into the single recipe page. You can see that even the address is updated right here in the address bar. But then now once it loads in, you can see that we don't see anything. So let's go ahead and build this page. So the way that we're going to do that is by going into the app folder right here. We're going to create a new file called recipe / and then square brackets id and then / page.jsx. So it's going to create a recipe folder and then a brackets id folder and then the page.jsx inside here. Now why are we using the id? It is because in the recipes page, and it's not even in the recipes page, in the recipe card. The recipe card is inside the components. So in the recipe card, the way that we redirect to a single recipe is by going into the / recipe and then using the ID of the recipe. And so that's why also using the ID inside here as our dynamic page. So this is also going to be a client component because we're going to be using some convex hooks inside here. So we're going to say import use query from convex react and then import use mutation as well. And then we're going to import use kind browser client. And then we're also going to import the API from Convex generated API. And then we're going to import use params and then use router as well. These are coming from next / navigation, which I can't find there. So next navigation like so. And then we're going to need to import the button component from ShadCN. For components UI button, we're going to import the badge component as well from components UI badge. And then we're going to import the avatar from components UI avatar, and then the avatar image, and then the avatar fallback as well. And then we're going to import the card and the card description. So card from components UI card, then card description as well. And then we're going to import our icons. So import the clock, the users, the chef hat. What am I typing? So chef hat, and then arrow left, and then the heart icon as well. So heart, these are coming from Lucid React. And then we need to import format distance to now, which is coming from datefns. And then we need to import toast coming from Sona. And then we need to import our carousel as well because we want our images to be scrollable. So carousel, and then the carousel content, then the carousel item, and then the carousel previous and the carousel next. So carousel previous. And then once we do that, then we can begin to build out our component. So we're going to say export default function recipe page. You can call it something like single recipe page to differentiate it, because inside our recipe, our recipes page.jsx, we have recipes page in plural. So you can call this recipe singular or single recipe page depending on how you want to use it. And then let's just go ahead and return a div here. And this div is going to have a class name here of mxAuto. So mxAuto, then max width -6xl, then padding on the y of 16, and then text -center. And then let's just say recipe page. So when we save this, we should be able to see recipe page somewhere. So this evaluated before we saved our component, so just wait for it to reload. And there we go. So we have recipe page showing on the screen. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to get this dynamic ID in the URL, which is specific to every single recipe. So the way we do that is we're already in a dynamic page, so we simply need to get that parameter. So we can go ahead and say this. We can go ahead and destructure the ID using the use params hook. Now, if you go ahead and console.log the ID, what you will notice is that we should now get the exact value of the ID that we have in our parameters. So inside the console, zoom in a bit, you can see that the ID is right there. Now, sometimes you might have to do this. You might have to just get the ID first of all, which is basically the name of the page. Now, when you do that, you can call it, you know what, you don't even have to call it ID. Let's call it params, so that we can console log the params, so that we can actually see what we get as the dynamic value. So params, when you console log params, you can see that we get an object with the ID. Now, the ID key here is going to be specific to what you call your page. So if you call your page username, then the key here is going to be username. And that therefore means that if you wanted to destructure it immediately like we have done in the beginning, then you would have to destructure a username, like so. But since our dynamic page is not called username, we can simply use ID to get the actual ID of the recipe that we are viewing. And then once we do that, we can go ahead and get the router and set this equal to use router. And then we need to get the user as well. So const user is equal to use kind browser client, like so. And then we need to get the actual recipe that we are viewing. So const recipe is equal to use query, because we want to get something from the database, so we are querying the database. So api.recipes.get recipe by ID. So that is a function that we don't have, and because we are using a query, we can pass in a parameter here called recipe ID and then set it equal to the ID which is coming from the parameters. Now let's go ahead and create this function before we save our application and everything breaks. So we can go back into our Convex right here and then into our recipes, and then we can create the recipe. So export const get recipe by ID, and this is going to be equal to a query. And inside the query, we're going to get some arguments here. The argument that we want to pass is the recipe ID, which is coming from b.id, and then the recipes table. So basically this is the parameter that I've passed in inside here. So the recipe ID, and then for our handler function, we're going to call an asynchronous function which takes the context as well as the arguments. And then we're going to say const recipe is equal to await context.db.get, and we want to pass in the arguments.recipe ID. And then if there is no recipe, so if there's no such recipe, it's simply want to go and say return now. And then otherwise we're going to say const author is equal to await context.db.get the recipe.author ID. And then we're going to go ahead and return. We want to spread out all the details of the recipe and then attach the author which we have just got on top. And that is how we get the recipe by ID. Now we can save that, and then back inside our application, we can continue in this component. And so right below this function, we're going to say const current user because we want to get the current user as well. So use query, and this is going to be api.users.getUser. Do we have that function? Yes, we do. And that function takes in the user ID, or rather the kind ID. So the kind ID is coming from the user that we have right here. So first of all, we want to check whether the user question mark dot ID exists. So if it is true, then we want to return the kind ID and set it equal to the user.id. And then otherwise, it means that it doesn't exist. So we want to skip the query so that we don't get any errors. Now we're going to create another function here called isFavorited, and we don't have this yet. So use query, and we're going to pass in api.favorites .isFavorited. We don't have this function yet, and because it is a query, we're going to be going ahead and checking for the current user, which we've just got on top. If it is true, then we're going to pass in the user ID and set it equal to the current user ._id, because we're getting this current user from Convex. So we access the ID of the current user using current user ._id, and then we're going to pass in the recipe ID as well. So recipe ID, and set it equal to the ID that we get from our parameters. And then otherwise, if that is false, then we want to skip the query once again. So skip. And then we're also going to have another function here called add to favorites. So favorites, this is going to be a mutation because we are adding into the database. So mutation, use mutation, and then we're going to say api.favorites.add to favorites. And then we're going to have another function here called remove from favorites. This is going to be a use mutation as well, where we're going to pass in api.favorites.remove from favorites, like so. So once again, before we save this page, let's go ahead and create these functions. So inside Convex right here, we're going to create a new file called favorites.js, and then we're going to begin to do all that. So on the top, we're going to go ahead and say import mutation, and then import query as well, and then import v from Convex values, and then we're going to say export const add to favorites. This is going to be a mutation, and we're going to have some arguments inside here. So it's going to take in the user ID, which is coming from v.id users, and then it's going to take the recipe ID as well, which is coming from v.id, and then from the recipes table. And then for our handler function, we're going to call an asynchronous function here, and then we're going to say context and then arguments, where we're going to say, first of all, we want to check if the recipe if the recipe has already been added to the favorites. So we're going to say const existing is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the database that is called favorites, and we're querying it with the index of by user recipe. And then we're going to call a callback function here. We're going to say q.equals, and we want to check whether it equals the recipe ID. Is that correct? I'm doing something wrong. So query q is equal to arrow function, like so. We're going to say q.equals once again. We want to check for the user ID as well. We're going to pass in the arguments.user ID. Again, once again here, dot equals, we want to pass in the recipe ID, and then the arguments.recipe ID. And then once at the end of it all, we want to get the first favorite, or the first recipe that matches that. So if I save it, it's going to be formatted a bit better. And then below this, we're going to say if existing is true. So if there's an existing recipe, then you simply want to return the recipe. So existing ._id. And then otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say return await context.db.insert, because now we are adding it to the database since it doesn't exist. And then we're going to say insert the user ID, which is going to be arguments from .user ID, and then the recipe ID is going to be coming from the arguments.recipe ID, and then the created at date is going to be date.now. And then the next function that we need to create is to remove from favorites. So export const remove from favorites. This is going to be equal to a mutation where it is going to be having some arguments. We're going to take the user ID, and this is coming from id v.id/users, and then the recipe ID is v.id/recipes, not / really, but open brackets and then the recipes as a string. Then handler is going to be an asynchronous function, so context arguments. Then we're going to say this. We're going to say const favorites is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the favorites table, and we are querying it with the index of by user recipe. And then we're going to pass in our callback function. Once again, we're going to say query.equals, and we want to check for the user ID, then pass in the arguments.user ID, and then once again dot equals the recipe ID, and then pass in the arguments dot recipe ID, and then dot first, like so. And let's save that. Let me check whether I did the correct thing on top as well. User ID, recipe ID. Okay, that should be fine. Then below this, we're going to say if favorite exists. So if favorite exists, then we're going to say await context.db.delete the favorite using its underscore ID, which is coming from Convex. Now, what they call this? This is favorite with single. It's not plural, so favorite. And then let's see what other function were we supposed to create. So we have add to favorites. So this is, we need the is favorited. So favorites.is favorited. So we're going to go ahead and create it right away. So export const is favorited. This is going to be a query, which is going to have some arguments here. It's going to have the user ID, which is coming from v.id, and then users, and then the recipe ID is v.id, and it is coming from the recipes. Then for the handler here, we're going to have an asynchronous function taking the context and then the arguments, and then we're going to say const favorite is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the favorites table, and we're using the index with index of by user recipe. And then we're going to have our callback function here. So callback function here, we're going to say q.equals, and this is basically something that we've already done on top, so I can even copy it, by the way. It's going to be easier. So with index, let me just copy this part right here because it is same. So from there, so with index, so once again we're querying the user ID and then passing in the arguments to user ID, and then dot equals the recipe ID, and then passing in the recipe ID, and then we want to get the first one that matches. And then once we do that, then we want to return the favorite like so, but when we do that, we are simply going to be returning a recipe on top. So because this is favorited, by the way, this is a D, I misspelled that. So is favorited, it is going to be either true or false. So you have either favorited the recipe or not. So the way we do that in JavaScript is we have double exclamation marks, and that turns it into a boolean. So it can either be true or false. So save that, and then back inside here, now we should be good to go. So once we have all that, then we can go ahead and we're going to be creating a function here called handle toggle favorite. So I'm just having them inside. This is going to be an asynchronous function like so. I'm going to leave them as empty for now, but once we get to the point where we need them, then we're going to create them. So I'm just having them as empty so that when we are adding them in our UI, we don't get an error. So we're going to have that function, and then below this function, we're going to check if the recipe is equal to undefined, because when you have an undefined value in Convex, then it means that the recipe is simply just loading. So we're going to return some kind of loading state inside here. So we're going to return a div with a max width of 6xl and mx auto, and then inside here we're going to have the skeleton component, which comes from components UI skeleton. So the skeleton component here is going to have, and you know what, I'm doing it wrong. This should be a div with a space of y-6, and then now inside here we can have the skeleton component, and the skeleton here is going to have a class name of height dash 8, and then width dash a third, so 1 width dash 1/3, and then rounded, and then bg gray dash 200. And then below this skeleton, we can just copy this down, and this second one is going to have a height of 96, and then the width is going to be auto, so we're just going to remove it, and then rounded, and then bg gray 200. And then below this, we're going to have a div with the class name of space-y-4, and then inside this div, we're going to have a skeleton here once again, and the class name for the skeleton is going to be height dash 6, width dash 1/2, and then rounded, and then bg gray dash 200. And then you can copy this down 2 more times, because this second one is going to have a height of 4, and then width dash 3/4, so 3/4, and then rounded, and then bg gray 200. And then this fourth one, or this third one, is going to have a height of 4 as well, and then width dash 2/3, and then rounded, and then bg gray dash 200. And then below this, we're going to say that if there is no recipe, it means that now the recipe does not exist. Then we're going to simply go ahead and return a div here with a class name of mxAuto, then max width dash 6xl, then padding on the y of 16, and then text dash center, close it out. And then we're going to return an h1, and you know what, let's return an h2, because we're going to be returning an h1 inside here, and you can only have one h1 per page. So margin bottom of 4, or that you can only have one h1 per page because of the standards of HTML. So it's going to have a margin bottom of 4, and then text dash 2xl, and then font dash bold, and then text gray dash 900, and the text is going to say recipe not found. And then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph here with a class name of margin bottom of 8, and then text gray dash 600, and the text is going to say the recipe you are looking for does not exist or has been removed. And then below this paragraph, we are going to have a button here with an as child prop, because inside the button, let's make sure to import it. So inside the button, we're going to have a link which is coming from next link, and it's going to be going back into the recipes page. So this is going to be our back button. That's why inside here, we're going to render the arrow left icon, which we imported. We're going to give it a class name of margin on the right of 2, and then size of 4, so width and height of 4. And the text is going to say back to home. Fantastic. Now, once we do all that, we should be able to test everything. Nothing should break. You can see that we have some loading state right there. But now we have to go inside this div and then start building out our UI. So it's going to be easier if I place this to the left and then this to the right. So let me just do that. Come on, really? Okay, there we go. So inside this div, inside our official return statement, we are not going to have these styles. So it's going to have an mxAuto, then max width is going to be 6xl as well. And then on small screens, we're going to say padding on the x of 6. And then on large screens, we're going to say padding on the x of 8. And then inside this div, first of all, we're going to have our back button. So our back button is going to be very similar to this. Let's just copy it. So copy and then paste it inside here. That is our back button. And then below our back button, we're going to have our recipes header. So our recipes header is going to be a div with a margin bottom of 8. And then below this, or rather inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then flex dash column, and then justify dash between, and then gap of 4. And then on small screens, we're going to say flex dash row, and then on small screens, we're going to say items dash center, like so. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex1, and then inside this div, we're going to have our official h1. So h1 with a class name of margin bottom of 2, and then text dash 3xl, and then font dash bold, and then text dash gray dash 900. And then on small screens, we're going to say, or rather, let's say medium screens, we're going to say text dash 4xl. And then the h1 is just simply going to say the recipe dot title, so simply the title of the recipe. So if we save that, we should be able to see the recipe title, and then as it is still loading, and you can see that is the recipe title actually. So that is the recipe title. The margin is not working. This doesn't have margin. So let's give this button a class name here of margin on the bottom of something like 8. Push it massively downwards. That's better. Now below the H1, we want to check whether the recipe has a description. So only when the recipe has a description, that's when we want to render the card description component here with a class name of leading-6, and then on large screens we're going to say text-large, and the text inside here is going to say recipe.description. And then below this div, we're going to go ahead and create a button here, and this button is going to have a variant of outline, and then the size for this is going to be the icon size. And then when you click on this button, we're going to be calling the function that is called handle toggle favorite, which we created on top, but it is simply empty right now. And then it's going to have a class name here, class name, where we're going to check whether is favorited is true, because remember that now it is a boolean. So if it is true, then we want to go ahead and say border orange -500, and then text orange -500. Otherwise, we simply want to render an empty string because we don't want anything to be shown or other any styles to be applied. And this is a capital B for button. And then now I can close it out here. And then inside the button, we're going to render out the heart icon. And this heart icon is going to have a class name here where it is going to be dependent on the is favorite. So by default, it's going to have a size of 4. And then when is favorited is true, then the class that you want to apply is called fill current, so that it fills the current icon with the color that you want, which in this case is going to be orange. Otherwise, we simply want to render out an empty string, meaning that is wrong. This should be inside here. So simply meaning that we don't want any styles to be applied on the icon. And then this is self-closing, so close it out. And then we can save that to see what we have on the screen. And then as it is loading, you can see right there that we have our description, we have our icon here. Now, ideally what we want to happen is that when you click on this, that is going to call this function, which is going to apply these styles or this tile to the heart icon. Okay, so now below this button and then below this div, we're now going to give the recipe information below this. So we're going to create a div here with the class name of flex, then flex-wrap, and then items-center, and then gap-4, and then text-small, and then text gray-500, and then on small screens we're going to give a gap of 6 just to increase it a bit. And then inside here I want to check whether the recipe.prep time exists. So if it is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a div here with the class name of flex, then items-center, and then gap-1. And then inside this div, we're going to render out the clock icon with the class name here of size-4, and then close it out. And then this below the clock icon, we're going to have a span, and this span is going to say prep time, and then full colon, we're going to say the recipe.prep time. So, and then we're going to do the same thing for the cook time. So let's just copy this, paste it below that, because now this is the recipe.cook time. So Control D to highlight the next one, and then change both of them at the same time, because I think this is also going to remain as the clock icon. And then we can copy this once again, so copy it downwards. This next one is now going to say Control D. This is going to be servings, and then only when servings is true, so div flex item setter gap 1 is going to remain the same. Now the icon we want to show is the user's icon, and then now this is now going to say cook time. I forgot to change that, so cook time, this is going to say servings, so servings, so recipe to servings, like so. And not we don't want this to appear before, so we want to show the number of people and then serving, so like 5 servings, something like that. And then next we want to check for the difficulty. So when recipe.difficulty is true, only when it has a difficulty, then we want to go ahead and render out a badge from ShadCN, which is going to have a variant here of secondary, and then we're going to just render out the recipe.difficulty because it is a string. Then below this, we want to go ahead and check for the recipe.category. Then when the recipe.category is true, you want to go ahead and render out the badge once again. This badge is going to have a variant of outline just so that it can be differentiated from the badge on the difficulty. And then this is just simply going to say the recipe.category. Category can't spell. Now I can save that, and then let's see what I have on the screen. And there we go. Look at that, looking very nice. So prep time is 15 minutes, cook time is 30 minutes. It serves 4 people, and then this is the difficulty, and then this is the category. Now probably I think maybe the category can come before the difficulty. I think that's probably a bit better. Now once we have all that, we're going to go below these 2 divs, and right here we're going to create our image carousel. Now I'm going to leave this pending for a moment because I want us to build the other part first of all, which is going to be below the image carousel. So we're going to create a div here, so leave this pending for now. So right below this, we're going to create another div with the class name of grid, and then grid-calls grid columns -1, then give it a gap of 8, and then on large screens gap of 8, and then on large screens grid columns -3. And then here we're going to just render out the ingredients. So inside here we're going to have a div with a class name here that says that on large screens, then the column span is going to be 1. And then we're going to go ahead and render out a card here, the card component. And then inside this card component, we're going to have a div with a class name of padding around of 6. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h2. This h2 is going to have a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then text-xl, and then font-semi-bold. And this h2 is just simply going to say ingredients. And then below this h2, we're going to have a ul, so an ordered list with a class name here of space-y-2, so that every list item inside it is going to be evenly spaced out. So we're going to go ahead and check for recipe.ingredients, and if this is true, then we want to go ahead and sort it. Not really if this is true, but we want to go ahead and do what is called optional chaining, which we have been doing all along. So we want to sort them, and we want to sort A and then B, and then we want to go ahead and return A.order minus B.order, because the way we are storing them in the database, we have an order here. So it's either first or second or third. And then after that, we want to map over them. And then for every ingredient that you get back, then we can now return our list item. So you return a list item here, which is going to have a key of ingredient.id, and then it's going to have a class name here of flex, and then items-start, gap-2, and then text-sm. This is gap with a p, text-sm, okay. And then inside here, we're going to have a span with a class name of margin top of 2, and then size of 2, then flex-shrink-0, flex-shrink-0, and then rounded-full, and then bg orange-500. And this is just basically going to be a dot. And then outside of this span, we're going to have another span with a class name here of text-sm leading-6, text neutral-700. And then inside this span, we want to go ahead and get the ingredient.text, because inside the database, we are storing the text of the ingredient also. So when you do that, then now the ingredients should show up somewhere here. There we go. So this, we only added one ingredient to that, but that's okay. So now we're going to go below this card and then below this div, and then we're going to render out the instructions. So the instructions are going to be as follows. We're going to have a class name here that says on large screens, in the column span, call-span is going to be 2, so that it takes up 2 grids. And then inside here, we're going to have a card component again. And the card component, we're going to have a div with a padding around of 6. And then the h2 is going to be similar. So h2 with a margin bottom of 4, text-xl, and then font-semi-bold. and then the h2 is going to say instructions, and then below the h2 we're going to have an ordered list now, because this was unordered, but for the ordered list we want to display the number, so that because it's going to be steps, so step 1, step 2, and so on and so forth. This is going to have a class name here of space on the y of 4, and then inside here we're going to do something similar where we're going to say recipe.instructions. So recipe.instructions question mark dot, and then we want to sort them. We want to say a and b, and then we're going to say a.order minus b.order, and then we want to map over them. We're going to say that for every instruction that we get back, we also want to get back the index of the instruction, where we're going to go ahead and say this. And actually, do we need the index? Oh yes, we need the index because we want to show the steps of 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So inside here, we're going to return a list item here with the key of instruction.id, and then it's going to have a class name of flex, and then gap-4, and then inside here we're going to have a div with a class name of flex, then size-8, and then flex-shrink-0, and then items-center, then justify-center, and then rounded-full, then bg orange-500, and then text-sm, font-medium, then text-white. Then inside here you want to go ahead and render out the index, but it's going to be index +1 because it is an array and arrays are 0 based. So if we were just to render out the index, we would get 0 and then 1, but there's no step 0, there's only step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on and so forth. So we're going to do that, and then below this div we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of padding top of 1, and then text-sm leading-6, text neutral-700, and then this is just going to say the instruction.text. Fantastic. Now we can save that, and then you can see the steps that are going to be shown. There we go. So the instructions, and there we go. So this is this orange part is basically this div, and then the paragraph is the instructions. Fantastic. And then on large screens, this is how it looks like. So this is taking up a column span of 1, and then this is taking up a column span of 2. And just to drive the point home, the reason why this is possible is because we have a grid here that says on large screens, then the grid columns should be 3. So it's basically 1, and then a second one is somewhere here, and then the third one. So we're saying that this div should take up 2 spaces instead of 1. Okay, now we're going to go below this card, and then below 2 divs, and then below these 2 divs we're going to go ahead and write out the recipe author. Now for the recipe author, we're going to have a div here with a margin top of 8, so margin top -8, then border -top, then border -gray -200, and then padding top of 8 as well to push the border away from the div. And then inside this div we're going to have a class name of flex, and then items-center, that I'm typing, then justify-between, and then inside here we're going to render out the link component with an href that is going to be going into /profile, and then it's going to be the recipe.author id, because when you get the recipe we can get the author id of the author of that recipe. And then the class name here is going to have a class name of flex, then item-center, and then gap-4, rounded-large, padding all round of 4, transition-colors, and then on hover we're going to say bg gray -50, then close that out. And then inside the link we want to go ahead and render out the avatar of the user. So the avatar is going to have a class name of size 12, and then inside this avatar we're going to render out the avatar image. The avatar image is going to have a source here of recipe.author .picture, because the picture can be present or not. So if there's a picture, then show the picture, otherwise we're just going to show the fallback. But for the avatar image here, right here, we're going to give it a class name of object-cover, and then we're going to have a fallback here. So avatar fallback is simply going to go ahead and say chef hat, the chef hat icon with a class name of size-6. So in case this image does not exist on the author profile, then we simply want to go ahead and render out that icon instead. Now below this avatar, we're going to have a div, and then inside this div we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of font-medium, and then text gray-900, and then inside here we're going to say recipe by, and then we're going to render out the recipe.author (name of that person). Otherwise, if that does not exist, then you want to render out unknown chef. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have another paragraph with the class name of text-small, then text gray-500, and then this is going to be the published. So when was this published? So published, and then we're going to go ahead and say format distance to now, and then we're going to pass in the recipe.createdAt, and then we're going to pass in, what is this? This should be a comma, and then add suffix, then set that to true, so that it is going to show us like 2 days ago, 5 days ago, and so on and so forth. Now once we save that, we should be able to preview this on the screen, and there we go. So recipe by this guy, published 2 days ago, looking fantastic, very nice. So now that we are done with this part, we need to go ahead and begin to display our images. So the way we do that is we're going to modify our query just a little bit, and the way that we do that is we need to go into Convex and then into our storage.js, because we had this initially, but now we're going to modify it, because if you were to go ahead and actually console log the recipe, let's go ahead and console log the recipe. And there we go. So you would notice that in the console log, if you open this up, you get all the details about that particular recipe. And now that we want our images, if you take a look at this, we only get the storage ID of that particular image. Now the storage ID, if you go into Convex and then you go into files, this is how it is stored in Convex. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and actually get the link for that particular image, the HTTP URL. So the way we do that, therefore, is by doing the following. We are going to go ahead and modify this, and we're now going to call it get image URLs plural, and then now for the arguments we're going to get the storage IDs plural once again, and then it is going to be an array because we are storing the images as an array, and then we're going to pass in v.string because it is an array of strings. What am I typing? v.string. Now once we do that, we're going to do the following. We're going to return now, and we're going to say await promise.all, and then we're going to go ahead and say arguments dot storage IDs dot map, and then for every single ID that we get back, then we want to say context dot storage dot get URL, and then pass in the ID of that image. Now once we do that, and this semicolon should not be here, it should be on the next line. Once we do this, then we should be able to now use this function, and we're going to use that function. We're going to remove this console log right there, and we're going to use it right below the recipe. So I'm going to say const recipe images is equal to use query, and then we're going to say api.storage because now the function is in storage, and then get image URLs, and then we're going to pass in the storage IDs. So storage IDs, and then we're going to set this equal to the recipe.images because the images are the ones that contain the storage IDs. Now just to be on the safe side, what we can do is the following. Let's just cut this out, and we're going to check whether the recipe.images .length. So we want to check if this is true, and then if it is true, that's when we want to access our storage IDs. Otherwise, it means that it probably has not loaded or it doesn't contain any images uploaded. So we want to skip that query so that we don't get any errors from Convex. Okay, now we have that, so we can go where we have our image carousel, and then you can begin building it out right here. So for image carousel, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and return a div here with a class name of margin bottom of 8. So inside here, we're going to say recipe images dot map, and then for every image that we get back, we also want to get back the index of the image, which is going to act as our unique key. And then we are going to wrap this entire thing with the carousel component like so. And then actually this should also be wrapped inside the carousel content like so. Now the carousel component here is going to have a class name of width-full, and then once we map over the images here in the carousel content, we're going to be returning the carousel item with the key being the index, and then inside this we're going to return a div with a class name of aspect video, so that it shows a 16:9 image, and then overflow dash hidden, and then rounded dash large. And then inside this we're going to now return our image, which is coming from next image. So make sure that you import it correctly. The source for this is going to be the image which we're getting from here, and then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, we're just going to render the recipe.title, so the title of the recipe. And then this is going to have a class name of size-full, so width and height of full, and then object dash cover, and then we're going to give it a width of 800 and a height of 600. And then once we save that, then we can go right after the carousel content, right after this closing, we can show the carousel previous and then the carousel next. So these are going to show the previous and next icons. So let's just make sure that we've imported everything, because something is wrong here. Property reading images, it says recipe.images, it's having trouble reading that. So let's see where the problem is. It says use query api.story.get image URL, also recipe, this one, dot images, question mark dot length, question mark, storage ID is recipe dot. So it says what? Cannot read properties of undefined. So okay, let's remove this part. Let's remove that. Let's remove this as well. Let's see whether it works without having the check. I was adding the check just to be safe a bit, but let's see whether it works without it. Cannot read properties undefined reading images. Okay, let's Control Z to return this. Control Z, so that we have now recipes.images. What do we get when we hover over this? So we get the author ID, and we should also get plus 11 more. So images should be there. So images.length. So you can see images is a string. Is that correct? Let's go ahead and let's console.log the recipe. Let's F12 this so that we see what we have. Okay, so we need to disable this, so disable that. Doing a bit of debugging. We need to also disable this entire carousel so that we don't get any errors. So this one right here, let's disable that. Okay, so it's undefined first of all, and then we get the recipe. So we get the recipe images. So that's what we wanted to get right here. So recipe and then recipe images. So now if I enable this from here, does it give me anything? So it doesn't give me a problem. And then if I go ahead and try to console log the recipe images, it should now show me an array. So remove that console log. It should show me an array of 3, as you can see. Okay, which means that now if I enable this part right here, we should now be able to see our image carousel. We should now be able to see it. Okay, but then that therefore means that if I reload it, we are still going to get that error. That's it. Yes. So seems like it's as though this part is evaluating. So let's say recipe question mark, so that it doesn't give us that undefined error, because sometimes it seems like as though this part is evaluating before the images.length can run. So let's see if that fixes it. Okay, recipe images. So also on the recipe images, we need to do question mark, because then it means that this part is evaluating before Convex can finish running the query. So we should see undefined first of all, because it is loading from Convex, and then once it's loaded, then we see our images. Fantastic. Image resource priority. So I think this image here should have priority, like so. Okay, so there is our image carousel. I think in the demo I made this part a bit smaller, and the good thing about this is that you can also swipe with it. So you can swipe with it when you're on mobile, and I think you can have like what's it called? Is it loop? I don't know. I can't remember the prop where when you get to the end of the image it just loops over, so that you can continue scrolling infinitely, but I seem to have forgotten the property. Now let's see, this image is a bit blurry because it is 800, so let's make it 1920 by 1080 so that you can get the HD image. I think that's better. Yeah. Now I want to reduce the width of this, so let's just go back to our return right here. Let's reduce this to 4XL. I think that's what I used in the demo. And I also noticed something, by the way. If you F12 this and then increase this just a bit, you'll notice that the sidebar comes in and then it blocks some of that. So let's make this 2XL, and then on, let's say on extra large or maybe on 2XL screens, we can say max width dash 4XL, so that this pushes inwards a bit more. Yeah, I think that's probably better. That's better. Yeah. Okay, let's make this. Okay, it hadn't reloaded. Okay, fantastic. So now the only thing that is remaining for this page is our toggle right here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have a function called handle toggle favorite, which is an asynchronous function. So we're going to do the following. We want to check if you are not the current user. And if you're not the current user, then we're going to show a toast notification. So toast.error that says, please sign in to add favorites. So we are checking for whether there is a current user, and the current user is coming from here. So if this runs and then it finds that there's no current user ID, then it's going to show this toast notification. Then once we do that, we'll be simply going to say return. And then below this, it means that therefore there is a user. So you can have a try catch block. So we're going to start with the catch block because it's easier. We're just going to say toast.error, and then we're going to say failed to update favorites. And then in the try block, we're going to check the following. We're going to say if is favorited. Remember that now it is a boolean. Then we're going to say await remove from favorites. And then we're going to pass in the user ID, which is coming from the current user dot underscore ID. And then we're going to pass in the recipe ID, which is coming from our parameters from here, and we're getting it using the use params right here. Let's remove this console log and then remove the spaces as well. And then outside of this, we're going to say toast.success, and we're going to say removed from favorites. And then we're going to have an else statement here. We're going to say else we want to add to favorites. So add to favorites. We're going to pass in the user ID, which is the current user dot underscore ID. We're going to pass in the recipe ID once again, which is coming from the recipe from the ID from use params. And then we're going to say toast.success added to favorites. And then once we save that, we should now be able to add items to our favorites. So let that reload. Let's test it out. Please sign in to add favorites. Okay, so getting an issue. I thought I'm signed in. Okay, there we go. So it was still loading. So added to favorites, you can see that now it is glowing orange. And then if you take a look at Convex into your data right here, we should have favorites added right there. And it has been added at 138, which is the current time. As you can see right here, it is now 1:39 a.m. Now next, let's go ahead and build. I think we are done with everything, and this is an error because in the recipe card, let me show you where that error is coming from. In the recipe card.jsx, we have a link which is the parent component here, but then still within that link somewhere here we have another link within it. So that is basically what that error is saying. It's saying that you have an anchor tag inside an anchor tag, which should not be the case. Now I don't know when I'm going to fix that, but I'm also going to fix that somewhere in the video. But for now, let's go ahead and focus, and let's go ahead and create our my recipes page. I think that should be the next page that we create. Okay, so we're getting another error here that says we don't have this function right here, and I forgot that we were using it in our recipe card. So let's go ahead and fix that. And we're going to fix that very simply by adding another function here in our storage.js from our storage.js. I can speak. We're going to say export const get image URL, which is basically the original function before we edited it. So we're going to have here an arguments, which is the storage ID, which is coming from v.string, and then the handler is going to be an asynchronous function which takes in the context as well as the arguments. And then we're going to say await return await context dot storage I can't type dot get URL, and then pass in the arguments dot storage ID. So basically the original function before we edited it to this one. So this is used by the recipe card, and then this is used by the recipe page, the single recipe page. So let's save that. Let's make sure that Convex is deploying correctly, and then that should now fix our error right there. Okay, and then once again, like I said, this is just because we have an anchor tag inside an anchor tag. That's why you're getting this error, but for now we can safely ignore it. So let's head over into my recipes page, and then let's begin to build it out. So my recipes page right here is going to be the page for all the recipes that you've created. So let's place this to the right, and then inside here we can place this to the left. We can close the terminal and then open up the sidebar. We can close all of these pages, and then now we're going to go inside the app folder right here. We're going to create a new file called my-recipes/page.jsx, and then you can begin to build out this page. So it's going to be a client component, so use client, and then we're going to say import use and browser client. We're also going to import use query. We are also going to import the API, so import API from Convex generated API. We want to import the recipe card component from components recipe card. We want to import the button component. Import button from components UI button. We want to import the plus icon, and we want to import the chef hat icon as well from Lucid React. And then we want to import the link component from next link, and then we're going to say export default function my recipes page, where we're going to destructure the user and is authenticated, and this is going to be coming from use kind browser client like so. And then we want to get the current user, so const current user is equal to use query, and we're going to go ahead and say api.recipes.get recipes by author. So get recipes by author, so that you can get the author of that current recipe. So probably you can call this something like current author, something like that, but I called it current user, so I'm just going to stick with that, because if I rename it here, then it's going to mess up my namings in another page. So I just want to stick with that. And here we're going to check for the current user. So if current user is true, then you want to pass in the author ID as the current user ._ID, and then otherwise, if this has not yet loaded, we want to skip that query. And then we're going to go ahead and return here. We're going to be returning a div with a class name of mxauto and max width -6xl. and then we're going to return another div here with a margin bottom of 8, and then flex, and then item dash center, and then justify dash between. Then we're going to return a div and then an h1. The h1 is going to have a margin bottom of 2, and then text dash 3xl, then font dash bold, and then text, so this bold, and text gray dash 900, and then the title is just going to say my recipes. And then below the h1 we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text gray dash 600, which is just going to say manage and view all your published recipes. And then below this paragraph we're going to go, and you know what, it's even below the div, we're going to go ahead and create a link here. The href for this is going to be for going into / create recipe, and then we're going to be showing a button here, and the button is going to have, the button is going to be showing the plus icon, so plus, and the plus icon here is going to have a class name of margin right of 2 and then size dash 4, and then the text is just going to say create recipe. And I do realize something here, that I showed you another way where you can create a link inside a button, where you have the button outside and then you give the button an as child prop. So this is another way that you can do it. Now we're going to be getting an error on the screen because we don't have this function right here. So let's go ahead and create that function. So inside the convex and then inside the recipes, we're going to go to the bottom right here. We're going to say export const get recipes by author. This is going to be a query equals to query. It's going to take in some arguments here. The arguments is going to be the author ID, which is coming from v.id users to get the actual author. And then for the handler function here, we're going to pass in the context as well as the arguments, and it is an asynchronous function. So we're going to say the following. We're going to say const recipes is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the recipes database with the index of by author so that we can get the author. And then we're going to have a callback function here called q. We're going to say q.equals the author ID, and then we're going to pass in arguments .author ID, and then we want to order this, so .order, so order them in descending order so that the last one that was added is the first one that is shown, and then .collect, so collect just gets all of them. And then we're going to say const author is equal to await context.db.get, and we want to get the arguments .author ID, and then we're going to say return the recipes.map, and then for every single recipe we want to go ahead and say this, we want to go ahead and return an object here where we're going to spread the recipe and then add in the author as well, because when you're getting the recipe you don't really get the author until you do this, and then now you attach it as an object. So once you do that, that is how you can get that function. So you can save that, and it is going to update in Convex so that we no longer have this error, and then you can continue to build out our UI. And cannot access current user, so we're getting an error here that says, oh, what, I did something wrong here. Let's remove this query. Let me just type it again. So const current user is equal to use query, and we're going to pass in api.users.getUser, and then here we're going to say user .id. If this is true, then you want to get the canned ID, which is going to be the user.id. Otherwise, we want to skip the query if it is still loading. And then const recipes is equal to use query, and we're going to say api.recipes.get recipes by author, then comma, we want to check if the current user exists. So if it is true, then the author ID is going to be the current user ._id. Otherwise, we want to skip the query again. And by the way, I've not mentioned it, but in case you're wondering where this skip is coming from, it is coming from Convex. Now we were building out our UI, so we have the div, we have the link up to here. So we're going to go below this link, and then below this div we want to check for recipes. If recipes is equal to undefined, if this is true, then you want to go ahead and render out a div here. So this div is going to be as follows. We're going to return div with a class name grid dash columns dash 1 gap dash 6 medium grid dash columns dash 2, and on large screens grid columns 3, and then this should close out. So let's just close it out so that we don't get that error. And then inside here we want to create some rectangles, and we can do that by saying array dot from, and we want to create an array of 8 items, so the length is going to be 8. And then outside of this you can say dot map, and because we are creating just basically like a skeleton loading, we don't really need to get the value, so we can get an underscore and then I for the index, because we are mapping over some things, so we need to provide a unique key. And then this is going to be as follows. We're going to return a div here with the key of I, which is the index, and then this div is going to have a class name of height-80 animate-pulse, and then rounded-large, and then bg-white. Now in the other page we used skeleton loading, but I just want to show you that you can also style this using divs and you can still achieve the same result. So inside this div we're going to have another div with a height of 48, then rounded-top-large, then bg gray-200, close out that div. And then below this div we're going to have another div with a class name of space-y-3, and then padding all around of 4, and then not within that div but still below that div we're going to say give this other div a height of 4 and then a width of 3/4, and then rounded and then bg gray-200. And then once again at the end of this but still below it we're going to give it a div with a height of 3 with -1/2, and then rounded, and then bg gray-200. And then at the end of this below it we're going to say height of 3 with -full, and then dot rounded, and then bg gray-200. There we go. So that is our skeleton loader. And then right inside here we're going to go ahead and check if recipes dot length, okay, so this should be recipes dot length, because we experienced that problem in the other page. If this is greater than 0, if it is true, then we're going to render out a div, and then if it is false, then we're going to render out another type of loading state. Not really a loading state, but like a default state. So inside here we're going to return a div with a class name, and you know it's the same class names as this. Let's just copy, paste them here like so. And then inside this div we're going to go ahead and say recipes.map, and then for every recipe that we get back we're going to go ahead and return the recipe card component. So recipe card, and remember that the recipe card, because we're mapping over that, we need to return a unique key, which is going to be the recipe._id, and the recipe card takes in a recipe prop, if you remember how we built it, and we're going to set that into the recipe that we're getting back, the recipe object. So if you open this up by using control and then click, you can see that it takes in a recipe prop, and then that is what it uses to get all this data and then display the recipe card. So that's what we're basically doing right there. And then for our default state, we're going to turn a div here with a class name of padding on the y of 16, and then text-center. And then inside this div we're going to return a chef hat, the chef hat icon. This is going to have a class name of mxauto, and then margin bottom of 6, and then size of 16, and then text gray-300. And then inside this div we're going to return an h2 with a class name, so h2 with a class name of margin bottom 4, and then text-2xl, then font -semi-bold, and then text-gray, so text gray-900. And then the text for this is going to say no recipes yet, and then we're going to have that. And then below the h2 we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of margin bottom of 8, then text gray -600, and then the text is going to say start sharing your culinary creations with the world. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a link with an href that is going into the /create recipe, and then this is going to be having a button within it. This button is going to have, it's going to be showing the plus icon, so plus. This is going to have a class name of margin right of 2 and then size of 4, and then the text is going to say create your first recipe, just like that, and we should be done with the my recipes page. So once it reloads, we should be able to see something on the screen. And there we go. You can see we have our loading state, and then the recipe cards are now displayed. And then once again, this error is because we have a link inside a link, so we can safely ignore it for now. And that is the my recipes page. Very simple. So if you create another recipe, then it's going to be displayed right here. So we have the home page created, we have the recipes page, my recipes, we have the create recipes. So next, let's go ahead and deal with the favorites page. So we are now on the favorites page, and how we're going to do this is, once again, inside the app, we're going to create a new file. It is going to say favorites/page.jsx. And then inside here, once again, this is going to be a client component because we're using hooks inside here. And then we're going to say import use kind browser client, and then we're also going to import, what am I doing? We're going to import use query from Convex React. We're going to import the API from Convex generated API. We're going to import the recipe card. You can see we're using that component quite a bit. And then we're also going to import the heart icon, so heart icon from Lucid React. And then we're going to say export default function favorites page, and then inside here we're going to go ahead and destructure the user. This is coming from use kind browser client, and then we want to get the current user, so const current user is equal to use query, where we're going to say api.users.get user, and then check for the user !.id. If this is true, then we want to pass in the kind ID being the user.id. You can see that we have done that quite a bit of times to get the current user. Otherwise, we want to skip that query. And then const favorites is equal to use query, and we want to pass in api.favorites.get user favorites, which is a function that we don't have. And then this is going to be taking in the current user. If this is true, we're going to pass the user ID as the current user ._id. Then otherwise, we're going to skip the query if it doesn't load. Now we need to go ahead and create this function. So we're going to jump into Convex and then into the favorites right here. And then we're going to say export const get user favorites. What did I call it even? Get user favorites. So copy and then paste it here. This is going to be a query, and it's going to be taking some arguments here, which is the user ID. And the user ID is coming from v.id from the users table, like so. And then we want to get the handler, which is an asynchronous function, pass in the context and then the arguments as well, where we're going to say const favorites is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the favorites table with the index, so with index of by user, so querying by the user so that we can get the favorites of that particular user. And then the callback here, we're going to say q.equals, and we want to pass in the user ID, and then pass in the arguments .user ID, and then .order. We want order in descending order once again because we want to show that the last one added is the first one shown, and then .collect so that you can get everything. And then if you were to only get this, you'll only get from the favorites table, you would only get the ID created at recipe ID and user ID and the creation time. But we want to get more information such as the author of that recipe, the images of that particular recipe, and so on and so forth. So the way we do that is we say the following. So const recipe with authors, you can call that whatever you want, is going to be await promise.all, where I want to say favorites.map, and then this is going to be an asynchronous, and then we pass in the favorite that we get back, the favorite object, where we're going to say, oops, this should be curly brackets, so we're going to say const recipe is equal to await context.db.get. We want to get the favorite dot recipe id, and then we're going to check if there is no recipe, then we're going to go ahead and say return null. You can go ahead and do something else, by the way. You can do something like throw new error and then say something like recipe not found, something like that. And then we're going to say const author is equal to await context.db.get recipe.author id, and then we're going to go ahead and return an object here where we're going to spread the recipe and then get the author as well. So we're going to get the recipe here. Where is it? We're getting the recipe and then getting the author as well. And then once we do all that, then we're going to go below all this. We're going to say return recipe with authors, which was this right on top. And then we want to filter all this. We want to filter the recipe, and we want to get the recipe which is not equal to null. Not equal to null. So, and then that's how we can get the user favorites. So we can save that now. We can go back to our page and we can continue building. So right here, we're going to go ahead and return a div with the class name of mxauto, then max width -4xl. You know what, I used 6xl. And then we're going to have a div here with a margin bottom of 8, then an h1 with a margin bottom of 2, and then text -3xl, and then font bold, and then text gray -900. And then this is just going to say favorite recipes. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text gray -600 that says your saved recipes for quick access. And then below this div, we want to check whether favorites is equal to undefined. If this is true, then we're going to render out some kind of loading state, which let me just go ahead and copy from my recipes because we have done it before. And it is basically this div right here. So copy this and then paste it inside here, inside that div. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and check for favorites dot length. If that is greater than 0, if that evaluates to true, then you want to go and do something here. And I just noticed a typo. This is grid calls. I think that is the typo that should be here as well, because I copied it. So grid calls, okay. So if that is true, then we're going to render out a div which is similar to this, and close it out because it has the same class names. I didn't want to type it out again. And then otherwise, then we're going to show a default kind of state. So inside here, we're going to go ahead and say favorites dot-map, and then for every recipe that we get back, we're going to go ahead and render out the recipe card component once again. And the key for this is going to be the recipe._id. And then the recipe prop is going to be equal to the recipe object that we get back when we map over our favorites. Now, if you call this something different, if you called it maybe favorite, for example, it means that now this is going to be renamed into favorite.id. And then the prop has to be called recipe because this is what is being destructured in the recipe component. But just make sure that you are pointing into the correct thing so that it gets the correct value. So even if I leave it as this, it is still going to evaluate to the correct recipe card component. And now I don't want to leave it as that because it's bothering me because I've been using recipe all over. So recipe, then recipe here as well. And then for the default state, we're going to have a div here with a class name of padding on the y of 16. And then text-center, And then inside here, we're going to render out the heart icon with a class name of mxauto, and then margin bottom of 6, and then size of 16, and then text gray dash 300, and then close that out. And then below this, we're going to have an h2 with a margin bottom of 4, text dash 2xl, then font dash semi-bold, and then text gray dash 900. And then the h2 is going to say no favorites yet. And then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text gray dash 600. And then the text is going to say start adding recipes to your favorites to see them here, and then exclamation. And now we can save that, and let's see our favorites page. And there we go. So I added a favorites right here, but I can go into this page. If I open that up, I can remove the favorites, and then if I go back, then you can see that now that is our default loading state. Fantastic. Probably I should add a link here that goes into the recipes page so that someone can click it to go into the recipes so that they can add the favorites. So let's go ahead and do that. So link here, coming from next link, href is going into into recipes page, and then we're going to render out a button component from ShadCN. From components, you have a button, and then here we're going to say what? Browse recipes, something like that. So like browse recipes. And you know what? We are building the discover page next. So I think let's let this link go into the discover page. So browse recipes. So that when I save that, we should see browse recipes. There we go. And then let's add a margin bottom here of 8 to push away from this button. There we go. So that now, because we're building the discover page next, I can click on this. It goes into the discover page where we can discover new recipes. So for our discover page, this is what we're going to do. We're going to close all of these, and then we're going to go into the app, create a new file here called discover/page.jsx, like so. And then this is going to be a client component for the obvious reason that now we're going to be using hooks inside here. So we want to import the use state hook from React. We want to import the use query hook from Convex React. We want to import API from Convex generated API. We want to import the recipe card component, import recipe card. We want to import the input component from ShadCN. We want to import the button component, import button component. We want to import the badge. And this is not from Lucid React, this is from Components UI badge. We want to import the search icon from Lucid React. We also want to import the filter icon and then the X icon. And then inside here, we're going to have some categories. And if you remember the way it looks like, I don't know whether you remember how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. So we're going to have the title here and then the text. And then we're going to have this form where you can search for items. So we're going to be building this form, and this form has a filter here. So we're going to be getting the categories as well as the difficulty and so on and so forth. So that is what we're going to be building in this page. So the way that we're going to do that, therefore, is the following. We're going to create the categories here, and the categories is going to be all. And then let me just copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how many they are. And this next one is going to be breakfast, and this next one is going to be lunch, and then dinner, and then dessert, and then appetizer, and then snack, and then beverage. And then remove these two. And where are these coming from? When you create a new recipe, you have the option to choose a category for that recipe. So that's where all of these are coming from. And then constant difficulties is going to be equal to, again, an array. This can be showing all the difficulties, or copy 1, 2, 3. It can be showing the easy, medium, and then hard. Because once again, when you're creating a recipe, you can either choose between the easy, the medium, and the hard, depending on the difficulty of that particular recipe. And then I'm going to say export default function discover page. We're going to say the following. We're going to create our state values here. So const search term, because we know that we have an input, and then set search term. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it is just going to be an empty string. Then const selected category, and then set selected category. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default we are selecting the all category so that it shows every single meal. And then const selected difficulty, set selected difficulty. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it is also going to be showing all the difficulties. And then const show filters and set show filters. This is a boolean, so use state is going to be false. This is basically the drop down that is going to be showing the categories or the difficulties. And then we want to get all the recipes that we have. So const recipes is equal to use query. And if you remember, I said in the home page, if you have more than 12 recipes, then it's going to show you a button that goes into the discover page. So in the discover page, you're going to be showing all the recipes. So use query api.recipes.get all recipes, which we already have. And then we're going to do the following. So we want to create a function that is called filtered recipes. So we're going to do the following. Const filtered recipes is equal to recipes question mark dot filter. Then for every recipe that we get back, we're going to create a function here that says const matches search, because we're going to be tapping inside the input. So you want to check for whether what we type in is equal to what we have in our recipes. So recipe.title.to lowercase, and that should be to lowercase, not to local lowercase, dot includes the search term dot to lowercase. Why do I keep selecting that? So dot to lowercase, like so. And then if that is false, then you have to have an or here. So you want to say recipe dot description question mark, recipe dot description question mark, and I think we should probably have recipe dot title question mark dot to lowercase, like so, dot includes the search term dot to lowercase search term, because that is going to help us to search for recipe by the title or by the description as well, dot to lowercase. And then I'm going to say this const matches category is equal to selected category is equal to all, or the recipe dot category is equal to the selected category. Okay, and then we're going to have const matches difficulty is equal to the selected difficulty being equal to all, otherwise set the recipe dot difficulty into the selected difficulty that the user selects. So difficulty, can't type it. And then right here, why do I keep typing the L? Right here we're going to go ahead and say return matches search, and then also return matches category, and then also return the matches difficulty. So return all of that. So that is the function. And then we're going to have a function here called clear filters. So const clear filters is equal to an arrow function where we're simply going to reset our state value. So set search term back to an empty string, and then set selected category back into all, and then set selected difficulty back into all, which is the default state. And then we're going to say another function here called has active filters. This is going to be equal to search term or the selected category not equal to all, or the selected difficulty not equal to all. That means that if there is a search term and the selected category is not equal to all, meaning you have selected another category, or the selected difficulty is not equal to all, meaning you have selected another difficulty, then it means that you have active filters already running. And we're going to demonstrate that. So below this, we're going to return now div with a class name of mxauto, then max width dash 6xl, and then inside this div, we're going to return another div with a class name of margin bottom of 8, and then on h1, the class name of margin bottom of 2, text dash 3xl, font dash bold, text gray dash 900, and then the text is going to say discover recipes. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text gray dash 600, and the text is going to say explore delicious recipes from our community. And then below this paragraph and then below this div, we can now create our search and filters. So we're going to do the following. We're going to go ahead and return a div with a class name of margin bottom of 8, rounded dash large, bg dash white, padding all round of 6, and then shadow dash sm. And then inside we're going to return a div with a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then flex, then items dash center, and then give it a gap of 4. And then inside here we're going to return another div with a class name of relative, then flex dash 1, where we're going to return the search icon, and the search icon is going to have a class name of absolute because it is going to be positioned relative to this div, so absolute. And then top, bring it to the top by half, then left by 3, and then give it a size of 4, and then minus translate on the y-axis by a half so that it is perfectly centered, and then transform, and then text gray dash 400, and then this is a self-closing component. And then below this, we're going to have an input which is coming from ShadCN with a placeholder that says search recipes, and then the value for this is going to be the search term, and then on change. So when you type inside the input, you want to call our synthetic event of e, where we're going to say set search term into e.target dot value, so that it gets whatever you type in. And then the class name here is going to say padding left of 10, so that it pushes away from this search icon. And then we can save that to see what we have on the screen. And I should probably bring this to the left, or rather to the right. Bring this to the left. And there we go. So that is our search input. And then below this div, so right after the input and then below this div, we're going to have a button here with a variant of outline. Then on click, when you click on this button, you want to call a function here, an indent function which says set show filters into the opposite of show filters. So if it is true, then set it to false, and then if it is false, then set it to true. And then this button is going to have some class names here. So flex items center gap dash 2, close that out, and then it's going to be rendering the filter icon. So filter icon with a class name of size dash 4, and then the text is just going to say filters. And then let's see, what did I call this? Show filters. What did I call the state value? Show filters is sh. Okay. And then below this button, we want to go ahead and check for whether has active filters, which is what the function that we created. If this is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a button with a variant of ghost with an on click that is going to be calling a function called clear filters, which we already have. And then this is going to have a class name of flex then items dash center, and then gap dash 2, then text red dash 600, and then on hover we're going to say text red dash 700, and then close this out. And then this is going to be showing the X icon with a class name here of size dash 4, then close that out, and then the text is just going to say clear. Now if we save that, we should be able to test out our form. So this is the filters icon, the filters button rather, right here. So if I click on this, it now shows me the filters, which we have not yet created, but it should show the filters. And then when you have some active filters, then it should show the X icon. So let's go ahead, and below this div we're going to create the filter options. So filter options, so we want to check if show filters is true, and only when it is true, that's when we want to go ahead and render out this div with a class name of space on the Y of 4, and then border dash top, then border dash gray dash 200, and then padding top of 4, and then close that out. And then we're going to render out a div that did not close out. So inside this, we're going to render out a div close. Come on, why isn't it closing? And then this div is going to have a label, which is coming from components UI label. Did I get it? Did I get the label? Let me check. Seems like it's nowhere. So import label from components UI label right there. So this label is going to have a class name of margin bottom of 2, and then block, and then text dash small, font dash medium, and then text gray dash 700, and then the text for this is going to say category. And then below the label we're going to have another div with a class name of flex dash wrap, and then gap dash 2, and then inside here we're going to say categories dot map, and categories, remember, is an array this that we created on the top. So categories dot map, and then for every category that we get back, so category, then we're going to go ahead and render out the badge component with a key of category, because there is no category that is similar in name. And then the variant for this is going to be as follows. We're going to check if selected category is equal to the current category. If that is true, then the variant is going to be default. Otherwise, the variant is going to be outline. Close that out. This is going to also have some class names here of cursor dash pointer, and then inside this badge, and you know what, it should have an on click as well. So when you click on this, it is going to be calling a function here called set selected category into the category that we have clicked on. And then inside here, we're simply going to show the category. Now, if we save that, we should now be able to see our filters. So let this reload. There we go. So now we have our filters. What is this? Okay, it was still reloading, but you can see that now our toggle is working. So we can now click on this, and when I click on it, you can see that now it highlights the category that we're on. And then the X icon that we have right here is this button that says clear. So when you click on clear, it resets our form and everything. You can see that now this goes back to showing only showing all the recipes. Now we're going to go below one div, two div. So below this div, we're going to create another div with a similar label. So let me copy this, paste it inside here, and then this label is now going to say difficulty. And then we're going to have a div similar to this. And not, I think I can copy this entire div because it's going to be easier. So we're going to go below this label, paste that in. Now this is no longer going to say categories. This is going to say difficulties. So difficulties.map. And then for every difficulty, let me go ahead and highlight this and then select Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D. Set this into difficulty singular. The key is going to difficulty. This is going to be selected difficulty. Make this camel case. Remember, if this is true, select the difficulty. This should show the default, and then otherwise it should show the outline. The class name here should be cursor pointer. This should be set selected difficulty with a capital D. into the difficulty that you click on and then show the difficulty text. So if we save that, now we should be able to see the difficulty as well. And I think I should give this a class name of margin top of something like 4 so that it adds some space here. That's much better. So now we can filter out the categories using the category, or that we can filter out the recipes using the category as well as the difficulty. And once we display our recipes, you will see that in action. And so how do we do that? Well, we're going to go right after this closing one and then below this div, and then we're going to create a div here with the class name of margin bottom of 4 with a paragraph that says text gray dash 600. And then inside you want to check if filtered recipes is equal to undefined. Now if this is true, then you want to render out some text that says loading ... Otherwise we're going to return backticks and then $ curly brackets filtered recipes length, and then the text is going to say recipes found, just like that. So recipes found. Now if it is only one recipe that is found, then it is going to show one recipes found, which is not correct grammar. Now if you want to fix that, then you can go ahead and do this $ curly bracket, and we're going to say if filtered recipes length is equal to 1, then we want to return an S, and then otherwise we want to return nothing. And this should be length, and this should be not equal to. So if it is not equal to 1, so if it is 0 recipes, we're going to show some state, but if it is 1 recipe, then you want to show 1 recipe found, and then if it is more than 1, you want to say 2 recipes found, 10 recipes found, something like that. And then we're going to go below this paragraph, and then below this div, then we're going to say this filtered recipes is equal to undefined is true, undefined is true. Then we want to go ahead and render out a div here, close it out, and then otherwise we want to do something else. And this div is something that we've already done before. Did we do it here? I don't think we did, but we did it in the my recipes page. So the my recipes, so basically this div that says undefined, so just going to copy this div and then paste it inside here. So paste it inside this div, and then otherwise we want to check for whether filtered recipes length is greater than 0, and then if this is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a div, and this div is going to have these class names. So we're doing a bit of copying and pasting, and then of course close out the div. And then inside here we're going to do the following. We're going to say that filtered recipes map, and then for every recipe that we get back, we are going to show the recipe card component, and then the key for this is going to be the recipe._id, and then the recipe prop is going to be accessing the recipe object that we get back when we map over that. And then close this out, and then for our default state, in case there are no recipes, then we're going to return a div here, close it out. This div is going to have some class names of padding y of 16, then text -center, and then inside this div we're going to render out the search icon with a class name of mx auto, and then margin bottom of 6, and then size of 16, and then text gray -300. Close that out, and this should be search with a h. And then below this we're going to have an h2 with a class name of margin bottom of 4, text -2xl, font -semi-bold, and then text gray -900, and then the text is going to say no recipes found. And then below this h2 we're going to have a paragraph here with a class name of margin bottom of 8, then text gray -600, and then the paragraph is going to say try adjusting your search terms or filters to find more recipes. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a button, and this button, when you click on this button, we're going to call the function that says clear filters, because we're assuming that the filters that the user has made does not return any recipes, so we want to clear the filter so that it shows all the recipes again. Now the variant here is going to be the outline, and then the text is just going to say clear all filters. You can say clear all filters or like reset, something like that. When you save that, we should be able to now test out our discover page. Once again, I'm going to mention it that the reason why we're having that error is because in the recipe page we are showing an anchor tag inside an anchor tag. So you can see that we have 2 recipes found. If you were to add more, then you'd have more to work with. But then you can see that I can filter out for breakfast, and you can see that I don't have any recipes. For lunch, nothing. For dessert, I have 1 recipe. As an appetizer, none. As a snack, as a beverage, I have none as well. But you can see that it is all working as we expect it to work. Fantastic. We are moving along, and I see that we are remaining with only 2 pages. So in the next video, we're going to be working on the profile page. So the profile page is going to be as follows. So we want that when you click on this, it should redirect us into the profile of the currently logged in user. So how do you go ahead and do that? Well, we're going to create a new folder here. Inside the app, create a new file called profile/page.jsx. And then inside the profile, we're going to create a new folder called square brackets ID. And then inside this ID, we're also going to create a page.jsx, because this profile, the page.jsx that we have here, is going to be acting as a redirect. And then the profile ID is going to be showing the actual profile of the currently logged in user, or of the user that you are viewing the recipe from. So this is going to be a client component. So use client. Take note that we're in the profile page. We are not yet in the ID. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and say import use kind browser client. We're going to import use query. We're going to import the API from Convex API. We're going to import use router from, from Next Navigation. We're going to import use effect as well from React. And then we're going to say export default function profile redirect, because when we are logged in for the first time and we click on the profile page right here on the sidebar, it is not going to redirect us. Instead, it is just going to take us into like some text that says profile page, and you don't want that, because you're not going to be able to see your actual profile. So this is just going to redirect us into the unique ID of that current user, so that we can go in, we can navigate into now this page right here, which is the brackets and then page.jsx. So we're going to destructure the user and then is authenticated. And I don't know whether we're using is authenticated in this page, but we're going to find out. So use kind browser client is where we get that from. Const router is coming from use router. Const current user is coming from use query, where we're getting the API.users.getUser, and then we want to check whether is authenticated is true. Okay, we are using it. I'm immediately disproving myself. Where we want to pass in the kind ID, which is coming from the user .ID. Otherwise, we want to skip the query. And then we want to call our use effect here, which is going to act as our redirect. So for the use effect, we're going to add a callback function here, and it is going to be depending on the current user as well as the router. So inside here, we're going to say if current user, if that is true, then we're going to say router.push, and you want to push into the /profile, and then $$, we want to get the current user._ID, so that we can go into the profile of that particular user. Now that is our use effect. Now for our return, it's going to be very simple. We're going to return a div here with the class name of flex, and then items-center, and then justify-center, then bg-gray-50, and then padding on the y of 20. And then we're going to have another div with a class name of text center, and then another div with a class name of mx auto, margin bottom of 4, size of 8, and then animate dash spin, and then rounded dash full, then border dash bottom dash 2, and then border dash orange dash 500. That is a self-closing div. And then just to make it better, let me do it like so. Okay, you know what, let's have a div here and then close that out, and then a paragraph here. This paragraph is going to say redirecting to your profile ... And I do know for a fact that there's a better way to do this, where if you are the currently logged in user, then it goes into your profile page, but I have to say that I've forgotten how to do that, so that's why I implemented this instead. Now let's go into the ID right here. Let's just say something like export default function profile, or let's say user profile page, and then let's go ahead and return a div here that says user profile, so that now if we test out the redirect, when you click on the profile right here, it should say redirecting. BG orange 500 is not working. Where is it? Border orange dash 500, that is not working. So redirecting, and then now if you check the address bar, now it should redirect into the profile. Okay, so there we go. So you can see that now when I click on the profile, it redirects me into the profile and then the ID of that particular user. Now I just want to mention something, that while I was testing this out just a few moments ago, it was not redirecting me correctly. In fact, it logged me out of the application, so I had to log back in. So you can try that in case you experience something similar. Now let's go back to building the profile page, which is going to be a huge page. So now take note that now we are now in the ID and then the page.jsx. Now once again, as always, this is going to be a client component. Use client, because we're going to be using some hooks inside here. So import use kind browser client, import use query from Convex React, import the API from Convex generated API, import use router, import use mutation, and then use query as well. Then import API from Convex generated API. We want to import use params because we want to get the params from the address bar. Import recipe card because we're going to be using the recipe card component. Import avatar from components UI avatar, avatar fallback, then avatar image as well, and then import the label from, where is it, from components UI label, and then import the badge from components UI badge, and then import format distance to now from datefns, and then import use kind browser client, then import use state, where's the use state, and then import the button, and then import the input as well, and then we need to import a few icons. So import the chef hat, and then import the calendar, book open, X, upload, save, edit to, trash to, plus, and logout. So logout icon from Lucid React, and then import the toast component, or that the toast method from Sona, and then import the dialog, which is a new component that we're using. I don't know whether we have used it before already, but dialog content, and then dialog description, and then dialog footer, and then dialog header, and then dialog title as well. And then those are all the imports that we're going to need for this page, and this page is going to be quite huge, so be ready. So we're going to get the ID. So const ID is equal to use params. So use params, and then const not import, so const user, and we're going to rename this user to current kind user is equal to use kind browser client, and then some state values. So const, what am I typing? So const is editing name, and set is editing name. This is going to be use state. By default it is going to be false. Const, I can type edited name, and set edited name is equal to use state. By default it is going to be an empty string. And then const is uploading image, set is uploading image is going to be equal to use state, and by default it is going to be false. Then const delete dialog open, set delete dialog open. By default it is going to be false. Then const recipe delete, set recipe delete is equal to use state. Use state, by default it is going to be null. And then we want to set up some queries. So const user, and that's the reason why we renamed this, by the way, because you want to get the user, and this is coming from use query api.users.get user by ID, which we don't have, so by ID. And inside here we're going to be passing the user ID as the ID that we're getting from the params. So we need to create this function, and then we're going to get recipes, which we already have. So use query, and then we're going to pass in api.recipes.get recipes by author, which we created, and then we're going to pass in the author ID as the ID from the parameters, and then const current user is equal to use query, and then we're going to say api.users.get user, and then we're going to pass in the current kind user, and then if this is true, then we want to get the kind ID and set it equal to the current kind user dot ID, and then otherwise we want to skip the query like so. And then const update user is equal to use mutation, and we're going to pass in api.users.update user, which is another function that we don't have, and then const delete recipe is equal to use mutation, and it's api.recipes.delete recipe, which we don't have again, so we need to create it. And then we're going to say const generate upload URL is equal to use mutation, and this is coming from api.storage.generate upload URL, and we have that function because it is one of the first functions that we created. And then we're going to say const is on profile to check whether you are viewing your own profile or not. And this is going to be depending on the current user _ID, and checking if it is triple equals to the ID that we're getting from the parameters. So this is going to be useful because we're going to be using it to hide the email of the user. So let's jump into the user to create this function, and then we need to create which other function as well. We need to create the update user, the delete recipe, those two, I think those two. So let's jump into the users.js. So convex users.js right here. So inside here we're going to create a function that is called export const get user by ID. This is going to be a query where we're going to pass in the arguments here as the user ID, which is coming from v.id and from the users table. Then the handler here is going to be an asynchronous function where we're passing in the context and the arguments, and then we're going to say return await context.db.get, and we want to get the arguments.user ID like so, and that is the function to get the user by their ID. And then we also need the function to update the user. So we're going to say export const update user. This is going to be a mutation because we are updating something into the database, and the arguments are going to be the user ID, which is v.id coming from the users table. Then the name here is v.optional because you can optionally update your name or not. And then this is v.string. And then the email is also going to be optional, so v.optional, then v.string. And then the picture is going to be v.optional, and then v.string again. And then we're going to call our handler. So the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function, and this is going to be taking the context and the arguments, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to destructure the user ID, comma, and then get all the updates. So basically we're saying that everything that has been updated, we are calling it the updates, and then this is going to be equal to the arguments. And then we're going to say return await context.db.patch, because now we are updating something that is already in the database, so we are patching it. So user ID, and then pass in also the updates. That's like a shorter way, instead of having to do arguments.user ID, arguments.name, arguments.email. So you can just simply destructure them and then pass in, spread out all the updates, and then just add it into the database like so. So that is the function to update the user. Now the other function that we need to create is the delete recipe. So we're going to go into the recipes page. So not the recipes page, but inside Convex and then recipes.js. And then we're going to say export const delete recipe. This is going to be a mutation, which is going to be taking in some arguments here. And the arguments that it's going to be taking in is the recipe ID, which is v.id from the recipes table. And then the handler here is going to be an asynchronous function. Why am I typing double? Which is going to take in the context and then the arguments here. And then the first thing that we need to do when we are deleting the recipe is we need to also delete the favorites from the recipes. So delete favorites first of all. And then we're going to say const favorites is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the favorites table first of all with index of by recipe, and then passing in a callback function here where we're saying we want to get the query that equals the recipe ID, and then passing the arguments dot recipe ID, and then collect them. So collect all the favorites that have been made, and then we're going to say for const favorite of favorites. So basically a for loop. And then what we're going to do therefore is we're going to say await context.db.delete the favorite ._ ID. So delete all the associated favorites for that particular recipe. And then we're going to go ahead and say return await context.db.delete the arguments .recipe ID, like so. And that is how you delete a recipe from the database. So that now we can go back inside here and we can continue building the profile page. So inside our profile page, we're going to do a bit of checking. So you want to check if the user is equal to undefined, and we also want to check if the recipe is equal to undefined. If this is true, then we're going to be returning something inside here. So we're going to return a div with the class name of mxAuto, and then max width -6xl, padding on the x of 4, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens padding on the x of 8. And then we're going to return a div with the class name of animate-pulse, and then inside this div we're going to return another div with the class name of margin bottom of 8, rounded-large, I spelled that wrongly, rounded-large, and then bg white, and then padding all around of 8. So this is basically a loading state that we are showing. Why is this? This should be recipes with an S. And then inside this div, we're going to return another div with a class name of flex, and then item-center, and then gap of 6, and then another div with a class name of size-24, rounded-full, then bg-gray-200, and then this is a self-closing div. So outside of that div, we're going to turn another div with a class name of space-y-3, enter. And then outside of that, or the inside of this div, we're going to return another div with a class name of height of 8 and width-48, then rounded, so rounded, and then bg-gray-200. And then let's just copy this through 2 more times, because now this is going to be height-4, and width-32, and then this is going to be width-24, and then height-4 as well, because these other classes remain the same. Now we can save that. We should be able to see our loading state somewhere. I mean, if it does load, but if it doesn't, it's still okay. But then we are going to go ahead and I hope you saw it. You saw how it loaded in. But we're going to go below 1, 2, 3 divs. So below this third div, we're going to return a div with a class name of grid-columns-1, and then gap-6, and then on medium screens, grid-columns-2, on large screens, grid-columns-3. And then inside here, we're going to do something that we have already done before. So we're going to say array.from, and then we're going to get the length here. We're going to return a length of 4 now. And then outside of this, we want to map over them, because we don't want to get the first item, but we want the index, because we're mapping over all of this. And then we're going to turn a div here with a key of index, which is I. And then we're going to give it a class name of height-80, rounded-large, bg-white. Then close that out. And then inside this, we're going to return a div with a class name of height-48, and then rounded-top-large, and then bg-gray-200, and then that is self-closing. I mean, not really self-closing, but there's nothing inside that div. And then we're going to return another div with a class name of space-y-3, and then padding all around of 4. Is that correct? This should be dot space, so that it registers as a div. And then inside here, we're going to turn a div with a class name of height-4, then width-3/4, and then rounded, and then bg-gray-200. And then outside of that, we're going to turn another div with a class name of height-3, then width-half, and then rounded, and then bg-gray-200. And then that should be our loading state. That should be okay. What is happening here? So it's saying what is this? What is this? Let's cut out this entire div. Let's remove this. Array.from .map, and then for every underscore, get the index, and then return here, and then paste in the div. Okay, that's better. And then outside of this outside of this, we want to check if there is no user. So if there is no user, then it means that the profile doesn't exist. So we're going to return a div here with a class name of mxAuto, and then max width -6xl, padding on the y of 16, then text-center. And then the h1 here, let's return an h2 instead with a class name of margin bottom of 4, text-2xl, font -bold, text gray-900. The text is going to say profile not found. And then below this paragraph, or below the heading, we're going to turn a paragraph with a class name of text gray-600. And then the text is going to say the profile you are looking for does not exist. And then that's looking very, very nice. And then now we can begin to build out our return. So we're going to return a div here with a class name of mxAuto, max width -6xl, padding on the x of 4, small screens padding on the x of 6, and then large screens padding on the x of 8. And then inside here now we want to show the profile header. So the profile header basically details about the profile, the user, the avatar image, the username, the user email, and so on and so forth. So for the profile head inside here, we're going to show a div with the class name of margin bottom of 8, rounded dash large, bg dash white, padding all round of 6, shadow dash sm, and then on large screens padding all round of 8. And then inside here we're going to return a div with a class name of flex dash column, items dash start, gap dash 6. And then on small screens we're going to say flex dash row, and then on small screens we're going to say items dash center. And then inside here we're going to return a div with a class name of relative, and then we're going to show the avatar image. This is going to have a class name of size 24, and I think we use size 24 somewhere on top as well. Yes, for the loading state for the avatar. And let's see, so inside here we're going to also have the avatar image. The avatar image, the source for this is going to be the user (picture), and then the class name here is going to be object-cover, and then the avatar fallback in case the image fails to load. So avatar fallback, this is going to have a class name of text-to-xl, and then inside here you want to check for the user.name, and if this is true, then you want to get the character at 0 to get the first character of their name. And if that is not available, then you want to show a chef hat, and this is going to have a class name of size-12. And then below the avatar we want to check if is on profile. So if that is true, then we want to show the email. So we're going to have a div here and close this out. So this div is going to have a class name of absolute, and right, and you know, this is not for the email, but it is like for the upload buttons. So right -2, and then minus bottom -2, and then flex, and then gap 1. And I said right 2, but I meant minus right -2. And then inside here we're going to have a label. This label is going to have a class name, cursor pointer, and then inside this label we're going to have a button with a size of small and a variant outline, and then the class name for this button is going to say size-8, and then padding all around of 0, so that the button doesn't have some padding. And then the disabled state for this button is going to be dependent on the is uploading image state value. And then inside this button we're going to be rendering the upload icon. The upload icon is going to have a class name of size-3. Close that out. And then below the button, but still within the label, we're going to have an input component from ShadCN. This is going to be an input type of file. We're going to be accepting images, so accept image / asterisk, and then on change we're going to be calling a function here called handle image upload, which we don't have. And let's go ahead and just create that function so that we don't get any errors. So right below this, const handle image upload, this I think should be an asynchronous function. Then just leave it as empty for now so that we can build out our UI. And then below this label, we want to go ahead and check if the user.picture exists. So let's do user?picture. If that is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a button here with a size of small and a variant of outline. And then the class name for this is going to be size-8, and then padding all around of 0, and then text red -500, and then on hover we're going to say text red -700, and then on click we're going to be calling a function here called handle remove image, once again, which we don't yet have. But then inside the button we're going to be rendering the X icon with a class name here of size-3, and then close that out. Once again, let's go ahead and create that function so that we don't have any issues. So const handle remove image, this should also be an asynchronous function. I think we're going to find out, and then we can continue to build out our UI. So now we're going to go, we can save that, and then we can go below this at the end of this, and then this first div, we're going to create a div with the class name of flex-1, and then another div inside that with the class name of margin bottom of 2, and then flex, and then item-center, and then gap-2. And then we want to check whether is editing name is true, whether the user is editing the name or not. So if is editing name is true, then we want to go ahead and render out something. Otherwise, we want to render out something else. And I think this should have a class name of hidden so that we don't see this input UI. So class name here is equal to hidden. Now let's go ahead and build out the is editing part here. So if is editing name is true, we're going to return a div, and then this div is going to have a class name of flex, then item-center, then give it a gap of 2. Then inside this div, we're going to have an input from ShadCN. The value for this is going to be the edited name, which is the string state value. Then on change, we're going to say e and then set edited name into e.target.value, and then we can close that out, and then we can go ahead and say give it a class name of height-auto, then padding all around of 1, text-2xl, and then font-bold, and then we're going to give it an attribute of autofocus, or in this case it is a prop because this is a component. So autofocus, so when is editing name is true, then it is going to autofocus on the input. Now below this input, we're going to have a button with a size of small, and then on click, we're going to call a function called handle name save, and then inside this button, we're going to render out the save icon, and this save icon is going to have a class name of size-4. And then below this button, we're going to have another button with a size of small, and then the variant for this variant is going to be outline. And then when you click on this button, we're going to be calling a function called handle name cancel. Then close that out, and you know what, this is the button, so it should be not be self-closing. But then inside this button, we're going to render out the X icon with the class name of size-4, then close that out. And then let's create these two functions, so handle name save and handle name cancel. So right here, const handle name save, a synchronous function, empty, copy this down, this should be handle name cancel. Okay, and then let's continue building all of this out. So inside this other return, we're going to be returning a fragment, but we're going to have an h1 with a class name of text-3xl, font-bold, and then text-gray-900, and this is going to be rendering the user.name. And then below the h1, we want to check if is on profile. So if that is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a button. The button size for this is going to be small. The variant is going to be ghost, and then on click, we're going to be calling a function here that is called handle name edit, and then we can close out that button. And then inside this button, we're going to render out the edit to icon with a class name of size-4, and then close that out. Let's create this function on top. So const handle name edit is equal to asynchronous function. I don't know whether all of them are going to be asynchronous, but we're going to find out. And then we can save all that, and then now we need to go after this, and then below this first div, we want to check if is on profile. You can see that it is already coming together, right? So we can edit the name using this. I mean, we should be able to do it, but we have not yet implemented the functionality for it. And then we should also be able to upload images using that, but we have not yet implemented the functionality for it as well. So we are checking for if is on profile, and only when that is true, that's when we want to render out a paragraph with a class name here that says margin bottom of 4, text gray-600, and then this is going to show the user.email. And then after that, we're going to go right below that. We're going to render out a div with a class name of flex, and then flex-call, and then gap-4, text-sm, text gray-500, and then on small screens, we're going to say flex-row, and then on small screens, items-center, and then on small screens, gap-6, and then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, then items-center, and then gap-1, and then inside here, we're going to render out the calendar icon. The calendar icon is going to have a class name of size-4, close it out, and then inside here, we're going to have a span. So span that says joined, what am I typing? Joined, I can't type joined. And then this is going to render out format distance to now. Then we're going to get the user.created@, and then we're going to pass in add suffix, set that to true, so that it shows when the user created their account. Now, if we save that, we should be able to see something on the screen as well. There we go. So joined 3 days ago, and then because it's my profile, I should be able to see the user.email, and there we go. Now we're going to go below this span, and then below this div, we're going to render out another div with a class name of flex, then items-center, and then gap-1, and then inside here, we're going to render the book open icon with a class name of size-4, and then we're going to render out a span, and this span is going to be checking for the recipes (length), and we're going to be rendering the length of the recipes, or if there are no recipes, we're going to render out zeros or 0. What am I saying? And then we're going to say recipes. So that's going to say 2 recipes, looking fantastic. And then we're going to go below this span, and then below 3 divs. So 1, 2, 3. So below that, we want to check if is on profile again, and then if that is true, then we're going to render out a div with a class name of width-full, and then on small screens, we're going to say width-auto. And then inside here, we're going to render out a link, which is going to go into href create recipe. So only when you're on your profile will you be able to see that button. So this button is going to say it's going to be a class name of width-full, and then on small screens width-auto. Close that out. It's going to be rendering the plus icon with a class name of margin right of 2, size of 4, and then the text is going to say create recipe. And then you can save that, and then now you can go below these 2 divs, and then you can go ahead and create the recipes section. So this is the recipes section. So below this, we're going to create a div with a margin bottom of 6. Link is not defined, so right here, control spacebar, and then enter to auto import it. So inside here, margin bottom of 6, and then another div with a class name of flex, and then items-center, and then justify-between. And then inside this, we're going to have an h2 with a class name of text-xl, and then font-bold, and then text gray-900. Then on small screens, text-2xl, and then the text is going to say recipes by, and then the user.name, so the name of the owner of the recipes. And then we're going to show a badge, and the badge is going to have a variant of outline. Then when we close this out, we're going to show the recipes (length), or we're going to show 0, and this will say recipes. So once again, 1 div, 2 div, go below that. We're going to check for recipes (length), and then if this is greater than 0, if that evaluates to true, then we're going to be returning a div with a class name of grid columns-1, and then gap of 6. On medium screens, grid columns-2. On large screens, grid columns-3. And then otherwise, in case nothing key is there, we just want to show something else which we're going to create. So inside here, we're going to map over the recipes. So recipes.map, and then for every recipe that we get back, Then we're going to be rendering a div here with a key is equal to recipe._id, and then the class name is going to be relative. And the reason why we have a class name of relative right there is because we are going to be showing a delete button, and we want to position it relative to the div. So once you have that, we're going to show the recipe card like so, and the recipe card, remember, takes in a recipe prop, which is equal to the recipe that we're mapping over right here, the object that we get back. Now below the recipe card here, once again, we want to check whether it is the on profile. So if it is on profile, then we want to render out a button here with the size of small and a variant of destructive, and then a class name here of absolute. That's why we will position the div as relative, and then bring it to the top by 2, and then to the right by 2, give it a size of 8 and padding all around of 0, so that there's no extra padding on the button. And then when you click on this, you want to go ahead and call a function here called set recipe to delete into the recipe ._id. And you know what, this should be, I'm creating extra functions here, so open up a block of code and then set delete dialog open and set that into true, because you want to show a dialog model. Now we can go ahead and close that, so that now inside the button we're going to be showing an icon here called trash2 with a class name of size-3. Close that out, and then inside our else statement here, we are going to go ahead and return a div with a class name equals to rounded dash large bg white, padding on the y of 16, and then text dash center. And then inside this div, we're going to return a chef hat, can't type, and the class name for this is going to be mx auto, then margin bottom of 6, size of 16, text gray dash 300. Close that out. Did I do missing out the quotation marks? And then below the icon, we're going to return out an h3 with the class name of margin bottom of 2, text dash xl, font dash semi bold, and text dash gray dash 900. And then the text is going to say no recipes yet. And then below the h3, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text dash gray dash 600. And then inside here, I want to check whether if it is their own profile, and if that is true, then the text that is going to be shown is you haven't shared any recipes yet. And then if it is not their own profile, then we're going to render out some backticks, and then we want to render out the username, so user.name, and then we're going to say hasn't shared any recipes yet, like so. And then that closes the paragraph, and then we're going to go below the paragraph and check for whether is in on profile again. When that is true, then we're going to render out a link here with an href that is going into create dash recipe, and we're going to have a button here, and this button is going to be rendering the plus icon, and the plus icon is going to have a class name of margin right of 2 and then size of 4. Close that out, and the text is going to say create your first recipe. And then outside, let's save that actually, because I don't want to be confused. So we're going to go outside of this, and then outside of this div, and then outside of this, we want to go ahead and create our delete dialog. So delete dialog. Now for the delete dialog, we're going to render out the dialog component, which takes in a prop called open, and we're going to set it to our state value, which is called delete dialog open. And then it also takes in an on open change, which is going to be set to our state value, or our function that controls our state value, which is set delete dialog open, like so. And I have a typo, so let me just find it. It is on line 219, so line 219 right here. Remove that typo, and then inside our dialog, we're going to have dialog content, And then inside dialog content, we have dialog header. And then inside dialog header, we have dialog title. And the title is going to say delete recipe. And you might be wondering why we have all this. That is how the structure is in ShadCN, because sometimes if you mess up with the structure, it gives you an error. Now below the dialog title, we're going to have the dialog description, which is going to say, are you sure you want to delete this recipe? This action cannot be undone. And then we're going to go below the dialog header. We're going to render out the dialog footer. The dialog footer is going to have two buttons. So the first button is going to have a variant of outline. And then when you click on this, we are going to go ahead and say set delete dialog open back into false so that it closes the dialog. And then the text here is going to render out the logout icon. So the logout icon which we imported, and then it is self-closing, and the text is just going to say cancel. And then this second button is going to be having a variant of destructive. And then when you click on this button, it is going to be calling a function called handle delete recipe. And then let's go ahead and close out the button. And then inside the button, we're going to render out the trash to icon. So the trash to icon that says delete recipe for the text. Now, if we save that, we should be able to see something on the screen. And I've just noticed that we don't have this function. And this is not an inline function by this, so let's remove that. And let's go ahead and create that function. So const handle delete recipe is going to be an asynchronous function. Open it up like so, save it, and let's see what we have for our UI. Look at that, looking very, very nice. Did you see even how the loading state was? Very, very, very nice. Now on large screens, this is how it looks like. So create recipes, looking very, very nice. And let's test out whether this is working. I think we need to create the functions for them first. So let's go ahead and begin creating the functions one by one. So the first function that we have here is the handle image upload. So the handle image upload is an asynchronous function that takes in the event where we're going to say const file is equal to e.target.files. And if this is true, then we want to get the first file that has been uploaded, because you can't upload more than one profile picture, right? I mean, you can upload over time, but if you want to change a profile picture, you can't upload more than one. So that's why you only want to get one profile picture here. And then want to say if there's no file, then the user has not selected any file, then simply return. And then want to check if file.size is greater than 5 times 1024 by 1024, which means it is a 5 MB limit. Then we want to go ahead and say toast.error, and we're going to say image must be less than 5 MB, or rather we can do something better. We can say image exceeds file size limits. I think we did the same thing to the other image, and then give the description here that says image size must be less than 5 megabytes, and then return. And then below this, we're going to say set is uploading image to true, so that now we can have our try catch block. And as always, we start with the catch block. So we're going to say console.error, and we're going to say upload error, and then pass in the error so that you can see it, because we are developers. And then for the UI, so toast.error, we're going to say failed to upload image, please try again. And then we're going to have a finally block here where we're going to say set is uploading image back to false, so that we don't have something infinitely running. And then for the try block, we're going to say the following: const upload URL is equal to await generate upload URL. and then we're going to say const response is equal to await fetch, and we're going to pass in the upload URL, then comma, we're going to pass in some methods here. So the method is going to be post, and then the headers, we're going to pass in the content type, content-type, set this equal to file.type, and then the body is going to be the file that we attach. And then if the response.k, if there is a good response, then we want to get the storage ID. So const storage ID, the structure it is equal to await response.json, and then const image URL, now to get the actual image URL, is equal to await context.storage get URL, and then pass in the storage ID like so from Convex. And then now we can update the user, because the user has updated the profile picture, so we need to update the user mutation. So await update user, where we're going to go ahead and pass in the user ID, set that equal to the ID that we're getting from params, and then we are updating the picture, set that into the image URL like so. Then once we do that, we can go ahead and say toast.success, and want to say the success message is profile picture updated successfully. So fantastic. So that is the handle image upload. The next function that we need to create is the handle remove image. So handle remove image is also an asynchronous function. It doesn't take anything as a parameter, but it has a try catch block. So for the catch block, we're going to say toast.error, and we want to say failed to remove profile picture. We can also console.error here, but not necessary. So you can say await update user. So once again, calling augmentation. So we want to get the user ID, set that equal to the ID from the params, and then the picture, we're going to set the picture into undefined, because undefined means that we don't have a profile picture. And then we're going to say toast.success, and we're going to say profile picture removed or deleted, something like that. And then the next function that we need to create is handle name save. So handle name save is going to be as follows. It doesn't take in any parameter, and it is also an asynchronous function. So we're going to say if there's no edited name but trim, then we're going to say toast.error. We're going to say name cannot be empty. Then we're going to return, and then otherwise we're going to have a try catch block. And for the catch, we're going to say toast.error. Then we'll say fail to update name. And then for the try block, we're going to say await date user, and we're going to say user ID, set that equal to the ID from the parameters, and then set the name into the edited name dot trim like so. And that is the handle name save. And then for the handle name cancel, we just simply want to reset our state values. So set is editing name back to false, and then set edited name back to an empty string. And then next we have the handle name edit. So for the handle name edit, we're going to say set edited name into the user question mark dot name, or set it to an empty string. Then we're going to say set is editing name into true, like so. Then finally we have the handle delete recipe. So for the handle delete recipe, the parameter that is going to be taken is the recipe ID, and then inside here we're going to say if there is no recipe to delete, then we simply want to go ahead and say return. Then we're going to have our try catch block. So for the error, we're going to say toast.error, and we're going to say failed to delete. Oops, this should be a string. So failed to delete recipe. And then for the try block, we're going to say await delete recipe, where we're going to pass in the recipe ID as the recipe to delete. like so. And then we're going to say toast.success. We're going to say recipe deleted successfully. And let's see, once we do that, then we're going to say set delete dialog open to false, that the dialog closes and we don't have like some opacity on the screen. And then set recipe to delete, set that back to null. And that should be all the functions for this page. So let's go ahead and save that. We have written quite a lot of code. And what is this? Seems like we are not even using this anywhere. Okay, so let's go ahead and test it out. So can I edit the name? So we have an issue here. I mistyped that. So where's on or click? This should be on click. You probably saw it a long time ago and corrected it. So on click. But then now if I, okay, let that reload. Okay, so this is my username currently. And then if you take a look at the bottom of the card, my username also appears there. So hypothetically, if I update this, let me just remove like my second name. If I save it, then it should also appear everywhere. And if you check in the database in the users, now my name should only be showing as 1. See that? And the same way, if I go ahead and add it back in, I can't even type my name. If I add it back in, it updates there, and it also updates in Convex in real time. That's the good thing about Convex. Let's test the delete, this one. So the model opens and then delete, and then it is deleted, and we're shown the toast notification. And then now this also updates into one recipe. And then if we click on this, it goes into the create recipe page. And now finally we have the settings page. So let's go ahead and do that in the next video. So for the settings page, this is what we're going to do. So inside here, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to say settings /page.jsx, and we're going to say use client on the top. And then we're going to import a few things. So import use effect from React, use state. We're also going to import use kind browser client. We're also going to import the logout link. So logout link from kind OSS, and this is just the same import as this one, so logout link. And then we're going to import use query from Convex React, use mutation from the same import, then import API, and then we're going to import the button, and then we're going to import the input, and then import the label, not from Richards but from components UI label. And then we're going to import the card, so card common, then card description, and then card header, then card title. And then we're going to import the switch component as well from components UI switch. We're going to import the separator from components UI separator, and then this should not have a double comma. And then we're also going to import a few things, so a few icons. So we're going to import the settings icon, the mail, the bell, shield, the trash tool, the logout, log out. We're going to import the save icon from Lucid React. We're also going to import the toast method. I keep saying component. And then finally we need to import our dialog. So import the dialog from components UI dialog, import the dialog content, import the dialog footer, import the dialog header, import the dialog title, the dialog title, then import the dialog trigger. And then once you do that, we can begin to build out our page. So export default function settings page. And then we're going to say const user, and then set this into kind user. This is going to be equal to use kind browser client, and then const current user is equal to use query api.users. What am I typing? api.users.get user, and then we want to check whether the kind user is true, and if the kind user.id is true, then you want to go ahead and add the kind id as the kind user.id. Otherwise, then skip the query, and then const update user is equal to use mutation api.users.update user, users.update user, then const delete user is equal to use mutation, and it is api.users.delete user, which we don't yet have, but we are going to create. This is const, and then we're going to have some state values here, quite a bit of them, and remember that most of this page is just for UI. So const email and set email is equal to use state. By default it is going to be an empty string. Then copy this down, copy. This second one is going to say email notifications, and then set email notifications. If this is going to be used, by default it is going to be true because we're going to be using the switch to toggle between them. And then let me paste this down. So copy 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this second one is going to say recipe notifications, and then set recipe notifications, and then public profile. So set public profile, then public profile, and the use state value here is going to be true, true, and true. And then is updating email, so is updating email, set is updating email. By default it is going to be false, and then this is also going to be false, and the state value here is called set is deleting account, and then is deleting account. Then next is delete dialog open, and then set delete dialog open. By default it is going to be false, and then finally this is going to be an empty string. The state value here is called delete confirmation, and then set delete confirmation. Okay, now the first thing that we need to do is we need to load the user email when they are visiting the page. So we're going to do that using the use effect hook. So use effect, have a callback function here, which is going to be dependent on the current user. So if the current user changes, then their email also changes. So if current user (email), if that is true, then set email into current user .email, because we're going to be using this set email value here to display the email to the UI. Now we're going to have a function here called handle email update. This is going to be an asynchronous function, like so. Leave it as empty for now so that you can build out the UI. But we're going to have another function called handle delete account, which is also going to be an asynchronous function, like so. And then we want to check if there is no current user. So if no current user, then we're going to return here a div with the class name of mxauto, and then max width dash 4xl, and I've been using 6xl around, so let's use 6, then padding on the x of 4, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then large screens padding on the x of 8. And then inside here we're going to return a div with the padding y of 16, and then 16, then text dash center. And then inside here we're going to render out the settings icon with the class name here of mxauto, margin bottom of 6, size of 16, and then text gray dash 300. Close that out, and then we're going to have an h2 with the class name of margin bottom of 4, text dash 2xl, font dash semi-bold, text gray dash 900, and then the text is going to say loading settings ... and then we are going to return a div with the class name of mxAuto, and max width -6xl, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens padding on the x of 8, and then a div with a margin bottom of 8, and then on each one with the class name of margin bottom of 2, text -2xl, font -bold, text -gray -900, then on small screens text -3xl, and then the text is going to say settings. Then below this we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text gray -600 that says manage your account preferences and privacy settings. Now below this paragraph and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of space on the y of 6, and we're going to have some card here. We're going to have a card, and then this card is going to have a card header, and then it's going to have a card title with a class name of flex item center gap -2, and then the card title is going to have a mail icon with a class name of size -5. Close that out, and then the text is going to say account information. And then below the card header we're going to have card content, and inside card content this is going to have a class name of space on the y of 4. Inside card content we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a label with HTML4 going into the email, and then the text is going to say email address. Then below this we're going to have a div with a class name of margin top of 1, flex -column gap -2, then on small screens flex -row, and then inside this div we're going to have an input with an ID of email, with a type of email, with a value of email, and on change we're going to go ahead and say access the synthetic event of e, and then say set email into e.target.value, and then the placeholder is going to say update your email, and then it's going to have a class name here flex -1. Then below this we're going to have a button, and when you click on this button you're going to be calling a function called handle email update, and then the disabled state for this button, so disabled, is going to be equal to is updating. So we want to check whether is updating email is true, or the email is equal to the current user.email. That means that if the email is already equal to the current user's email, then just disable the button, because there is no need to submit it, because inside this button you're going to have the save icon, and this save icon is going to have a class name of margin right of 2 and then size of 4, and then close it out. And then for the text of the button we want to check for the is updating email, and if it is true then we want to say updating updating. Otherwise we want to say update, like so. Now below the button and then below the div we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of margin top of 1, text -small, text gray -500, and then the text is going to be say the following: this email will be used for account notifications and recovery, even though we have not set up that at all, but Kinde should be able to handle that. And then card content and then card, we can go outside of that, and then we can create another card. So this other card is going to be for the notifications. So the card inside here is going to have a card header once again. It's going to have a card title with a class name here of flex. Class name is equal to flex items center gap -2, and then it's going to show the bell icon with the class name here of size -5, and then the text is going to say notifications. Save that. Let's see what you have on the screen, and there we go. Look at that. So that's what we were building, and I've misspelled that button text, this one. Okay, so let's build the notifications part. So below the card header, we're going to have the card content. The card content is going to have a class name or space -y-4, and then we're going to have a div here, the class name of flex, then items dash center, then justify dash between, and then a div inside here with the class name of flex -1, then padding on the right of 4, and then we're going to have a label with HTML4 going into email notifications. Then close that out. The text is going to say email notifications, and then below the label we're going to have a paragraph, the class name of text dash small, text gray dash 500, and then the text is going to say receive email updates about your recipes and favorites. And then below the paragraph, below this div, we're going to have a switch component. The ID for this is going to be email dash notifications, just like we have on the label right here. And then the checked state for this is going to be equal to the email notification state value, email notifications, and then unchecked change. So when you click it to either check it or uncheck it, so unchecked change, we're going to be calling the set email notifications function, like so. And then we're going to go below this div, we're going to render out a separator component, separator from ShadCN. And then we're going to create another div with the class name of flex, and then items dash center, and then justify dash between, and then another div with the class name of flex -1, and then padding right of 4, and then a label inside here with HTML4, which is going into recipe notifications, and then the text is going to say recipe updates. And then below this label, we're going to have a paragraph here, the class name of text dash small, text gray dash 500, and then the text is going to say get notified when recipes you've favorited are updated. And then we're going to go below the paragraph, below the div, render out a switch component again. The ID for this is going to be going into recipe dash notifications, and then the checked state for this is going to be calling the recipe notification state value, and then on checked change we're going to be calling the set recipe notifications, like so. And then we can now go below this card, we can go ahead and create another card with card header, and then card title, and then the class name for this is going to be flex, and items dash center, then gap dash 2, and then the card title is going to be showing the shield component, the shield icon, which is going to have a class name of size -5. Close that out. The text is going to say privacy and security. And then below the card header, you're going to have card content with class name of space -y-4. And then inside the card content, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex, and items dash center, and then justify dash between. Then create a div, once again a flex of 1, padding right of 4, and then we're going to have a label inside here with HTML4 going into public dash profile, and then the text is going to say public profile, like so. And then below this we're going to have a paragraph that is going to have some class names here with text dash small, then text gray dash 500. The text is going to say allow other users to view your profile and recipes. And then below the paragraph, below the div, we're going to have the switch component. You know what, I think I can just copy it from this one, because typing that is, I find it annoying. So now this is going to be going into public dash profile, on the checked change is going to say public profile. On checked change, we're going to say set public profile. And then we're going to go once again below the card, create another card, card header, then card title. The card title is going to have a class name here of text-red-600. The text is going to say danger zone, where we actually have our functionality. Below the card header, we're going to have the card content, the class name here of space-y-4. And then we're going to have a div here with a class name of flex-column, justify. I can type justify -between, give it a gap of 4, rounded -large, order -red-200, bg red-50, and then on small screens flex-row, and then on small screens items-center. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex-1, and then an h3 inside that div. And this h3 is going to have some class names here: font-medium, text red-900. The text is going to say delete count. And then below the h3, we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of text-small, and then text red-700. The text is going to say permanently delete your account and all associated data. And then let's see, we now go below the paragraph and then the div, and then we're going to render out the dialog component. So for this dialog, the open state for this dialog is going to be dependent on the delete dialog open. And then on open change, set delete dialog open. And then inside here, we're going to be rendering the dialog trigger. The dialog trigger is going to be a button with a variant of destructive. And then it's going to have a class name here of with-full, and on small screens with-auto. And then it's going to be rendering the trash2 icon with a class name here of margin right of 2, then a size of 4. Close that out. And then the text is going to say delete account. And then below the dialog trigger, we're going to have the dialog content. And the dialog content is going to be having the dialog header. And the dialog header is going to have the dialog title. And the dialog title is going to say delete count. And then below the dialog title, this should have a G. Below the dialog title, we're going to have a dialog description. Did I not have the dialog description on the top? I guess I did not. So dialog description, and the description is going to say this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete your account and remove all your data from our servers. And then below the dialog description, we're going to have, and not, it's also below the dialog header, we're going to have a div here with the class name of padding on the y of 4, and then we're going to have a label, and this label is going to be the HTML4 delete confirmation. And then inside this label is going to say type delete to confirm. And then below the label, we're going to have an input. This input is going to have an ID of delete confirmation, and then the value for this is going to be delete confirmation. Then on change, we're going to say to get the synthetic event of E, and they say set delete confirmation into e.target.value, and then the placeholder is going to say, let's say, I can say something like type, let's put it in backtick. So okay, backtick, so type delete to delete your account. Something like that. That is the placeholder, and then the class name is going to be margin top of 2. Then close out the input, and then outside of this div we're going to have the dialog footer. The dialog footer is going to have a button. The button is going to have a variant of outline, and then when you click on this button, it is going to be calling a function here that is called set delete dialog confirmation back to false. Close that out, and then we can say cancel. And then below this button we're going to have another button with a variant of destructive, and then when you click on this we're going to call a function called handle delete account, and then the disabled state for this is going to be depending on the is deleting account or the delete confirmation is not equal to the word delete. So if you type any other word that is not delete like so, then the button is still going to be disabled and you're not going to be able to delete your account. Now for the text, we're going to say is deleting account is true, then we're going to say deleting ... otherwise we're going to say delete account, like so. Fantastic. Now we can go outside of this card. We can create another card which is now going to handle our logout. So card, then card header, and then the card title. This is going to say sign out. And then below the card header we can have the card content. The card content inside here we're going to have a div with a class name of flex, then flex dash column, then justify dash between, and again give it a gap of 4. Then on small screens we're going to say flex row, and then on small screens we're going to say items dash center, and then inside here we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text dash sm, and then we're also going to have text dash gray dash 500. The text is going to say sign out of your account on this device. And then below the paragraph, we're going to render out the logout link, which is the component from Kinde, which is going to allow us to log out. And the logout link is going to have a button here. The variant for this button is going to be outline. And then the class name is going to be width full, width dash full. But on small screens, the width is going to be auto. And then close that out. And then the text here is going to be rendering out the logout icon first of all. And the logout icon is going to have a class name of margin right of 2 and then size of 4. And then the text is going to say sign out. Now you can save that and let's see once it reloads what you have on the screen. And there we go. So you can see that we have our switch components right there. You can check and uncheck them. And then we have our delete account. Something is wrong. I think the UI is a bit wrong, but you can see that now if I try typing something else, then our button is still disabled, but if I type in delete, then it becomes enabled. So let's see the danger zone. The danger zone here seems to have a problem. Can't remember, I can't seem to find what I did here. Can't seem to find it. So let me just embrace it instead. So let me just add a padding of 4 all around, so that at least it looks better instead of looking squeezed. Yeah. So now I think what we are left with for this page is the functions, because we have some functions that we have on top that we have not implemented. So the handle email update and handle delete account. So those two functions, and then that is going to be the almost end of this video. So we're going to go ahead, and this is an asynchronous function. So I want to check if there is no email.stream, then we want to go ahead and render out a toast.error that says email cannot be empty. Oops, what am I doing? I pressed page down, and then we're going to go ahead and say return. And if not email dot includes at, so if the email does not include the at symbol, then toast.error, we're going to say please enter a valid email address like so, and then we're going to say return once again. And then below this we can say set is updating email to true, and then we can have our try catch block. So try catch block, and because we have this as true, we are also going to have a finally block here that is going to say set is uploading email or updating email back to false. And then in the catch block we're going to say toast.error, and we're going to say failed to update email. And then in the try block we're going to say the following. We're going to say await update user, and then we're going to say user ID is going to be the current user dot underscore ID, and then the email is what we are updating. We're going to say email dot trim. The meaning the value of the email is going to be coming from our email state value that we have on top, which is going to be also dependent on the state value right here. So when you type inside it, then it is going to be populated inside here, and that is what is going to be sent to the database. So that is the function to handle email update. Now let's go ahead and say handle delete account. So for handle delete account, we're going to go ahead and check for the delete confirmation. So if the delete confirmation is not equal to delete, if it is not equal to that exactly, then we're going to give an error here that says toast, come on. So it's going to say toast dot error, and it's going to say backtick. So please type delete to confirm account deletion, otherwise we are going to return, or not really otherwise, but and then we're going to return. So once we show this error, then we're going to return, and then outside of this we're going to go ahead and say set is deleting account, set that to true, and then we're going to have a try catch block. Now for the try catch block, let's also have a finally here that is going to say set is deleting account back to false, and then for the catch block we're going to say toast.error, we're going to say failed to delete account, please try again. And then for the try block we're going to say await delete user, and we want to delete the user by the user ID, which is coming from the current user dot underscore ID. And then once that is done, we're going to say toast.success, and we're going to say account deleted successfully. Fantastic. And then once the account has been deleted, it means that there is no longer going to be a current user. So the user is going to be automatically redirected back to the home page. So we don't need to have like router.push inside here. So I can save that, and then I don't want to test out deleting my account, but I guess you can test it out at your own time. But I think that is going to be the end of the video. Now let's see, we can go into the profile. You can see it's redirecting, and then it shows my profile. There we go. I can create a recipe. Oh, let's fix this error. So that error is in the recipe card. So that therefore means that we have to do a bit of refactoring, because the link is here and the link is also somewhere inside here. So the way that we can restructure it is as follows. We can remove this link from the bottom, and then you can have this link removed as well, so that now the card is going to be the main element. But now we can wrap the entire image, for example, to be inside the link. So, or rather, maybe even this div. So we can wrap that div to be inside the link and then bring it down. And the way that I'm doing that is I'm holding down the Alt key and then using up or down depending on where I want to go. And then once we do that, then we can have the link also wrap on the card content. So on the card content, maybe, because these links are different in that the one that is on the card is going into the profile, or rather into the recipe, and then this one right here is going into the profile of the author. So perhaps what I can do is just something like this. We can do something like grab this link again. So just copy this, and then you can set it into the h3 like so. We can also set it into the description like so, and then you can set it here. And I'm starting to feel like this is a bit overkill. This one should go up to the bottom right here, and then this one can remain as it is. I think that's okay. So save that. Now we should no longer have this error about having an anchor tag inside an anchor tag. But then I want to show you what you can do if you want to deploy this. So I'm going to go ahead into GitHub. So into GitHub, into my profile, and then I'm also going to open up Vercel, vercel.app, because I want to go ahead and create a new repository for this. So new repository here, and the new repository, I'm just going to call it recipe hub-yt, and then it's going to be public, and then I'm going to copy this and then just get all of this, Control J. We can now shut this down because everything is now working as we expect it to work. And then I can just go ahead and say this because I don't want to manually add all of these git commits. So I'm just going to say git add all, and then let it add. And I just realized something, that we didn't change the title. So change the title is very simple. You just need to go into your layout, then change the title here. Very simple. And then I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say initial commit, and then git remote add origin, paste in the link that I copied to our GitHub repository, then git push -u origin main. Oops, that's the wrong branch. Cancel. So origin main like so. And there we go. So now if we go into Vercel, first of all, you need to open our env local. We can remove these comments. We don't really need them. We can remove the comments, but we need our .env file. So if we reload this page, you should see our repository. You can close this page and this page as well. So there is our repository. Now if you go into Vercel and then we create an account, if you don't have an account, I can log in. What do I use to log in? And there we go. So I can add a new project and it should detect my GitHub, and then this one that I just added a few seconds ago. So I can import this, and then the project name, I'm going to call it recipe hub YT, and that therefore means that it is likely that the site URL is also going to be recipe hub YT. So I'm going to copy this, and then for the localhost, I'm just going to select all this, just going to select all that, Control D, and then I'm going to go ahead and add HTTPS, and then this is going to be that one vercel.app, because now that we're deploying it to production, people don't have access to localhost, but they're going to have access to your website. So you need to update that in your environment variables as well. And then I can just copy all this, and then inside here, inside the environment variables, you can just paste it in, which is going to get all your environment variables, and then just paste it in, and then you can say deploy, and then we wait for it to deploy. And there we go. So our application is now deployed. And if I go into the dashboard right here, then I can check for the link that they have assigned me, and hopefully it's correct. Yes. So recipe hub. So I can visit this, and when I visit it, you'll notice that I'm going to try to sign in, and it's going to give me an error. And the error is because now we need to update this in kind. So just say add application, add callback to application, which is going to direct you how you can add the callback. And then of course sign into kind as always. And let's try that once again. So sign in, it should now add application. There we go. So right inside your application, the application that you have, you can go into the details page, and then where you have the callback URLs right here, now you need to go ahead and add your callback URL. So you can add it manually, or you can simply say set, and it is going to add it into your callback URLs as you can see right there. And then for the logout, you also need to add the logout right here, otherwise Kinde is going to handle it. So you can add the logout to be the / as you can see right there. Fantastic. So save that. And then now if I go ahead and try to log in again, so if I go back to this website, sign in, then now you can see that now it signs me in because it has my authentication data already. And you can see that now my profile picture appears. I can go into the recipes page. I can go into create recipe. I can create a new recipe. Into favorites, I can check my favorites and so on and so forth. Discover, and then profile, and then of course finally the settings page. Fantastic. So we have officially come to the end of this. It has been quite a long journey, but I hope you have enjoyed it and you have learned something new. And if you did, and I've just remembered something, if you go into the / page, you see this. That is if you are using the template repository. But if you're not using the template repository, then you're probably seeing the default Next.js application. The reason for this is because I've just remembered that in the app folder, we have this page.jsx specifically, which is rendering the home page. So what you can do is just simply go ahead and delete it, and then just push your application. So just push your application like with the GitHub right here, git lens. So just add this to git, and then you can say the commit message can be delete redundant what's it called, page.jsx, something like that. And then you can say commit, and then that is going to trigger a redeploy of your application, and you don't have to worry about it. So I just remembered that, so take note of that as well. So thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, then please leave a like. It has taken quite a long time to do all of this, as you can see by the length of the video, and I hope you enjoy it. I hope this video does well. I would love to see like 20,000 views on this video. It would be quite encouraging. So if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like, and so I will see you in the next one.